This is the grand finals. Eris, Zozo, negativeZero, Xena, Python, Go, Haskell. Only one will end this season as champion. Which will it be? Let's find out. Okay, everybody. Woo. Thank you so much for your patience. Those of you on Streamland, we've made it to the grand finals. This is it. This is the last one of the season of 2025. I am joined here with a full cast of people here. Ketrock as analyst, Laughing Games as caster B.
Hello.
But that's not lesser, it's just B. And then caster A, Ender Sword.
What up?
What up, everybody? We're here finally to bring down the finals of ProBots 2025. Everybody, in some way, has played a role in seeing Sideloaded get to where it is now. And first of all, I want to say a thank you to you guys, our esteemed talent, but you at home who have weathered the storm that is a ProBots production.
We're also at home. We're all at home.
We're all at home. Everyone's at home. But thank you all. This could not happen without you and your dedication and your love for ProBots and watching AIs survive. Before we even get into all that stuff with formats and squares and rectangles and stuff like that, you know what you need to do. You need to do that, subscribe and like. You're already here. Might as well do it. Let's go around the table. And just before we get into all this stuff, how have you felt about the ProBots season so far? Group, let's start with Ketrock. How have you felt about the season overall?
I liked it. I like the side-loaded portion of it, the gauntlet style tournaments. I feel like gave it let's see a bunch of new bots we didn't get to see. Got some like pretty even matchups, which was nice. And we still got the grand finals with with all the top bots here, so it worked out really well.
And Laughing Games, you've done some casting of it on the side. You did the wild cards.
Yeah, it was awesome to be able to do the wild card qualifier. So the format's been really fun, and to the point we're at now, like we've got 4 amazing bots here, and I think we've got 2 very different matchups. Like we've got the macro bots on one side, and then we've got the chaos bots on the other. So.
Chaos bots, good old chaos bots. Ender Sword.
Yeah,
your feelings.
Yeah, kind of same thoughts. I always like seeing the new ones come up that we get to see more of in this sort of thing. And then, yeah, the advantage to this tournament is that you do get to see them kind of in more even matchups, whereas often when we're trying to bracket or seed them, the new bot ends up playing like the number 1 bot and they just get crushed. But here we get to see a lot closer stuff and that build up. And it felt like the wild card spots where they're kind of going through a gauntlet, I think is a good format.
Yep. And I'm going to have you explain yourself. Why do you not have a Santa hat?
I'm the one that naturally looks the most like Santa, so I think it's unnecessary. Like if it was 15 years from now, I'm gonna look exactly like the man. So it'll be fun.
There are so many comments I could make, but anyways, why don't we talk about the format? Let's take a look at the format so that people know what we're talking about. They get an idea of. So for those of you who didn't know and you haven't been following, go back and watch. But we have a wild card format. This is the first time I think we've ever done wild cards where we had 2 separate sides of bots, which were less than normally our top 16. These were below. Actually, sorry, it was actually 8, 9 and above, and all the way up to 22, 24-ish. And they were able to they played on their own in a King of the Hill style, and one of those bots were the ones to move on, which we had Dominion Dog on one side and GPT on the other, casted by Laughing Games himself. Now we did the round of 8, which was all best of 3, and that brings us here to the grand finals, which is a best of 5 and a best of 7 today, ladies and gentlemen, and bots of all ages. Why don't we take a look at the brackets, and you can get a good look at how we got here from the round of 8. Let's see these brackets. Brackets. Here they come. So we had Xena, Zozo, Dominion Dog 2-0. Micro Machine versus Xena. Xena took it 2-0. That's how we have Zozo versus Xena. negativeZero and GPT. Now that was a kind of a little testy because he actually GPT actually got disqualified just because we were unable to get it to run, and that's how negativeZero is now here. But fortunately, thanks to the fantasticness of Laughing Games, we were able to see how that match went over on his channel. So if you haven't seen it, make sure you go check it out. And then Eris versus BenBot CBC in what I would say was a bloodbath, if I remember it correctly. It was quite the thing.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Yeah.
Eris, all of you are familiar with Eris. You know what it can do, what the beauty of Eris. But it's not Changeling, which is fascinating. What does anyone make of that?
I think that I think that it is Team Eris maybe being like, "Okay, it's been a while since we've won one," and so they're bringing out the big boss.
Yeah, that's the exact comment I was going to make. Is Changeling is the experimental, and the others are like the experimental versions, but they've got one that they know is just going to win. So every now and then you get to reassert dominance.
Yeah, Change is good. Their Terran is solid. Their Protoss is like tip top, like right near the very top, but probably not as good as negativeZero. And then Eris is their bread and butter. You know, their Zergbot is very, very strong. The Xena versus Micro Machine 2-0 looked interesting to me. I missed last week's matches, but it's nice to see that Xena's surpassed the blocker of Micro Machine. It's a tough bot for anyone to beat.
And I mean, like, Endersword has put it up pretty clearly that Micro Machine is your benchmark, right? If you're a new bot author, you're coming in here, Micro Machine, if you want to know if you're good enough to, like, essentially participate in ProBots, download Micro Machine. I don't know if it's still, I think there's actually an old version floating about somewhere. Download Micro Machine. If your bot beats Micro Machine, you're probably going to make it into ProBots. I think that is, like, the benchmark.
Yeah. It's a super well-rounded bot, and it was, like, the #1 bot for years and years. It hasn't been updated for a long time, so that's why it's kind of dropped off and been surpassed by other bots. But yeah, it was unbeatable for many, many years. So it's a big accomplishment if your bot surpasses Micro Machine.
Also, Rasper actually pointed out, because of our rules, he actually wasn't allowed to put in Changeling. It was because I forgot we actually we took we took whatever it was on the ladder and we locked it in. So Rasper pointed out in chat, it's true. I had forgotten that as it, because with Sideloaded, we actually don't get a lot of time. Just because it's the end of the year and people's schedules, and people are about to go on holidays, and so there's it's a short season, and so there isn't a lot of time for some of the things we'd normally like to do for our full seasons. So that's true. Rasper did not, Team Eris did not have a chance. They were given no choice, and we locked them into what we wanted them to lock them in. So we got Eris, and we're all the better for it.
Yes, exactly. We thank you for your non-consensual submission.
Yeah, so that is absolutely correct. Super fantastic. Man, I'm excited for some of these games today. But before we do that, I have to do my spiel. I got to tell you, if you want yourself to get started, I mentioned Micro Machine earlier as your benchmark. The best thing to do, inside the description below, there is there's a link. You can get yourself started on building your own bot. If you make yourself a pot of coffee, by the time it's done, you'll be rushing the AI in the in-game AI before it gets cold. Promise you that. So I've had tons of people who's worked on it. Laughing Games has done it. So you've done it. You're my testimonial right there.
I My bot, I think, worked out pretty well. I looked at a bunch of guides and I couldn't figure it out, so I ended up looking at Drekken's, and it was the best one to follow. So
Hear that? You couldn't get a better endorsement. And for those of you who don't know, I've had a rival for Laughing Games' bot for quite some time because it beat my bot. So there was a little bit of like, wait a minute, hold on. It's an all-in, so it's actually quite strong for what it does. And it took me a bit. I actually ended up coding a bit to stop it. So I can 100% now say that I've blocked off that element. But it's fantastic. It was fantastic to see that bot. So well made regardless. Cool. And then Ketrock, you're bringing your bot back, which is good. I saw you working on it. So
Yeah, I'm working on the fun stuff and doing some medevac drop, but I need to get back to like updating the maps and updating the framework so I can actually put it back in the ladder as well.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, so actually we're gonna get a bit of a rundown of the analysis of what's to come. Actually, if we can get a chance to go to the brackets back again, and I'm gonna get our little bit of a point to go on here. Brackets. Perfect. Okay, so Ketrock, we got Zozo versus Xena. I want to get your overall impression of what we're looking to see here in Zozo versus Xena, and then negativeZero. So what are we looking to expect from these bots coming in? And in the ladder, and how prevalent is cheese coming up on the ladder? Because like Zozo's been around. And I don't know if this is true. I hear Zozo actually doesn't do his cheese on the ladder and actually does his macro on the ladder and only keeps it for ProBots. And that I don't know if I'm going to bait this out for real, but if I remember correctly, because of that frustration, Team Eris has created clones of Zozo's cheeses to put on the ladder for others to play against.
Wait. We may have audio issues.
Oh, hold on. So they may not even actually be hearing Ketrock. Hold on. So production, just making sure that Ketrock is on this scene. So until the Ketrock's voice comes up, and I get the okay, I'll serenade you for a second. Give me one hot minute of, or we can just cut back to the fourth scene. Back to our cameras. Yeah. All right.
All right.
So
hopefully
yes,
I can be heard now.
You could probably be heard now. So what you were saying about, what I was saying again is that there is a hidden that Team Eris has brought back or stealthily put clones of Zozo onto the ladder for others to train against, and probably themselves as well.
Yeah, and I mean, even if you don't put on the ladder, I know, for instance, with ProBrush, for instance, a lot of authors created their own little ProBrush bot just so they have something to practice against and be able to defeat that strategy. So I can see the same thing for whatever Zozo does, like Proxy Zealot and things like that. So everyone knows what Zozos are going to do, and if they have time and they want to put the effort into it, they can try their best to hard counter Zozo. But
I believe those secret ones are called Wow, Really, and I can't remember the last one, but it was Wow and Really are the they're supposed to be named after things you say when you lose to a Zozo cheese. So it's one of those things where people get to and then the last ones, I don't have my bracket in front of me. I wanted to get your opinion on negativeZero and Eris.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is we could be called the unofficial finals. This is like the number 1 and number 2 bots going up head to head against each other. It's been back and forth between the two. I think the last major clash between them, negativeZero won, but the one before that, Eris had some special tactics that took out negativeZero. So it all depends. I expect negativeZero to just try to win as straight up as possible, and Eris maybe to have some backup plans if things aren't going well. Maybe pull out some secret builds that they've been holding back. But either way, these are by far the 2 best spots. Very reactive, very strong, no holes in their game.
Is there anything we're expecting to see from negativeZero, you think, on your in terms of surprises?
I don't know. I mean, if I were Mindme, the author of negativeZero, I probably would be dedicating what little time I have to work on my bots to counteract any Zozo shenanigans. Because against Eris, you can probably know a little bit more what you're facing. He did get beaten up by Zozo, I believe, in the grand finals last season. So that's where I suspect he'll put his effort. Yeah. But both negativeZero and Eris, there's not a whole lot left to work on. They're both very, very well-rounded. Maybe some late game stuff. Yeah.
Okay, and so with that, we'll wait until after the next match, and then me and Kark and I will break down what we saw. But for now, we're gonna end up taking it to the casters, and they can take you through our first game, as they've been waiting so patiently. Let's casters, we'll leave it to you. We'll see you on the other side.
Indeed. So yeah, as Ketrock alluded to, I think we're going to start off with some potentially cheesy stuff, some shenanigans, and see what these 2 pull out.
I think you're right on that one. I think it's pretty much a given. Zozo and Xena are like 2 of the most cheesy bots, but they're also the bots that do it the best.
Yeah, and I always think it's a good dynamic of like Zozo very often with the early rushing of various kinds, but you're facing a random bot when you're doing that, which can definitely impact how that plays out, not knowing what your opponent is when you commit.
Yeah, I think Xena being random is going to maybe make life a little more difficult for the author of Zozo, like as far as like being confident in what builds to select. But like Zozo cheeses out Protoss, Terran, and Zerg, so I'm not sure like it matters too much. But little things like if Xena rolls Terran, like whether it'll be able to get up a wall or something like that against potential Zozo cheeses is potentially a big deal. But
yeah, definitely. I also think it's great that in only 8 letters we have 3 Z sounds, or Z sounds if we want to give away the fact that we're Canadian. But yeah, Zozo, Xena. Yeah, so I still feel like these guys are still, we kind of had stats shadow come up there. I don't know if we're actually going to cut to that or if the scene's working or not, but I still think of both of these as kind of the newer guys on the scene, but it's been like 6 or 7 seasons at this point that they've been around, and both have had quite a bit of success with these strategies.
Yeah, like Xena is just very well-rounded as far as a random cheese bot goes. Zozo, I think a lot of its strengths from the tournaments come from the author's decision, like what strategies to employ, that kind of thing. So yeah. It all depends, like how much the bot authors thought ahead to this, because like they've not had to think about just this match. They've had to think about their round of 8 match and then their finals match too. So it's like, did they really map out potential brackets and what kind of builds to employ, that kind of thing? So
exactly. Yeah, and there we could see 6 and 7 seasons, 6, 7, we had to have the graphic up. Yeah, so Zozo's strategy has always been cheese. It basically started with probe rushing, mostly does the proxy zealot rushing now. Just very crisp, good attacks, things like that. Just kind of, it really feels like it's just kind of a gut check of like, can you deal with this sort of thing? And your bot has to be able to handle some of these basics in order to make it far in this world. But Zozo tries to not let you and makes a lot of refinements over time to make sure these cheeses stay strong.
And there's that weakness facing an opponent playing random. I don't know how much that's going to play into it, because like we've seen Zozo proxy gate Terran, Zerg, and Protoss, so like, it can still do that. No learning method.
No,
I think
just does things. Nothing
yeah,
special.
the author's just smart as far as like the builds and strategies they decide.
Yeah, and I think that this was probably the important key, that it was originally a sparring partner made for and like other bots, but then it turned out that this was just better to begin with. So it is its own thing.
Okay, and then we have got Xena on the other side, written in Haskell. Strategy aggressive with occasional surprise macro. That's exactly true. As like if you watch enough Xena games, you will see it macro like once in a blue moon, and it's honestly a nice surprise. I think the author also sometimes likes to pick macro strategies too for tournaments, so it'll be exciting to see if we get one of those or not.
And yeah, so basically, going into the late game, supposed to be a little bit of a weakness, but I feel Xena's gotten better with this, and I don't expect too much late game play in this one anyway. But we'll see. But definitely has the ability to transition. Again, learning method, nah. Special. So I think this is what allows it to do a lot of the, different build orders, which is kind of important when you are a random bot, that you've got to be able to adapt and do different things. So having a good framework that's going to let you do that is pretty key to setting some of these up.
Okay. And built from scratch, not using any third-party framework, so a lot of work to get Xena off the ground initially, I imagine, but the hard work has paid off.
Yeah, indeed. It is coded in Haskell, which was a character on the 50s show Leave It to Beaver, as far as I understand.
Notably, we did actually see map vetoes there. Xena didn't have any selected. Zozo, they had one map vetoed. I didn't actually catch what map it was, but that I think just shows just like the sort of style like of the author of Zozo really having mapped this out. Yeah, and then just the builds that Xena's going to pick, the race it rolls shall be very important.
Indeed. It's often that original proxy location, which again, especially against random, can matter a lot. Because are you going to immediately try and take on a natural? Are you trying to avoid anything? Particularly if you get Zerg, like do you got to worry about where the third is, creep connecting, things like that. Things like that can make a difference. And we see a lot. Sometimes you get the proxies that are very overly safe. They're like on your own side of the map, really, really far away, versus where can you safely put it. And Zerg has that additional threat of the overlord spotting things in a different way, where the way the different races scout makes a difference on where you should put it, and he won't know that. So I think we'll see. And I think we are ready, and we've had enough delays, so let's try and jump in to game number 1 and see if it works.
Zozo.
So the probe is out. I don't know if we've got intros. I was kind of waiting for that. We didn't really do it. So down here on the bottom right, we have our now spawning as Protoss, but normally random player as Xena.
Yeah.
Xena.
And rolling Protoss in this first match. So we've got a battle of the toss here. We do get an initial probe from Zozo. However, the current champion is just building a gateway on its side of the map.
Yeah, fairly unusual for him to be doing that. And we've got a forge on Xena's side. So leaning towards the defensive right away, which is interesting.
Yeah, Xena can really take this a lot of directions. I'm guessing it's going to be its Tempest build here. And this is something that Xena sort of like they really set the stage for this build being dominant on the ladder just in their usage of the extra minerals that bots get. For example, they will just build a ton of cannons at the front of their door to really be safe while they wait for those Tempests to get out. So I don't think they're going to be in any danger in that regard, which can really set them up for success here if Zozo is going for like the stalker push, which is in its wheelhouse.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense to do that. It's very often that sort of like, mineral dump, and what you do with that is key, and surviving to a certain point. And Zozo, since it usually just starts with something like a proxied zealot rush, this can make a lot of sense too. Just kind of stop them at the ramp with cannons, but that is not what we're getting at all.
Yeah, this is not what I expected,
Yeah.
honestly, in game number 1 from Zozo. I expected them to try and cheese pretty much regardless of the opening. Yeah, it's interesting that the author chose to macro like this. Now, there is still a lot of potential. Like Zozo has had success in tournaments off the back of its cheese, but this stalker build that it's going for is one that it is very good with as well. It's got very good micro with the stalkers, and it's also got a nice macro element to this. So if the game does go longer, there is a lot of hope for Zozo just to kind of win out in the long game too.
Yeah, and there's Stalker Head kind of scouting for anything incoming, but neither of them making really any indication towards like a natural. And we've got the Fleet Beacon coming down with an Oracle under construction as well. Oracles are something that we've seen be very hit or miss, and when I say that, I mean miss. That they don't tend to work very well, but a couple authors have gotten some use out of them. But they at least kind of scout what's going on, and sometimes can be disruptive, but rarely do they get like a lot of kills or real work done. And it doesn't look like this one's moving out. I think often for a Tempest build, though, the Oracle ability for Revelation, just to provide extra range vision for the Tempest, can be valuable. So that may be the play here instead of doing anything offensive.
I do think that's probably the idea from Xena, to use that Oracle and just provide that vision. Now, the first Tempest is on the way for Xena, but the interaction here is going to be where these units potentially meet. Like, if Zozo catches this Tempest out on the map, it could be in a lot of trouble. At the same time, there's a lot of dead space here on Incorporeal just to kind of abuse the Tempest. And so we'll see how well Zozo is going to handle this, because it's such a weird dynamic. We're going to have Stalkers against Tempest, but there's also going to be a Prism to juggle them.
Yeah.
And Zozo's trying to go for an expansion here, but it's like a delayed expansion. So it's got a lot of Stalkers to sandbag this first Tempest.
Yeah, and that Prism itself is potentially a risky maneuver as well with the Tempest out. You can get things picked off pretty easily and then lose whatever's in it. But he sees that and will back up immediately.
Yeah, Xena just saying, all right, go home, probably group up with the other Tempest, which means that we're just going to have more time for Zozo to build up. It does have that expansion about halfway done now. Meanwhile, Xena's just happily pumping out Tempest on one base, but Xena will also expand doing this build too. And then I think it goes into Zealots afterwards to have like this Zealot Tempest sort of strange composition, but neither are terrible against Stalkers, so we'll see.
Indeed. Yeah, it'll be really kind of how do these build up? How do they stack up against each other? Very often with Tempest, things have a hard time actually closing the gap and really getting fire on them. Is even if you've got the right stuff, a human player, when they see something like that, will try and rush forward, get underneath it, provide no escape. bots have a tendency to try and fight at max range and not really commit to that sort of thing or see what the situation is. So
Yeah.
Tempest can be really good, particularly if you get them in situations near cliffs, ramps, ledges, things like that, that provide the retreating cover basically for the Tempest. Here's a fleet beacon.
There
on
we
this
go.
side.
Yeah. We do have Zozo going into a fleet beacon, so it could be going for its own Tempest. This is looking like a build it does on the ladder. So we may be getting that Tempest Pong a little bit down the line, which is I honestly don't know how these two go head to head when it comes to try to out Tempest each other. So
Yeah, definitely a weird one. You're going to have the initial advantage on Xena's side, just obviously in terms of the count, but the stalkers are going to be hard to move into if there's other Tempest out there. It's often the reaction of how scared a bot is, that there's certain units that they know that they're not supposed to get near or engage with, and that can cause like a retreat or fear behavior that then lets other units perform better. Xena is adding on the Zealot legs, the charge here, which is going to be good for encountering the stalkers and hopefully help out with that regard. But yeah, it kind of comes down to, if you really rush for Tempests, I feel you've got to use them before somebody else's economy kicks into the point that they're non-rush to it, but getting there overpowers you.
yeah, and Xena just went for that one poke and then it went on home. So I'm wondering what sort of metric it's waiting to hit before it says, hey, I can attack in with these Tempest again. This build has been kind of overly passive at times to a fault. So we'll see if Xena does eventually go for that big move out, as otherwise, like you said, Zozo may just kind of win out in the macro game. It's still pumping out stalkers, by the way. I don't know what the stalker count is, but it is absurdly high.
Yeah, seem pretty big here, and it's certainly enough to deal with this if it reacts properly to Tempest. There's a decent number there, but obviously the army supply heavily in Zozo's favor. If he could get in and engage when there's still one or two Tempests and actually pick them off and keep that count down, then that would be helpful. Oh, they're going to pass each other here.
Okay, so Xena sneaks on by while Zozo's planning on getting aggressive. We'll see which bot's going to potentially blink first, and the answer is that Zozo is just going to go for it across the map. Both bots are hitting each other's third base. Xena, meanwhile, is kind of pulling its Tempest back, so it's actually going to respond to this. I don't know if this is the right decision or not, because Xena's still got a nice defensive position. It's got all this static defense back at home to buy itself time. It does get a very nice stasis ward.
This could be an interesting flank here if they're caught between all this stuff, but the Tempest,
Oh,
unfortunately,
no.
not understanding the situation. And,
Oh, this is terrible. This is the worst case scenario possible for Xena, as its Tempest just fly right over all the stalkers of Zozo. They were so focused on retreating that they didn't bother to check whether there was something in the way first. So big losses.
They're not even
Xena.
engaging here now, too. Like they're waving in and out, but not even firing, despite clearly safely being in range. And yeah, Zozo is going to overrun the position here, and Xena's just not defending.
Yeah, a bit of a blip in this build, and it's just, it can be a little quirky at times, and Xena got punished heavily by that. So well done to Zozo for not blinking in the face of that sort of base race situation.
Yeah, we'll move up. I think this will be a little bit of a meat grinder, but it's probably too late now. You can see that the main base is mostly mined out, and without the economy to support this, it's going to get really bad quick. But with the Tempest barely even firing, this could be a lot worse. Like, I think this could get cleaned up, but it's not being cleaned up. They're just kind of allowing it.
Yeah, it's not really what you want, to have your units be idle for so long. I think the best philosophy when it comes to having your units move is to pretty much have them always be shooting.
Yeah.
And we didn't get that from Xena. It was just like a hard-coded retreat without any other
Yeah.
considerations.
Yeah, I feel like that the shape of that retreat too, it feels like all the Tempests are acting as a group, and the fact the group wasn't together made them
Yeah.
do bad things, basically.
Yeah, those were very bad things. Like we've now got Xena just doing this one base defense. It's probably going to get some very good trades depending how long this goes on. But we see Zozo on its side of the map has got 2 Tempests being produced at a time and a mothership building.
Yeah. Yeah, the mothership definitely will help out here. Also now going for the upgrade here that I think this was the key on Xena's side, since it had the upgrade to attack the buildings, just continuing on the offensive and trying to take out the production probably would have been the right play. And then you retreat after that potentially, and you could potentially hold where you've got a ton of cannons and shield batteries and things like that. But
I totally agree on that. Yeah, the game would have been really interesting had Xena continued to attack. It's like, what wins in a Stalker Tempest base race?
Yeah.
I don't know.
yeah, because buildings can be torn down really quick with that stuff, but didn't even take out the third while over there. Just a couple pylons and then a full retreat. I don't know what's happening there. Xena is on the offense here again, at least, but yeah, there's a lot of stuff here rebuilding up.
Yeah, Zozo has a ginormous supply lead, and it looks like it's actually just going to counterattack.
Yeah, and ignore. Some attention paid, but flanking everything here, may be able to take out a couple Tempests.
Yeah, Xena does lose one of its Tempests. That's not something it can easily replace, and it is staying aggressive here, which is quite nice.
I think may stop as soon as its base is attacked.
Yeah, it might just... Yeah, see, it prioritizes defense, which is a choice you have to make as a bot author. But when you're rushing, it's probably not the right call. Just because it's kill or be killed. And so Xena losing all that time, heading on home. It might be able to clean this up because it does have that nice Tempest count for now. But its main is gone. It's dead.
Yeah, there's not a lot here, but the Immortals getting in are going to rip everything apart. Had this initial defense also worked where it was this natural flank and they attacked at range, that could have been very hard on Zozo's forces. But the fact that he just flew over everything and basically didn't do it right, it didn't help. And I think this will get cleaned up yet again, but obviously everything at this point is now depowered. There is a single worker.
Yeah, that probe's got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, and even these are starting to get whittled down, I think, as Zozo replaces a couple of Tempests. It almost feels like nothing is designed. They're just not even considering the possibility of trying to shoot the Tempests unless they're also a Tempest.
Yeah. It's a bit of an odd dynamic. Once again, though, we do have Zozo crossing the map. Meanwhile, Xena going to shoot at the pylon. And yeah, just this build isn't maybe quite as developed as it could be for Xena. Xena is a master of none that does very many things, but the strategy is just not fleshed out as it could be. Like, it decides to retreat, but it doesn't use recall, that type of thing. Like, it could have just recalled all its Tempest. Instead, it slowly marches them across the map.
This time not coming home, but I think it's because there's other units over there. But,
it's getting distracted by that one Tempest. And it is on all the production.
Yeah.
But
if this had been the play from the beginning, then maybe.
I agree. Just Zozo will clean everything up and probably get an elimination here.
Yeah, I think so indeed. But yeah, it would have been interesting to see if there were basically only stalkers out. Would they have ever been able to successfully engage this? Is there a point at all where they would have gone home? But here we got the base cleaned up and Zozo taking game number 1. in fairly uncharacteristic style for Zozo there as well.
Yeah.
Not cheesing, basically. 4 bases out of Zozo, unheard of. In a best of in a best of 3, Zozo usually doesn't have 4 nexuses, let alone in one game. So
Yeah, so that was a very cool first match between the two of them. It honestly looked like a ladder game might, because Xena tends to select its best map or its best build and then just always run with that on the ladder. But yeah, Zozo might have just looked at that and said, "You're probably going to Tempest Rush, so I'll just do my macro and win that chess game."
yeah, seemed to work out. A lot of it potentially because of Xena's behavior, but again, Zozo may know those tendencies, and it may have been a perfectly deliberate decision of, if you attack, I'm just going to counterattack, knowing it cancels yours. So you've got to be aware of obviously how the other bots do react in these situations, and potentially assume that it's going to be the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said too, on this map, there's a lot of spaces and routes where you're not necessarily going to run head on into each other. And obviously, very often when it's an air army versus a ground army, you don't run into each other because you're just taking kind of the, as the crow flies path versus the ground path, and you miss each other there.
Yeah, a lot of nuance to that, and I think there's going to be a lot more development of that on the ladder as we get more and more bots that embrace the Tempest. Like, we're going to get more like specific anti-Tempest work.
I still always feel like we had a period, maybe even 3 years ago at this point, where the Tempest was dominating ProBots, and it just kind of stopped. But I don't feel anyone like beat it. People just stopped doing it. And we still have the same fundamental issues of certain units find it really hard to engage. Like, again, how you'd watch a human game. If you've got a bunch of stalkers, you got a bunch of Marines, you stim forward under them, you blink forward under them, you try and close the gaps that are stepping forward. Bots just typically don't behave that way. It's part of their coding is almost max range and excessive cautiousness, and they don't know the situation, the terrain well enough, things like that. So it's hard to make those firm decisions of like, this is when I should jump on and trap this army. So a slow moving Tempest, which has such disadvantages in its speed and stuff, really only gets the advantage of range and doesn't have the downside of being jumped on because bots don't do it. They sneakily added a minute to our clock.
I didn't even see that.
But yeah, we're going to be on torches next. Of course, we may get a very different thing here, given that Xena is random. So, the race definitely matters, which is actually another interesting decision. Like you mentioned, Zozo may know that Xena was going to do a Tempest Rush, but it had to kind of decide that almost ahead of time, given with what it did, because it didn't know what race it was even going to be till he got over there. So he may have an idea, I'm going to at least scout first and then decide to proxy or send a second probe or something like that.
There's a lot of layers to it, and I think Zozo's author has probably thought through most of them, but it's not easy to do because like Xena has so many builds they could have selected. I think it was a great call by Zozo to handle that initial Tempest Rush, but we'll see what we have in store as we roll that dice and get into game number 2.
Let's go. Maybe. There we go.
Okay.
All right. So I don't think I have intro. So down here on the bottom right, we have our red Protoss player. It is Zozo.
Okay, and in the upper right, we've got Xena, which is rolling Terran. This is something that I wanted to see.
Oh, there we go.
Oh.
We got something. Okay. I'm not sure if it's doing the audio.
Xena.
But yeah, there is Xena. So I guess in this, Xena herself represents the Terran warrior princess.
That makes sense. Yeah, I'm really excited for this one to see Xena play Terran. I think there's, I think like the Tempest thing, like if we had Tempest again, it would probably go in Zozo's favor. But when it comes to Xena playing Terran, it's just got so many different builds that I think really can have success here against Zozo, particularly if Zozo's going for this macro strategy, which we are getting once again.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, both of them expanding reasonably early. I mean, much earlier than the first game. So yeah, both of them really uncharacteristically in a lot of ways doing this sort of thing.
Yeah, who'd have thought?
Xena really looking around, obviously, for some sort of proxy, expecting that there should be something against this opponent, but there is not. It's pretty, I mean, just pretty standard for Zozo here.
I think what we're gonna have is probably Xena's just like mass marine style, in which it takes just basic units and a very good economy to kind of flood with mass marines. So we'll see if that is what it's going for here. It does have the second racks on the way. Zozo, meanwhile, just playing its sort of general safe macro opening, probably planning on getting to those Tempest once again. And it does go for quite a quick Stargate here. Like last game, it built like a ton of Stalkers and then went into a delayed Stargate. In this game, it's actually made an adjustment to get that out quicker.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, we got shield batteries coming down defense. The interesting thing is shield battery here in the like in the front here, no cannons this time, obviously no forge. Maybe slightly more vulnerable to an attack, but a shield battery is usually pretty good. But will we see as units this time? Like the same quantity of them. There's still stalkers coming out.
Yeah, just making some Stalkers. Yeah. We should see a fleet beacon soon from Zozo, I think. And the timings of this is really going to be critical too. Like, it depends. Does Zozo just build one Tempest and run it across the map to harass Xena and potentially just totally break it? Or is it going to build up and kind of just try and macro with Tempest? We do have a bit of a pathing break here on Zozo as it's trying to get a probe over there, but it does not.
I think it recognizes that as a third base and wants to take it, I think.
Yeah, so that's not great here for Zozo. This Torches is a bit of a curveball for bot authors when it comes to that mineral wall. A lot of default pathing doesn't take into account the existence of those mineral walls.
Yeah.
But
we've got it. Okay, at least it has adapted and it's moving to this one. There are a lot of bots that will make this. They determine what the natural and third is by distance from the main. And so occasionally you'll get people take a third as a natural because it's technically closer. And I think in this case it was trying to take that one, but at least was able to abort and go for this further close space.
Okay, we've got Xena still just pumping out bio. It is, however, getting Medivacs and an eBay. So this is just like full-blown Terran macro here from Xena. Meanwhile, Zozo does fire up its first Tempest. It's still producing these Stalkers. This is really strange. I'm not sure how this is gonna play out.
Yeah. It is weird. We're going to have another shield battery up front. Given the close distance of these two bases here, you could get a lot of skirmishing just in this little alleyway between them, which probably, again, given the lack of aggression that a lot of units show, may be very much in the Tempest's favor. If they kind of control this space and you're going back and forth, I feel the Tempest win that a lot. But we'll see. Like, does the quantity get up that high? And
yeah, like it isn't an early poke with the Tempest here from Zozo. It is keeping it back, but like if you have 50 Marines versus 5 Tempest and 15 Stalkers. The Marines win that if it's just like a frontal engagement. So time, I think, is actually on Xena's side here. Its macro is just ridiculous too. It's already getting up a 4th base, making full use of that speed mining, going to be dropping mules, and it's just going to be like a flood of Terran bio in the next couple minutes. There's 3 barracks building at a time right now. And a 5th base already on the way for Xena.
And here we got the first poke in here now, but that was cleaned up quickly. Just kind of essentially scouting.
Oh, and look at this, a Ghost Academy on the way for Xena too.
That's really neat.
+1 about to finish up for the Terran as well. Like, this is very cool what Xena's doing here. This is not a build we get to see from it a lot. Just full-blown Terran macro showing off its sort of alternative strength from the cheese. It is...
Yeah, we really don't have a lot of people that employ the Ghost. I think Tyr is probably the only one that habitually will use it in its Terran bot, obviously. Here is a push forward, and how is this engagement going to go? Big stim there.
It's a lot of bio, but Xena has been very greedy here. Like, it's investing in so much production. It actually hasn't been making units consistently, so the numbers aren't looking that great, as Xena is just having to retreat now. Like, it's trading out okay, but the numbers just aren't here for it. We need Xena to make use of all that production it's invested in. The turret's buying a little bit of time against the Tempest. Most of the Stalkers have been dealt with, so there is a world in which Xena can get out enough Marines to handle the Tempest.
Yeah, you could try and push back on this if the Marauders are able to keep the Stalker count low enough. The upgrade is not there for the Tempest yet on building, so it's going to take a little time to chew through things. But yeah, the Gateway is going to continue to support, and then if we just get the Tempest count continuing upwards, then this could be an issue.
Yeah, this is a really good timing here from Zozo to attack now. If it had given Xena another minute, like, there probably would have been like way more Terran bio supply. We even see that production kicking in now for Xena. Just, it's a little bit late, but it's still making 10 Marines at a time. It is slowly pushing back the Protoss. Over, we see that very good micro with the Prism from Zozo, as it's able to keep those Stalkers alive and take some pretty darn good trades. It's producing 2 Tempest at a time, which is really nice. But then Xena is about to have +1 armor finish, so it will get some improved trades. For now, though, the supply is definitely in favor of Zozo.
Yeah, I think once you get to this, like now 5 Tempests, next round about to come out, bringing it up to 7, you're going to just start kind of one-shotting everything that comes into range, armor or not, shields or not. And we've got the extra bonus on buildings here now, so things are going to go down quite quick.
We do get an EMP from a Ghost, which is very cool to see, softening up some of these units, but it's just a trickle from Xena trying to handle this. The Terran supply is very misleading too. Like, it's at 40 supply, but most of that's in production. And yeah, this is where, as the Terran, as a human, you'd probably just like abandon the base and try and pool up enough stuff. But Xena is just throwing units after this that are never going to be able to handle this army.
Yeah, definitely. It's good afterbat at this point, and the Medivacs is another portion of the supply that's just kind of on retreat. He's also using a lot of SCVs, obviously, to distract and absorb shots, but that's a lot of dead SCVs at this point. The worker counts are similar, but it's, off 5 bases. It should be a lot higher. But yeah, it looks like there's no way to turn this back now.
Yeah, +2 attack did finish for Xena. There is a world, but we're seeing a move command from it once again. A bit unfortunate there, is like there is a world in which it pulled if it pulled the SCVs to fight. I'm guessing the bio there was trying to dive after a Tempest, but yeah, very nice timing here by Zozo, and it will take the win, I think.
I do get the sense that it is just collectively controlling its army, because I think it had some troops over at the other base.
Okay.
And so what it was trying to do is like get to a point that they were together. And that's kind of the behavior we saw with the Tempest in the first game. So I think there's something, yeah, just not individuals that they're acting too much as a hive mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, very, very well done by Zozo. The timing was like if it was a minute later, I think Xena just
Yeah.
has way too much Terran bio.
Yeah, I think that initial stim would have just wiped the
yeah.
stalkers up front, and then you've got a problem. But that's not what happened. I also think too, and we talked about this in between, of like fear of certain units, that when
Yeah.
it saw the Tempest coming in, the Marines retreated. But that's the exact unit that you shouldn't be doing that from. So whether it was a supply issue or a, I don't like this unit issue, it retreated back, and it shouldn't have.
Yeah, this was very well mapped out by Zozo. Just their timings for everything are great, and it's not like Zozo played that like game number one. There is some adjustments here by the Protoss bot. It produced way fewer stalkers prior to going into the Tempest. It just and so it made those adjustments so it could hit this nice timing attack, and yeah, it's been able to kill Xena's Terran. Nicely done.
Yeah, impressive. So we've got two of the. It would be nice to have a Zerg show up
Yeah.
for the last one, as we'll speed through the cleanup process here. The medevac's still alive, just retreating to every possible location.
Yeah, but there's no more locations
Yeah.
left. What buildings left for Xena?
I
Actually,
got one extra.
Ah.
Yeah. All right. Down we go, and so 2-0 lead at the moment for Zozo. Pretty good and pretty atypical, obviously, for what Zozo usually does. So we've got a brand new.
All right. So that was Xena versus Zozo. Zozo taking it 2-0. Oh my god, it is a best of 3. My bad. So actually I came in too early. So my bad. Actually, we have to kick it back to casters. It's best of 5. So that was actually my bad. I thought we were done. My bad. Hi, Kent Rock. We're gonna go back to the casters production just because that was my bad. I thought it was finished. You'll have to look at our faces just for a little bit because we were prepared.
Move your mouths. We'll talk. All right, so there we go. Jump the gun a little bit. Maybe they know something we don't, but we are going into game number 3, which is going to be on Pylon. And we'll see. So I do hope we get Zerg. That would be nice to see to round it out, but we don't know what it shall be. And yeah, usually we talk about like how the map's going to change, but given that we don't know the race, it's harder to say what's going to happen there. I think that was a really that would have been a really interesting map to get more of a tug of war in the middle. It kind of more briefly, I guess we got that, but it really was more of a push only on the one side, and then just kind of evaporated there.
Yeah, that I think the most impressive thing so far is that Zozo is up 2-0 and it's not cheesy games.
Yes.
I think the author maybe is like, hey, I can just macro against Xena and maybe save the big cheeses for
others.
whoever I meet potentially in the finals. Like, again, Zozo's author clearly does his homework as far as like what builds to choose. He probably maps out how the tournament's going to play out, that kind of thing. So it's
makes sense for sure. So yeah, okay, we get a long timer, so maybe they didn't know the other game was coming. Did we lose audio here? I've kind of lost background sound. Are you still there? Yeah, I don't think I can hear you.
Apologies.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I've got, I think I've got a loose port on my microphone, so I've got to take that apart and try and fix it.
Fair enough. Yeah, so, I mean, I'm not sure, like, again, it's interesting here because of the macro builds. I expect Zozo was going to continue to try and do that, given that it's working. But if we do get Xena winning one, may then fall back into the cheesy builds. So it could be hard to push back. But yeah, pylon here again. Hard to know what the effect of the map's going to be without knowing what the race is going to be. I do hope we get something to round it out, but.
I do hope we get a Xena cheese.
Yeah.
That would be very exciting here. Now, at the same time, Pylon is a map where Zozo can definitely like proxy some gateways or worker rush. Like the ramp can be a little abusable potentially. Yeah, let's see. We do have a bit of a timer here before we get into that game, though.
Yeah, I think because of the chokes and ramps too, we saw some of that stasis play in the first game, which worked out really well on Xena's side, and that might be interesting to see if we get the Protoss there. It looked like Zozo, who went up to Tempest, didn't do something like an Oracle with it, just kind of left the gap time and went directly into the Tempest. And then that warp prism play is pretty good as well. I think that's a big part of keeping the Stalker front line intact. And again, that's something that Xena doesn't seem to have the tendency to intentionally target down or try and stop. Although Zozo's pretty good at keeping the warp prism back and kind of out of danger anyway. But yeah, I think in both games, kind of getting the army to fight better, I guess, or like in the situation it's in, as opposed to in a generic situation it's imagining, is probably a problem that needs to be worked on. That when it's caught out of position, it almost doesn't understand that it's out of position. It wants to be where it wants to be and doesn't accept the reality of it.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate because Xena does, like, when it fights properly, it does incredibly well. Its micro is usually phenomenal, but it does have those sort of fundamental flaws that if they were addressed, I think, like, who knows, maybe it wins game 1 and 2 if it micros a little bit better in those situations. But
yeah, I think game 1 in particular, like when we saw that initial, like, you've got static defense, Tempest on one side, Tempest retreating from the other. It's like a full surround. And then you had a whole group of stalkers stasis in the middle. Like, that's a Kanai level disaster for a military, but it didn't pan out. They just flew over. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, you should never move your units without shooting, pretty much. Like, on every step, negativeZero's author has said the same thing. You should just always shoot every step to avoid situations like that. But here we go. Damn. We are ready for game number 3. Maybe.
Maybe. I don't know if that went to the stream, but our stream ended. Okay, here we are. All right, let's hop into game number 3.
Zozo. Xena.
Okay. Not sure if we're getting the intros here, but this could not have been rigged to be any better.
Indeed. Yeah.
The fact that we're getting every race here from Xena is great, which I think it's just kind of comical because, like, Xena versus Zozo, we're getting all 3 races, whereas in other instances we've had, like, Xena versus GPT, and GPT is like, don't give me Zerg, and it rolls Zerg 3 times. So it's just
more legitimate than a Jake Paul fight.
It's just you're really trying to get those. Those.
We got to get it in. That's it. We got to put the words in there. It's going to move us to the top. More people will see it. It's the way to go. let's mention. Well,
Would
we're
you
already
say-
mentioning AI, so
Would you say that Zozo is like the Jake Paul of fighters, or is Xena the Jake Paul?
I guess right now Xena's the Jake Paul as of last night, but
Its jaw's broken in 2 places
yeah.
down 0-2.
exactly trying to make the last stand here now and see what it does, but I mean, hey, both of them are probably a little better than Jake Paul, so we're good. These are actually ranked fighters. But yeah, glad that we got the mix here to see what's going on. Zozo is, of course, staying at home, doing its own thing, being a little defensive. With where's that shield battery? Is that right there by the base?
Yeah, in the main.
Yeah, that's a little interesting.
So Zozo is one basing it here for now. We'll see if it just wants to build up some stalkers so it can safely get up that natural, or whether maybe the author's planning for a one base push, which Zozo can do very well to try and punish an early game Zerg. For now, Xena is just producing a few Lings. This could potentially be a Ling flood build here from Xena.
Yeah, which is always, I mean, certainly risky the longer it goes as well, given that he's kind of got the half wall off. He's got a shield battery, but it's kind of oddly positioned maybe. But if you're confronting this on like this ramp build up, like I think this is going to be pretty good.
Yeah, I think honestly that Zozo's author has probably done their homework.
Yeah.
And I think it's probably going to hold on that ramp and kind of let Xena try and break itself against Zozo.
Yeah, and you'd often expect if you thought that there's a Ling flood, then you're going to go into Zealots to hold more. But I think given the choke points and positioning, this is fine.
And then the fact that there is like a human would most likely go into Zealots, but like Xena with the Prism can keep those stalkers alive too. And here we go. Or pardon me, Zozo with the Prism can keep the stalkers alive. But here we go. In goes Xena. A ton of Lings crossing the map. Zozo, I think, has definitely been prepared for this, though. The author has really done their homework. No expansion. The stalkers are on the ramp. There's the battery. The Lings are going to try. We're even getting that probe pulse, so we're going to see Zozo's phenomenal probe micro. There's not a bot that does it better. However, the stalkers do retreat. But look at this. The battery, the probes buffering. The Lings are just nullified here.
Yeah, he almost got that shield battery down. Not that that's overly important. That was my partial concern with not being the Zealots, is the Stalker's natural retreat may let them in, but then pulling the probes and still being clustered around that, they didn't like get in and get free. They were still clumped up.
Yeah, look at that too. Xena planning a transition here, which it's just going to have another failed Ling attack prior to doing that. However, it's throwing away its army that it might need to transition. We're getting a lot of spending here. Triple Spore Crawler from the Zerg for some reason, but there's no air units out yet. It's going into a Roach War, and I think Zozo's probably just going to counterattack here, though. The author has clearly done their homework on how to handle this.
Yeah, very good hold, and definitely makes sense to just go for it again. Maybe there's a timing or something that would tell you, okay, he has transitioned, he's stopped, and it's safe to move out. Or some triggers. Still going with another shield battery here to defend. Getting an observer, which may be helpful if we get a Roach Burrow play.
Yeah, the observer is very important for Zozo. I'm honestly a little surprised that we are seeing a Nexus from the Protoss. I honestly just expected a big counterattack. So this is actually really playing into Xena's hand. There is a world in which Xena has enough time to use its third hatchery that it's getting up to pump out some drones to go into its ridiculous Roach production. There's not a lot of bots that do like Roach max outs better than Xena. So there is a world in which it can outproduce Zozo here, keeping in mind Zozo is still just on a one base economy.
Yeah, indeed. I think when you do this sort of like really hard shutdown of something, you've got to capitalize on it either you're trying to macro super safe on the back of it, knowing that you can't be reattacked, and then you've got some ending plan, but usually that is letting them back into the game. So yeah, you want to see some sort of offense to at least keep the other party honest so that they don't cut things and just try and macro up too much.
Yeah, this could be bad for Xena though, as it is moving out. It does not want to be attacking in this situation. However, it looks like it's planning on it. Now, Xena is a pretty smart bot in the sense that it will see there's too much enemy supply and say, never mind. So that looks like it's done that, and it did actually turn around, so that's quite important. The Zerg bot is still just producing more roaches off its relatively small economy, but Zozo's is relatively small too, so it's not a terrible spot for Xena yet. Fortunately, Zozo isn't killing all those overlords either, which were served up on a platter.
There's a Phoenix coming here now that may hunt some of these down, but yeah, there were like 5 there for an easy kill if they wanted.
Yeah, and that's a Xena thing. That's how it has some of the best creep spread from the bots, using those overlords to allow the tumors to spread to maximum distance, I believe is how it works. Like, and that's just, again, something that only bots can do here. As look at the creep spread. Like, Xena went for a Ling Flood, but it's also got this crazy creep spread behind it.
Yeah, very true. And that's going to give obviously the movement speed, but any awareness of anything that Zozo does to move out. Xena will be instantly aware of that fact.
Xena is still not in a great position in that it's down on supply while building roaches, which is never a good spot for the Zerg. However, it does have that sort of heads up if an attack's coming. Zozo is going into Tempest production, it looks like, so it's not moving out. And yeah, Xena is still, it's on 3 bases. It's in a fine position base-wise.
Yeah, exactly. It's not exactly in the lead or even, but given how the game started, this is as good as you could expect.
Yeah.
It hasn't been punished for that original failure.
And that creep spread is buying time as the stalkers are trying to clean all that up. It will take a little bit. This is allowing Xena to produce extra units, although as I say that, it is building drones right now, so it does need to get ready for this attack that's potentially coming its way. Ling's moving on in, however, they are disjointed. Where are the roaches? Not here to help out.
Yeah, and you're going to need quite a mass to deal with this, given how mobile and evasive the stalkers are. Going to have a hard time taking any actually out, and the roaches are going to sensibly retreat here and hopefully just kind of let this base fall, but there's really no backup plan. Like nothing's going to happen that's about to change this situation.
Xena needs to fight this, but another big thing is it got up a layer, but I don't believe we ever got roach speed researched.
No,
and that means these roaches will just be kited till the end of time by the stalkers. The stalkers are killing off all the drones at the 3rd, so Xena's okay-ish economy is just now terrible. As Zozo has its 3rd base up.
Indeed. Zozo's still expanding here. It may take a while to clean this up, depending more on the aggression and pattern of attack here. It looks like Xena's going for some sort of counterattack.
Yeah, that's actually, I think, best case scenario for the Zerg, because Zozo's actually getting distracted by some like drone running across the map.
Yeah.
Which is a very bot thing to have happen, but it is definitely a strength if you do have good retreat mechanics. Like, Zozo's been totally distracted here, just chasing creep, chasing a drone. Xena is potentially even going to kill the 3rd base of its opponent while it's reestablishing its own.
Yeah, I don't even think Zozo's thinking about coming back. Is going back on the offensive instead.
Yeah, as we saw in game number 1, like, Zozo will just counterattack, but Xena's got a big head start on this.
Yeah, this is not...
Oh, no.
Yeah, this is the problem, is that Xena doesn't do that. Xena retreats.
Yeah.
Once it's been attacked. Didn't even actually kill off the 3rd, which would have been huge.
Yeah, I think it must be very low on HP, but big lost opportunity here by Xena. Now we'll see if it's even going to be brave enough to engage these stalkers. It's going to lose its 3rd base once again.
I think it's now back in this split army mode of not. It's got units here, doesn't know where it wants to be.
Yeah, it's exactly doing that. It's move
Yeah.
commanding. You are totally right. Oh, and it's just sacrificing all these roaches, which is, yeah, very unfortunate for a bot of Xena's level to be making an error like this. Even if it was just moving those roaches, it would have been better than what
Yeah.
we just saw. And that is its entire army gone, pretty much. So,
Yeah, that's a shame. If it had committed to the counterattack, Zozo would not have gone back. And as you can see, it's not very task focused at the moment, unlike killing the buildings. It's quite possible that Xena would have gotten, yeah, like this could have easily died. You could have easily turned off the economy and gotten to a base race.
yeah. I honestly think that this is just a great example of an author who's done their homework for the match at hand. Zozo was prepared for everything, it seems, and yeah, Xena maybe just having a bit of a scope issue, like trying to macro behind this cheese. It's just not going to be able to match a bot like Zozo, which is just one race specialized in this, and yeah, incredibly well done by Zozo.
Yeah. Yeah, very good. Very, like, yeah, on point with everything it did. Like you said, understanding the behavior of its opponent and kind of exploiting that.
Yeah, like I bet the author of Zozo looked at every single
Yeah.
Xena game that their bots played in the past little while just to know what was coming. And there wasn't any surprises too. Like Zozo is a bot that's more actively developed and prepared for these series, I think, than Xena.
Yeah, it feels like it. Does definitely treat overlords as like pure civilians.
Uh,
Even with like 50 stalkers right under like 10 of them, no attempt to kill.
it's just it respects the blimps.
There we go. And Drekken, it's your turn. Maybe. I'll see. End screen here.
Woo! Oh wait,
Sure it's not
this
best of
time
seven?
for real. This time was for real. All right,
Alright.
we didn't jump the gun this time. I will refuse though to start until Ketrock puts on his hat. I refuse. So, show stops. No show unless Ketrock has his hat on. There we go. Now it's a ProBots Christmas. That was a GG. Zozo takes it 3-0. Ketrock, I wanted to get your opinion on what went wrong, especially with Xena in those last games. You had live games even had brought speculated on a scope issue. Like, what did you see worked and didn't work for Xena?
I think I understood it. I think I saw very, very minor flaws in Xena that made it look ridiculously terrible. So, yeah, I mean, to start with, in game one, he had a huge Tempest lead, and with a huge Tempest lead, that can result in just value over time. There's so much value over time, but his Tempests were smart in that they preferred to shoot the enemy Tempests over enemy Stalkers because, like, you know, Tempest is a massive unit and you get bonus damage and all that stuff. And Zozo had like 2 Tempests to like the 12 of Xena, so he was not engaging his Tempests. He was keeping them out of range. And because of that, what Xena was doing was just flying over the Stalkers, trying to get in range of these enemy Tempests, and it never was able to get in range of Zozo. So that's why he was suiciding his Tempests over and over again, just like, and not firing at all times.
Now,
So
where does that, like, what is the lapse in that? Is that just like a range issue? Is that like a scope issue for like in terms of how far for your Tempest to detect an enemy to see? Like, where did that fall short for Xena?
yeah, I mean, it's just a logic flaw in his engagement, right? So he'll be like, okay, yes, there's a Stalker within range of my Tempest, but if I just step forward, I can shoot the enemy Tempest, which is better. But the problem is there is no step forward, because when he steps forward, Zozo steps back, right? It's just like this constant back and forth. Like against a human, it probably wouldn't look that terrible, and the logic would make sense. But against Zozo, who just was purposely keeping his Tempest out of range at all times, maybe even to exploit Xena. I don't know.
So,
But
so do you think that's actually a deliberate thing that Zozo actually put the like was for when he's dealing with Tempest to step back out of the range of enemy Tempest, like, or is that just for protection of the Tempest? Like, are we looking at a happy accident, or are we looking at a deliberate attempt from a author, the bot maker here?
well, it was definitely deliberate because you don't want your Tempest to die. Whether it was
Oh.
deliberate to mess with Xena because he understood how Xena's logic worked, I don't know. You would have to
Yeah.
ask the author. I mean, I wouldn't put it past Zozo. If there's an author who's going to find a flaw in an opponent's bot, it's probably Zozo. But yeah, I mean, those fights would look so much different. Like, even the fact that you retreated all the way back home to fight, I think it
Yeah,
would
yeah.
have worked out okay, just because you would have cleaned up the whole army if the Tempests were always firing at stalkers. But unfortunately, they weren't.
So
Yeah.
in terms like, is that the main? Or can we boil down Xena's loss straight down to that, or what about for the other games prior?
I think so. I think so. Game 2, it just looked like he just didn't have enough army size. But the other issues, we saw his ground units kind of committing suicide in Game 2 and Game 3, and I think I understand that as well. He was keeping his army back until he had a large enough army supply, then he would engage.
Yeah.
And while he was keeping it back, he didn't consider terrain. So he would click backwards and he'd end up clicking into his main base. And then that would send all the roaches on this like on this like path to run around in a big circle to get into the main base. And
Wait,
they
so
end
hold
up
on.
running
Is
right
that
through.
is that because he, as from his perspective, is he counting supply to determine whether or not to attack forward, or is that like? Did you say you didn't take terrain into consideration? Because I know some battle sims will take terrain in it. So are we that maybe he didn't have a battle sim? Is he just counting maybe supply, deciding whether or not to attack?
Yeah, I think he was just backing up. So, like, for instance, in the last game, he was keeping his roaches back in that final battle, and then you saw them all of a sudden just like move command into the natural. And I
Yeah.
think what was happening, it was he was trying to back up, and by clicking just away from the enemy army, he ended up clicking
Oh,
inside the main base, and then it made them path all the way into the main base.
okay. So
It
it's,
was-
it's basically like basically because of where he put the anchor is where he may
Yeah,
have
yeah.
been.
I mean, I'm not sure if he would have ever gotten the army supply to win that fight, anyways. But yeah, it wouldn't have looked so ridiculous if that didn't happen. I guess.
If
Yeah,
you were
and
to
then
then
I guess the logic decision of when to, when to go back to defend and
Yeah.
when to stay on the base trade, maybe that could use some tweaking as well.
Absolutely. Well, then I I don't know if we want to give sort of the past champion quote, but did you see any weaknesses in Zozo that possibly his opponent will exploit? Now that we've got a good look at where he's going into the next game.
It made me reassess Zozo actually when I was watching it because I always thought of him as like a cheesy bot and like yeah maybe he does a little bit of macro on the ladder, but now I'm thinking maybe he's a macro bot.
Right.
And he's just like,
right.
but when he goes into ProBots, he's like, well, I can't beat Eris with macro, so I'm going to cheese him, right? So like he falls back to the cheese against the bots he can't beat, but bots he feels like he's strong enough in his macro game, he'll just bring the macro to them.
Yeah, and I think that I think that we may all of us, I include myself included, misclassify him. I like that reframing because it may be that he is actually a macro bot and he just uses cheese to get where he needs to go. I feel like this actually is the highest we've seen him use macro in the Pro Bots ladder, because even last time in the tournament he won, it was pretty cheese all the way up. So
Yeah.
I think this was the most solid macro game we've ever seen from, or consistent macro game we've seen from Zozo. And even I was surprised to see that. So what do we is there any exploitations that we might be able to see coming up into if between whoever's the winner of negativeZero and Eris?
I mean, I'm not sure if there's much we can take away from this. I don't think he's going to pull out the same game plan versus negativeZero or Eris. I mean, I would suspect if I were him, and I know he's an active author, I don't suspect he thinks he could win a macro game against those two. So
Okay.
but
So
maybe he'll do some sort of like fake cheese into trying to get a macro lead, that sort of idea. That could work.
well, when we know the difference between, we'll have a little bit more of an assessment, because it would be interesting to know what part is weak in Zozo's macro, why he can't win a macro. But don't give that away yet. I'll let you hold on and stew that when we come back to the match. We want to know what is so weak about Zozo's macro, because he obviously can macro, but is it just that much better from Eris and negativeZero, and what are the strengths and weaknesses? So I'll leave you on that. But for now, we got a little bit of a treat for you all. We actually, speaking of negativeZero, before we get into his game, we have a little bit of a video of our conversation with him. So sit back and enjoy. Let's hear what negativeZero has to say about how he thinks about the game. Let's say you've scouted, you've done scouting, you got your bot has whatever information, it knows it's going to be rushed. Um,
It's
how does it know what to build to defeat that bot?
it's just looking at what they have and then reacting to it. Usually try to identify the rush. So that's the biggest thing is if you can identify it. So if I do like I'm going against Protoss and there's like somebody's doing a Tempest rush. So then I just identify a Tempest rush and then it's going to build Stargate and then own Tempest.
And that's
And
using
it tries to beat them, and then also expands because it figures if they're building defensive units, then I try to expand because that was something Yada Hunt taught me about, like a triangle in terms of strategy. So you can be kind of like aggressive, defensive, or economical. So if somebody's being defensive, then I go try to be economical. So I try to macro. So if I see if somebody's being defensive, I will try to build a nexus because I'm not worried about them attacking me. So they're giving me a chance to get an economic lead. And if they're being aggressive, then you have to be defensive. So and then also if they're being defensive, you don't want to be aggressive into them because you're just playing into their strength that way.
Yeah.
So it's mostly decisions like that.
How are you waiting? Like, how does your bot know when is it like, I guess offensive is easy, so you can tell if it's being offensive because it's attacking you with maybe a certain amount of its army, but defensive and versus it being economical or AKA greedy.
But just defensive buildings. So you got cannons.
Oh, I see.
Uh, cannons, shield batteries, uh, spine crawlers, spore crawlers.
Okay.
Just things that are defensive in nature. Because if it's a unit, they can move. So you have to be, you have to be worried. But cannon's not going to move, so
Okay.
you don't have to worry about a cannon attacking your base. So
Yeah, so you kind of count or use an amount if there's a presence of cannons or defensive buildings. You're like, this spot's being defensive.
yeah, and also if it's early, like in the first like 2 minutes or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, like really early. Because like with the Protoss, there's only one reason you'd want to put a cannon in your main base at the start, and that's really to be, you're going to probably Tempest Rush or Void Ray or something.
Hello. We are back here, ready for match number 2 in this series. That was our little negativeZero feature. Definitely one of the, I think one of the better portraits in the game. But also, yeah, one of the certainly better bots and interesting authors there.
Yeah, that definitely got me excited for the next match. negativeZero is a very phenomenal bot. However, Eris is its counterpart. Like, these two are the two best macro bots by quite a long shot. Just their fluidity. If you watch them play, like they're just all over the place. They tend not to have major blips or anything like that, like some of the bots that are trailing them do.
Yeah, and full command of basically all units, make use of abilities, things like that. negativeZero kind of a while back rose up with like a lot of early adept play to really exploit Eris in the past. Just that sort of thing of like good awareness of positioning and macro and strategy and always transitioning, things like that. So there's a lot of flexibility to both of these.
Yeah, there definitely is, and I think that comes from their design philosophies of the authors. Like, they're both very much on it. Make no mistake, if someone on the ladder programs a new rush bot or something like that, and it beats their bot a few times, they'll say, well, that's unacceptable. I've got to fix that. But I think a lot of the time when it comes to them making those fixes, they don't just go for like a hard counter build or something like that. They'll make general improvements to their bot to benefit them in that situation, not just against that opponent. And that's how they've built into these incredible projects that don't have like clear weaknesses to strategies. Like they're incredibly well rounded, and they just get better and better as time goes on, thanks to the way they're designed and worked on.
Yeah, very true. And here you can see kind of past stats here. Both of these are past champions in the past few years. negativeZero, it feels like it's been a while. Wasn't on the ladder tournament with us for a little while. Now back into it. Eris has done different iterations. Obviously, we discussed up front. We'll submit as Changeling. We'll submit as Deimos and Phobos as the individual bots for other races sometimes as well. But we're back here with Eris for this tournament, as we discussed, because we just kind of ripped it directly off the ladder, and there was no choice. So Eris, the one performing the best at the moment. But yeah, both of these incredibly strong, probably two of the strongest over, just for the whole life of ProBots itself.
Yeah. These two are just a very good match for each other. So getting into their stats, we have the strategy of negativeZero, counter whatever the enemy is doing.
Good plan.
The bot, I believe, I can't recall exactly how it was described, but it has very like good counter tables. Weaknesses, unknown cheeses, and strategies. Yeah, it's not immune to snipes or things like that. But it does have a very good design philosophy. Like, it will usually delay taking an expansion if it suspects a cheese or something being off. And while it falls behind a bit economically, then it can use its phenomenal micro to come back later in the game. There's the special, uses a combination of swarm intelligence, that's the term I was looking for, and weighted decision-making systems. Army compositions are decided in real time based on the enemy unit compositions. So it's just got very good counter tables, and that's how it looks like it's always doing the right thing, because it's just very intuitive.
Indeed, and yeah, fairly big, but not the biggest that we've got out here. But a lot of different things, handling different unit types, things like that. Just a lot of versatility.
Doesn't use pathing. I wonder exactly what it means by that.
Yeah. And yeah, Eris strategy is macro. Pretty basic, but yes, true. Quite true. Weaknesses, macro. Yeah. Learning method. The one
should
thing.
just say macro.
Yeah, exactly.
Special. It's getting late. I wonder what that hints
Very
at.
enigmatic. No additional. You'll see potentially in this. Eris does a lot of stalling out. It's really good at like. There will be times where Eris looks weak, but then as an opponent attacks, it's just able to stall and stall and stall until it has what it needs to push back on it. So it's often a bit greedy macro-wise, but actually has the ability to deal with that. But negativeZero puts that to the test. But I think we may be ready to jump into this. If so, then let's get right into game number 1.
Yeah, let's do it. As like this matchup is just so good. These two bots are phenomenal. And the back and forth has been a little bit more back and forth lately from what I've seen on the ladder. Like Eris has been maybe winning a few more games than usual against negativeZero, even though it's arguably still the bot that's going to be on the back foot.
Yeah. Indeed. And yeah, so I'm not sure if we are ready to jump in. If so, there we go.
negativeZero.
right. I do like the cat. And yeah, hatchery first from Eris. Meanwhile, negativeZero sends out a probe scout. So nothing crazy just yet. It is a best of 5, so if we are going to see, like, say a Ling Flood or like a Muta build, which I think I recall seeing from Eris in the past, that might be more like a game 3 or 4 type thing, depending on how the matches are going. So
Indeed. Yeah, and I think we're going to get, like both of them expanding here and so on normally. And that I kind of expect negativeZero to be the first aggressor. And what we see is usually the case.
yeah, yeah, definitely. Like, these two bots are so active with all their units. Like, there's never really a bit of calm. It seems in their games. Like, they'll always be at least poking like a little bit, that kind of thing. negativeZero does have a window to try and get some damage done, whether it be with like oracles or adepts early on. Then the game will probably pivot in that Eris will, unless it gets delayed, will be the bot to max out first. And that's where it then might be Eris's turn to get aggressive. So
Indeed. And yeah, we'll see what the tech path ends up being for negativeZero after the Cybercore. Always the key moment in a Protoss's life when the Cybercore finishes.
yeah, that's where they have to make their big decisions. I think it'll be a Stargate here, although there it is, Stargate. Okay, and there's an Adept as well on the way for negativeZero. negativeZero being a very actively developed bot, it does make use of new features like energy recharge as well, so that's something we can keep an eye out for. Oh, looks like a Ling trying to get into the natural of negativeZero. Probes are on the scene as Eris, I don't think it got a kill with that Ling, I want to say. The Adept, though, unable to hunt down the Ling, but look at this. This is something that Eris does incredibly well. That is make use of its Lings to try and harass a little bit. But as soon as the Ling's in any real danger of dying, it switches to retreat, which is just very good at toying with its opponent. If we look at the natural of negativeZero, there's 2 probes that are trying to chase this one Ling.
Yeah.
That is a lot of lost mining time, and that's just because of sound behavior on those Lings. And negativeZero's just probe pull to deal with something like a pesky Zergling gets punished there. So it's really nice.
Yeah, these little behaviors make a big difference and just kind of exploit and stop what your opponent's trying to do. Like this Adept may have completely wanted to cross the map, but it's not getting a chance to because it's pulled back to deal with that one thing that just stayed alive.
Yeah. So all in all, nice little win in the early game for Eris. In a lot of other matches, we just go, whatever, it's a bot game. But like the competition between these two is so darn close that every little thing matters. And we do see Eris harassing the third base for now. Oracle pops its pulsar beam, does get one Ling, and then another Ling gets into the natural. We'll see if this denies any more mining time. Look at that. Probes pull to zap the Zergling. As soon as the Zergling's close to dying, the Ling runs away. And so now there's a probe chasing it. So that's just a great efficiency from Eris. The Void Ray kills an Overlord. But I believe that Ling did eventually get killed. No, it's still running in the natural.
Yeah. Yeah, still chilling in that bottom part. Did he get tracked down now? Yeah.
Okay.
Did eventually get surrounded and cleaned up, but yeah, that was annoying for quite a while. And here comes another one into the third base.
It's just always you can literally start a clock as soon as the last Ling dies. Eris is like, all right, next one you're in. And okay, here comes in quite a few Lings to hit that third base. There's the Oracle, the Void Ray to respond, but a few of them are going to go down here. So Eris continues the harassment. This is actually something that's very important in negativeZero versus Eris matchups, negativeZero does tend to get static defense at its bases, but there are times in which I've watched it and said, okay, it might have been nicer if it got a bit more static defense or the static defense a bit earlier, because Eris's Ling harassment can be so strong.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, picking up 3 probes on that little run by of like 6 Lings, definitely good. Engagement here at the, I guess, 4th base. Salut's out of position 4th.
Yeah.
Yeah, Void Race have still trouble with Lings. Oracle's pretty decent, but it's hard to nail them down. Get the counterattack in the 3rd here again, which is going to grab some more probes, but not as many this time. It gets cleaned up.
Yeah, still lost mining time, though.
Yeah.
A bit of a positional victory for Eris as it backs negativeZero off its own 5th base. Now, I will say the 5th base positioning of Eris here on Incorporeal, I'll never say that right. But
Incorporeal.
Yeah, this base is quite close to negativeZero, so the Protoss can actually get on that and potentially attack it fairly soon. So far, we do see negativeZero actually taking a different path. I think it might have been unleashed a little bit by one of those pesky Zerglings. In goes the Protoss, though, getting aggressive. Eris is just transitioning into Hydras and we see Lings trying to run around again, but this is distracting negativeZero, delaying its attack. There's another run by at the 3rd base of the Protoss.
Yeah, just getting more and more done and constantly pulling things back. A number of probes again going down.
Sorry, go on.
It feels like there's like constantly 3 groups. There's like main army, group currently harassing, and group preparing to harass.
That 3rd base gets bruised.
Yeah.
It doesn't go down. Not quite enough Lings. There are no +1 attack on them just yet. But yeah, this is what I was talking about. If negativeZero had a cannon or a battery in that 3rd base mineral line, I think it would have saved itself a lot of grief. But it hasn't done that. The Protoss is looking to get up a 4th and maybe even a 5th base soon.
Yeah, we're going to get this army moving across here now. It is pretty decent. This is not a easy army to deal with, but it's going to be how is it grouped up as it encounters the enemy here. I think this is probably going to be a good engagement for the Protoss from this angle.
Yeah, that hatchery is a little bit vulnerable. We do see some really nice micro on those Hydras and Roaches all individually. And of course, while this is going on, there's another bit of Ling harassment. This is going to cost negativeZero income. It's going to make fewer reinforcements come to help out and to aid any such attack. So Eris is just getting really nice work done with this Ling
in a
harassment.
really weird spot here.
It is, but Eris is
fine,
respecting
apparently.
it quite a bit.
Yeah,
very lucky Colossus.
Yeah, he's trying to sacrifice himself, but it's not working. As he finds the way out.
It's because it's one of those back and forth things. Bot authors won't try and dive on a Colossus because they know it'll just retreat and kite, and so it kind of lives off its reputation.
Yeah, very true.
Okay, we do have cannons building at the 4th. There's 3 on the production tab, so I imagine there must be 1 in each mineral line or something. That's quite significant. negativeZero even building one where it's getting up its 5th base. That is something negativeZero does. That's almost surprisingly quick how fast it goes from a 4th to a 5th base. As a Protoss does have a Colossi get knurled. It gets saved by its friends, though, and this is a big commitment by the Zerg. So negativeZero is getting a pretty good trade on the defense here.
Yeah, it didn't get a lot done here. Very often Eris does this where it hits max supply and then sacks a whole bunch of its roaches, but usually tries to obviously get as much done as you can with that. And that one didn't really land.
Yeah, so that's a big thing in these bot games. Defender's advantage. negativeZero, though, when it comes to fighting in an open field, does surprisingly well. As units start to take damage, they kite back. Even the fungal not going to really do too much there in the grand scheme of things. We do have corruptors added into the composition. There's also mutas flying around somewhere as well. But negativeZero, it's already producing Phoenix to give itself some anti-air, which is those counter tables doing their job, and they're quite well tuned as well, it seems. So negativeZero now getting close to max out, which is where things really go well for the Protoss, as it's yeah, it can trade better than the Zerg.
Yeah, although we've got everything really, really strewn out here, and this expensive flank
Yeah,
part
that's
there
not
gets
great.
taken out. Yeah, Disruptor and 2 Immortals going down. Yeah, too much of the army is distracted everywhere with these basically overlords and stuff running around.
Yeah, there may be some more lings at that fourth base or something. There was a few mutas made. Their fate, I
Nice
do not
flank going
know.
again.
But negativeZero is trying to save this 5th Nexus. It's very important that it saves this base. And the Zerg may get it. We'll see a Zealot tanking some of the shots, but the Stalkers are actually hiding behind the Nexus, being cowards. So negativeZero loses that Nexus. The creep is also pushing further forward during this too. And so the list of open bases does get reduced, as we even see the creep car flying around.
Yeah, very true. And Eris continues to expand. Nothing has really pushed into Eris territory in a while here, as a lot of the negativeZero army kind of comes back for any of these attacks. Yeah, just not really grouping up. Like there's a directionality to the way you want the Protoss army to be, with Colossus in the back and just units in a certain formation, and they're just getting pulled every which way, and nothing is really attacking in the way it wants. Broodlord there in the middle doing some work.
Yeah, and I think that is off the back of just Eris harassing. Like, negativeZero has been on the back foot this entire game, and it's been trying to... It's never really been able to group up or even counterattack too much. I think there's a few units at that... Or maybe that was just creep being cleaned up. Yeah, that was just the creep tumors being cleaned up. negativeZero likes to do what Eris is doing right now. It likes to split up its army, hit multiple bases, but it's just been constantly defending, so it's not been able to do that. Now, we do have the Zerg army very committed in incredibly deep trying to kill this 5th base, so negativeZero may get a really nice cleanup here, as I think a Colossi died during that, but now the Broodlords are in trouble as negativeZero dispatches those incredibly nicely. It just knows exactly when to dive on top of them. The Nexus gets saved there, and the Corruptors have no choice but to just fly off in a random direction.
Yeah, which I think is good behavior. It's going to be hard to chase them down behind there, and they're going to try and make an escape out, and it looks like largely they're going to. As negativeZero tries to go on the offense, he briefly supply blocked Eris, forcing the rebuild of some overlords.
Yeah, that's quite nice.
And there's our Corruptor crew that has escaped.
The Protoss does get that 5th base up. Eris throwing away that supply really gave the momentum to the Protoss, and now it's a scary situation. It's 200 supply against 200, a fight on the front. We see how well these Protoss units micro with their blink, with their unlimited APM. And Eris has a nice little defender's position on top of this ramp, but it just seems like there's so much Protoss pushing on in.
Yeah, there's a lot of elements here that are really good on the Zerg side, really good fungals that come down throughout, but then there's nothing to close it out and really do hull damage. So we're losing shields over and over, but nothing's really taking down the units.
Yeah, those spells are incredibly well done by Eris. The Vipers, the Infestors. Look at that. Fungal Growth, Blinding Cloud combo just placed perfectly by the Zerg.
Yeah,
but I think
to clean up.
Yeah, I think it needs a few more Broodlords or something here. But now supply is starting to fall, and yeah, that's.
Yeah, I feel like it got caught maybe mid-transition where we had the 1 or 2 Broodlords, but we've got 15 Corruptors that are just not contributing.
Yeah, there's a few too many, I think, and that's the pain of counter tables at times. Like, you have to have some sort of response. So I'm wondering if Eris is even holding on to some of these Corruptors. I guess it's because of the Colossi presence, probably because of maybe even negativeZero building its own counter Phoenix or two. But yeah, it's too many Colossi, I think. This is a time in which the Zerg probably wants to just use Vipers to try and deal with the Colossi to abduct, and then you don't need all that supply and Corruptors. We're still watching Eris try and make a nice hold happen, though. It's got 2 more Broodlords on the way. The Blinding Clouds and Fungals are just next level. An Immortal gets abducted, so Eris is holding on, trying to trade at face value against negativeZero, and it's actually doing quite well here, all things considered.
Yeah, that upper side there just wasn't participating for a while. but now it kind of moves in. But I don't know if they're actually going to close in on that middle base. But this little flank has taken out the other. Broodlord's now doing a really good job of pushing things back. Them combined with the blinding and fungals is the 1-2 punch that you needed to actually end the units that were getting caught.
Yeah.
But it may be too late. But you know, Eris supply is dropping and negativeZero doing good. But you know, 5 Broodlords coming now. This could easily flip.
Yeah, that's pretty much Eris's biggest hope. I think the Broodlord count just getting high enough to really punish the Protoss. negativeZero, all things considered, does a phenomenal job against Broodlords with its stalkers, like blinking underneath them. It's not an easy thing to program, but it's gonna try now. Just there's so many of them though. There's a nice back line for Eris to retreat to as well, and so negativeZero is just going in deep after this, but then the Zerg, yeah, the Broodlords just retreat, doing a nice job. But mining is being disrupted at this hatchery. And the Zerg's in retreat. I do have a bit of lag on the stream there.
Me too. I'm seeing this kind of pixelated and frame rated, but could still tell what's going on in the slideshow. Hopefully it's okay for the stream itself. But yeah, base does fall here again, and it may be getting too deep now that we may get negativeZero have to push back, but we've got kind of reinforcements from the top. I don't know that they can really push to get on the Broodlords right now, though.
Yeah, Eris's position has got significantly worse. Losing those 2 bases is a large blow to it. It's still got like a solid 4 or 5 base economy, so it's able to sustain for a little bit, but just not quite, as negativeZero is starting to reduce that Zerg supply. It's got its own great economy. It's trading out well enough. It's kind of just like a numbers game, right? Like Eris cannot sustain this anymore.
And look everywhere. We've got the flashes. There's random oracles that are now kind of doing stuff throughout the map too, which are just being really annoying, which is hard for the Zerg to do. And while he's a little tough to push into still, it's very difficult to mount any counter to this.
Yeah.
You can't leave this main force, but there's, you know, another fourth of an army just all over the place.
Yeah, what a close game number 1 between these 2 bots. I think Eris honestly looked very good this game. It was in control quite a bit of the early game with the Ling run-bys, that kind of thing. It just had that 1 over commitment, which allowed negativeZero to kind of come back and reverse the pressure. But all in all, like, these 2 are as closely matched as ever. Phenomenal game number 1 between the 2 of them. And yeah, it's very, very exciting just how good Eris is. Like, negativeZero, it isn't looking maybe quite as dominant as it was previously, despite winning the game. There's a lot of things Eris did right here that gives me hope for the series.
Yeah, I think you're right. It really, a lot of it was that one positional getting surrounded from behind in that upper right corner.
Yeah.
To close things out. And even then, half of the army got away, like all the corruptors got away. But yeah, that was a turning point for sure. Had that been able to just orderly retreat, then yeah, potentially it doesn't collapse.
Yeah, the corruptor count really is maybe something to look at, because it did seem a little high for parts of that game where every bit of supply matters.
Very true. Yeah, very true. And I think, yeah, you need that free supply. And obviously, I think the intention, as we saw later, was to convert a big chunk of that to Broodlords, but the attack happened before that could go. So had that tried to transition when there were like 5 Broodlords out instead of 1, then that may just be a cold stop right there that we hit a few fungals and the Gateway army, you know, just evaporates. But yeah, pretty good. So negativeZero doing a good job there, holding off a lot of early aggression and just scattered attacks by Eris. And then you could see once negativeZero did kind of break through, it's perfectly capable of the same sort of spread out, like scattered individual units attacking things.
They both do that incredibly well. negativeZero really is king at it, but it's been interesting to see how Eris is kind of preventing negativeZero from going for that sort of multi-prong, what was it? I can't remember what the term was that it used for its
Oh yeah, that's
Swarm-
swarm
swarm.
intelligence or
yeah,
something.
swarm intelligence. Yeah, that is where negativeZero gets a lot of its value, and that's where it's killed Eris a lot in the past. But Eris is kind of interrupting that.
Yeah.
So really, really great game number 1 between the two of them. As everyone was saying, this could have easily been the grand finals.
Yeah. Yeah, very, very true. So yeah, I mean, again, a few turning points here easily could have gone the other way. So we're going to have torches as the next map, and I think a lot of this stuff can be very map dependent. It's, how close is your third to defend that easily. Yeah, whether or not you can get stuck in a corner, the way that you expand out, the more linear it is, maybe the better it is for negativeZero. That can kind of, Protoss is very directional. It's like, particularly with things like Colossus and stuff, there's like a direction you want to be fighting and AoEing and moving. And if you get pulled away from that and you end up with things behind you, beside you, whatever, it's not what you want. But, Eris is obviously good at exploiting that. So I think that could make a difference. And Eris, like, again, it's usually a 1-2 punch with its type of AoE, is the fungals come down, but then there needs to be a hammer to take that out, or else you're just kind of using the energy, you disengage, the Protoss shield regens, and there's nothing happens, basically.
Yeah. So we'll see
Yeah.
how much the map is going to impact our next match here. Torch is a bit of a different beast, maybe a little more standard.
Yeah. The other thing that never really got going, but you saw the attempt to do it, was neural parasites on things. And like the first time we saw that come out, it was just crushed down immediately and units were saved. But we've seen Eris use that to great effect, where you start getting a Colossus or two in their line and just things fall apart. Either one, you just lose the unit, but also it's super disruptive, and the AoE it provides is helpful and everything there. So it may, again, just on the edge of things, like getting going. If the positioning was slightly different, then that changes. So hopping into game number 2, and we'll see how this one goes.
-0. Eris.
And yeah, so map here definitely with like the vertical positions will likely be a factor in things. I don't expect either of these are going to have like a pathing or confused issue on the inside basis, but things can happen. Zerg air can certainly be effective here.
Yeah, it definitely can. Now, it was interesting to see Eris try and make those mutas in the previous game, which didn't really amount to too much. So we'll see if it goes for that again or not. Then the other big thing here on torches is the gold bases and those mineral blockers. I'm pretty sure both Eris and negativeZero handle those mineral blockers at this point. And then there's the just non-blocked gold base, but that is a bit strange for authors to handle. It's because you got the base that could be taken from either side with 2 gases, but it's also very, very harassable. Like, that could be a central point on the map if we do get into an established macro game, because that's an area they'll definitely end up fighting over.
Yeah, very much so. It's kind of, the pathway of death. And again, directionally, kind of the way that Protoss wants to fight, a nice choke point somewhere in the middle is kind of ideal. And it may be harder to then have things get around, like to your outside bases and stuff, if there's just not really an easy way to do that. Which kind of plays both for and against both of them in a weird way, because they both want to do that, and then it may be slightly harder for each of them to do that. But
Okay, so we are having quite a few lings produced by
Yeah.
Eris. And this is one of the potential changes, or the potential builds that we could have seen, as the Zerg is just sending out a lot of lings here. negativeZero gets a nice scout with the Adept to see this coming, but whether there's actually much it can do, I'm not sure. The first ling in the map is done, and Eris's ling flood to try and get a victory here is in full swing. We do have 2 Zealots. Are they going to hold position in the wall? Looks like they do. A battery is up. There's 2 Adepts out for negativeZero to throw at these lings, and they cut through them pretty darn quickly. We've got another battery on the way. I think energy recharge might have also been used on that shield battery, so the wall is looking to hold, but then a few lings do manage to sneak on by. However, that does get sort of addressed by negativeZero, and so really, really nice hold from this curveball by Eris.
yeah, just had exactly what you need to be able to do this, and then negativeZero will kind of push back against this with this cut down. It almost looked too like Eris was just kind of trying to push its way through instead of even
Yeah.
fighting. I don't know what was happening there, but you could see that the shield batteries were not doing anything.
They were not
Yeah,
being used
yeah.
too much. The Zealot was spared a lot of damage. Now, Ling counterattack by, or an Adept counterattack by negativeZero. The Lings do jump on that.
And does live there. They kind of, I don't know exactly what they were doing there to let him live. Maybe trying to jump on where the shade was going to go, but they could have killed him off. Yeah, Ling's still just looking through the space.
Oh, more Adepts
Yeah.
for negativeZero. That is quite a nice number. And so these Lings, they are
Well
spared
canceled.
as the Adepts don't complete the shade. negativeZero has just been producing units for quite a while now. So it does have a significant army supply lead compared to Eris. Eris, which is still just on 2 bases, trying to get that drone count up. And look at that, Aspire follow-up.
Yeah, which I don't think is bad for the map, but it doesn't feel like we went in the direction for this. Like there's not a gas bank that this was like a planned follow-up or
Yeah.
anything. It doesn't feel like that was the plan.
The map could very well play into Eris's favor here, though, with all that kind of dead space. But here goes out a hallucinated Phoenix from negativeZero. This is so key, and it's one of the things negativeZero does well, in that that is going to potentially spot this, although it does get zoned out by a Queen, actually.
Yeah.
That does need to get in there and see that Spire, and whether this gets scouted or not could really impact the game here.
Yeah, and the Adepts continue to try and kind of move forward, but yeah, one of them completes the shade.
Yeah, that's a little
the
funny.
rest of them think better of it, but they'll come in here now.
That poor Adept, all its friends were like, he's like, we're gonna cancel the shade, right, guys? You didn't get the memo on that one. Okay, so looks like that light poke by negativeZero does get rebuffed. The Spire, I imagine, has been seen by those Adepts at this point, but still no counter Stargate from negativeZero, anything like that. And we've got the first Muta on the way now.
Yeah. Yeah, a couple coming out, not enough to like flood everything. I always kind of like, if your Spire's done, the moment your Spire's done, you need to be able to make a minimum like 6.
Yeah.
Like you need to be able to hit with some impact. Particularly in this, if you're relying on surprise at all, you want someone to know that you got 6 or to 8 mutas when they hit like your mineral line. Like that's when you want them to know about it. But yeah, getting to a reasonable number here now. We'll see if they go into quick action. negativeZero not really doing anything right in the moment, so it may still end up being
Yeah.
good timing, even though it wasn't super crisp.
Yeah, no batteries from negativeZero yet. The third base is being kind of hit by these Lings, although I'm not sure they'll actually get too much done, and they do get rebuffed. But look at this. Muta's in the main base. We do get an instant recall by negativeZero, but that was just to bring a Zealot and an Observer, so
Weird whiff there.
Stalker's not being prioritized there. Now, there is one Stalker out. Eris is sending the Mutas to fight against that, as these units are being individually controlled, so the flock is not really flocking, more just being a bunch of individual Mutas, although they are kind of grouping up a little bit there. negativeZero is almost cornering them a little bit, but look at that as we see the very nice Muta Micro from Eris as they sneak on out of there. Still no Stargate from the Protoss either, so there's no like hard counter in those Phoenix to shut this down next. The Mutas are still bouncing around the bases. negativeZero doesn't have Blink. There is a Stargate on the way now, but but a battery just starts, okay, in the main base. And there was one there already, but this is some real damage getting done here.
Yeah, this is really annoying to clean up. Like, there's really nothing available to clean it up. You just have to deal with it until something gets in place. But they're broken into two groups here now, too.
Yeah,
where this Muta in the third base, you know, also with some Ling accompaniment, which is going to make it harder for these Stalkers to just come in and string it off. And the way that these bases are set up, you can just go mineral line to mineral line.
Yeah.
And it takes so long.
This was a good map for this build by Team Eris. Now, the battery in the natural is keeping these probes alive, so negativeZero's economy compared to Eris isn't actually too bad. It's 44 probes against 42. Well, as I say that, a few of them must have died to some Lings, so negativeZero, all things considered, is doing an okay job shutting this down. There's also the first Phoenix on the way, and it's not like a human response to Mutas, whereas the human says like, okay, I got my first Phoenix, but I really need like 2 or 3 to actually start killing these. No, negativeZero will just start hounding these Mutas with the Phoenix and end the Phoenix era, basically. So it'll be interesting to see as that pops out, whether Eris is going to maybe turn around on that Phoenix to try and kill it, or whether the Mutas will just kind of be endlessly chased here, as that Phoenix is a nice hard counter there.
Yeah, here we get them chased off. Now, in this whole time, Lings have been coming into this third base and keeping it clear. So, even though the worker count, not that bad, you know, they've been cleared out of that base. They're going to have to try and repopulate. There is a fourth in the left corner there as well, which I don't think Eris is aware of yet. But
I really like the fourth base from negativeZero. It's kind of like at a crossroads, that if it sustained itself on 3 bases just for like any longer, it would really be falling behind, whereas that fourth base will set it up, assuming it deals with these Mutas at some point and actually gets rid of them, and then it will just be able to kind of power up into that big Protoss army.
yeah, and that Phoenix too is doing a really good job at keeping the second force away. So there was kind of like a group of 5 and a group of 8 or whatever, and now the one Phoenix is enough to keep that small group completely away.
It will just hound these nonstop. The Muta's actually getting a little cornered here, and the Phoenix will mean that they can't just sit in a corner or something like that. So most of these do end up getting cleaned up. That's going to cause the supply of Eris to fall a little bit, and now the one Phoenix can really just hunt down the few Mutas that remain. So negativeZero can maybe now turn its focus to really securing these outer bases, to building up into this nice, strong Protoss army to deal with the ground transition that Eris has been going to.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, we're getting a lot of like the backbone needed for an eventual push out here, but Eris has a pretty big chunk of the map. Obviously, the creep spread all over the place. One
Immortal.
really injured Immortal, yeah.
That every unit
pickup.
really matters for negativeZero right now, since it is just getting into that nice economy. This is the time that negativeZero really needs to get some good trades, and it's been doing well so far. Like, it picked off quite a few roaches on Eris's attack there. It kept that Immortal alive, which was very important. Now the Protoss is getting up to a 5th base. It's also about to have +3 attack done. There is not a single upgrade done for Eris yet. That means that these Protoss units are going to trade even better than usual. Now, unfortunately, they're just +3 attack. They don't have armor, so the Stalkers die just as quick to Lings. But yeah, there is good things in this game for negativeZero at this point.
Yeah, you can definitely see how this could turn around. Eris is kind of in the tech to everything mode that it tends to hit. We had a lurker den, we had an infestation pit, got lurkers coming out now, we've got the neural parasite being upgraded, and a lot of the normal upgrades starting here now as well as going up to hive. So Eris tends to hit this point where right around the point it's max supply. It's like, let's research absolutely everything in the game all at once.
Yeah.
And just make a big leap forward. This is a pretty good push here, but yeah, Colossus and Immortals coming from the side.
Yeah, it's quite a nice angle from negativeZero to shut this down. There is only 3 lurkers, so it's not that killer number yet. And negativeZero does move forward to pounce on this Zerg force. The +3 attack just absolutely butchering these Zerg units.
The Revelation was nice there, but it missed 1 lurker, which is doing a ton of damage now.
They are,
Yeah.
yeah. There's a few burrowed in the ground there. negativeZero doesn't have an observer, as I'm guessing the Corruptors comboed with the
Yeah,
Overseers. were able
there
to
is
pick it
one
off.
over there. There's 2 of them over there, but they're out of range. And,
Yeah, that actually that like
this is
cost
really bad.
negativeZero so much supply there, as it lost a lot of critical units, and it's not Zerg. It can't just remax as quickly. So those lurkers not being detected for a moment really punished the Protoss, and so negativeZero trying to get up this 5th base. Maybe the 5th base may be shut down here. Like,
yeah, I tried to invest in there too. A Stargate attempted to come down right in that
Yeah.
location, and that's gone. Yeah, this is kind of, it really started with that 1 lurker that we still got highlighted in the middle that was just the groundwork for all the rest of this.
yeah, clutch lurker, the Phoenix. Also, we're not really dealing with the Muta in the main base for a little bit, as that I think might have also caused some problems. For now, though, negativeZero is pulling back. That, like, it lost its army once. It can't afford to do that a second time, so it really just needs to hunker down, do
Raptors
that
here.
fighting retreat. Battery is keeping one of the Colossi alive for a moment, but it does get picked off. A Neural mixed in there, too. A Disruptor gets thrown on out. It does get a nice connection on some of the Lurkers, but it's unable to secure the kills on them.
There's this 1 Immortal with like 5 HP that's been there for forever. I think it got picked up. But yeah, just kind of pushing through here now. More Lurker burrows behind. It is Revelated, but there's nothing able to kill it at the moment.
Another Disruptor shot. That's a really nice one there, as they are getting solid connections. Lurkers can't just retreat from a Disruptor shot. negativeZero picks off one of the Lurkers. Will it get the second? Yes, it does. It needs to get that 3rd Lurker. For now, though, the Protoss is maintaining a decent army supply. Yes, it's only on 4 bases, but it's 80 to 67 supply. It's not like Eris is maxed out. It's been committing so much and losing these units that there is a world in which negativeZero hangs on, sort of reaches that Protoss supply that it needs to just out-trade the Zerg. So even though it's down on bases, there is a route forward here for the toss.
Yeah, it may be hard to accumulate Colossus again. It's about keeping kind of those heavier, more expensive units up, and whether or not Eris can continue to reset that count. But yeah, pressure off for the moment, but another contingent coming into the 3rd base.
Yeah, the creep for Eris is really pushing in too, so that previous base that was killed is not going to be able to be reclaimed. negativeZero, though, is able to squeeze one out at the alternative 5th base location. That's actually massively important to get that started. Colossi, one of them goes down, the other one stays alive, and that costs Eris a lot to commit on in here.
Yeah, that one wasn't a great trade at the end there. And I think without the Lurker support, which is such a backbone of this, Lurkers are just annoying whether you can see them or not.
Yeah.
Because you have to kind of go and commit to taking them out. And if you don't, they're just sitting there raining down AoE damage.
They do require a commitment to handle them for sure. I gotta say, though, negativeZero's Disruptor used to actually address the Lurkers has been
really good.
Really great. And now we're seeing that gold base here on Torches. All of a sudden, negativeZero gets a little bit aggressive, and that's going to eat big into Eris's income, disrupting the mining at the gold. The Protoss is doing what it does best all of a sudden. It's splitting its army all over the place. It's a little bit scary to be moving out this far, but Eris is struggling a little bit to respond.
Yeah, not quite able to bring a big force to bear. It's still continuing with some of its own good harassment of like keeping the mutas going and so on.
Yeah.
But it may be, I'm not sure whether that's over. As you can see, it's obviously still
Yeah,
working
there-
down here. But
Yeah, that is a
shield
big chunk.
batteries, kind of lessen the impact of it. And
Yeah.
it's a big investment. Mutas are expensive.
They definitely are. That's a lot of supply and resources that are not addressing the army on the front. For now, Eris is desperately trying to hold on. It's got the spellcasters. It just really doesn't have the bulk on the front lines to deal with this Protoss army. The Corruptors are getting on top of a Colossi, and they do get it, so that's a nice pick off there. There's the rest of the Zerg army. I don't know where all that supply was previously, but a lot of Roaches, some Queens coming forward with the Vipers, but negativeZero is at a nice supply itself, so we'll see if Eris can get something done. Disruptor gets abducted, so that's a nice pick off. Immortals being sort of sectioned off here. And Eris is able to hold the line for now. It's just so close between these two bots, though.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think one thing helping on Eris' side is obviously we've now closed the upgrade gap. That would, 3-3 across
Yeah,
the
that's
board.
a good point. Yeah, so the Zerg is maxed out. We've got a line of infestors running around back there somewhere near an Immortal, which makes me a bit nervous, but Abduct goes down on an Immortal, but there's no follow-up. And Eris does have the infestors come forward, lands one fungal. We'll see if there's any more that allows these Roaches to pick off some high-value Protoss units like Stalkers. They're not cheap, neither are the Immortals, and Eris does have more bases than its opponent, so it can afford these prolonged sort of trade-outs.
Yeah, as long as it's still doing it half efficiently, then I
Yeah.
think it's good. But some of the adducts, I think, are the thing that makes it great. Huge fungal on a bunch of Phoenix right there, but likely won't really eat into hull that much.
Yeah, honestly, the Phoenix presence for negativeZero is a little bit concerning here. Like, I think the mutas are all gone at this point, I want to say, so they really are just dead supply, which makes this 150 versus 200 supply situation arguably worse for the Protoss. negativeZero needs to defend this 5th base. It doesn't have a 6th. It doesn't have any new bases online. They're all covered in creep. It needs to hold on to this location and somehow just out-trade the Protoss on the 5 bases. Maybe get some counter damage, make some of that negativeZero magic happen, or it splits up its forces or something like that. But for now, it's just so bottlenecked on gas. As we can see, negativeZero has got 3,000 minerals in the bank. No gas whatsoever.
Yeah, indeed, and that will definitely become a strain, as a lot of this stuff obviously requires such a resource to replace things like Colossus, Disruptors, whatever. And yeah, this may be pushing in now, but definitely this base here is very important.
Yeah, negativeZero cannot afford to lose this base. It's holding it steady, but, well, maybe not so steady, as the probes have to evacuate for a moment there. That's critical mining time being lost, and Eris can just keep pushing on in, and the Zerg is able to afford this, whereas negativeZero's supply is not getting any better right now.
Yeah, and the lack of things now too, like observers and revelation, although here comes an oracle now, but it's too late. Allowing things to just burrow and survive makes it even more efficient on the Zerg side.
Yeah, I think with that Nexus going down, negativeZero's in a world of trouble. It's had so many minerals too. I would have loved to see like some more static defense at this Nexus, some more zealots added in, maybe just a buffer. Anything to get that supply up and spend that money. negativeZero, though, is able to punish Eris a little bit here as the Zerg's army gets split on up. We see how even when it's down, it's still a very lethal threat. Eris has been trying to transition to Broodlords, but there is only a few out right now. We do get a fungal growth connecting with a lot of the Stalkers. Broodlords sectioned off to the side, though. Whether that'll get picked off, I'm not sure. It's definitely vulnerable here. negativeZero, though, a little bit distracted on the left side. There's just Zerg all over the place. And the Protoss is doing what it can. Eris down to 186 supply, so not quite maxed out after a series of poor trades.
Yeah, and with the Broodlord transition, this would be maybe where it's nice to have a couple of Phoenix still around, but they are not, so you're very heavily reliant on these Stalkers to get things done, but there's barely even enough to take out things floating right over your head.
Yeah, negativeZero really suffering right now from not having that 5th base gas online. It is just about to have that Nexus back up. It needs to get up that other assimilator, and there may be some world in which the Protoss can outlast the Zerg here. Like, Eris will burn hot with those gold bases it's got secured, but they mine out very quickly. In fact, the one on the left side is probably just about mined out. In fact, it is. So Eris is struggling to maintain these trades. It's down to 180 supply. negativeZero able to push in a little bit as the Zerg is transitioning into this heavier Broodlord composition.
Yeah, we've got quite a number of them here now, which, Colossus are not bad at taking out, but when there's kind of...
That is a lot of Broodlords.
Yeah, it's too many, and there's the fungal trapping things, the blinding cloud helping out.
Yeah, no counterattack or anything by negativeZero either. If it got a few units at that gold base on the right, I'd say there's some promise, but for now, like, that is so many Broodlords. Eris has got to have, what, like 10 or 12 or something in there? That's an I need Tempest, or, like you said, Phoenix amount of Broodlords.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what it was trying to do in the first game, too. With that many Corruptors, is eventually make this transition, and didn't get there. But once you do, it's just a moving brick wall that, like, you have to get through to even get to things. And it's all free units.
Yeah, it is. Now, the Broodlords are a little bit off. Well, they're not really out of position because they are hitting this base, but this does allow negativeZero some wiggle room to actually maybe intercept some reinforcements to hit this gold base and do what it does best, but at the end of the day, it's not going to be able to deal with these Broodlords well.
Yeah, and when this goes down, this is kind of one of the last vestiges of the economy. Even this is almost like...
Okay, negativeZero is going to try and make some magic happen, but a beautiful fungal blinding cloud combo does prevent that blink on top of the Broodlords. negativeZero had one shot to make a play there, and Eris is able to just stop it in its track. The Stalkers are too softened up now to go in after this, and somehow the Protoss squeezes up a Nexus during all this chaos. That really is the magic of negativeZero. It's killing a lot of roaches here. Somehow it's not dead yet, but I think that Nexus probably will be canceled, and there it goes. Incredible work by negativeZero to keep fighting this out so long, and it's just like teetering right on the edge.
Yeah, the resilience here is pretty crazy. Like, a lot of things could have caught all of this.
The blinding cloud is just so
really
good. But the Stalkers are actually able to get on a fair few of those Broodlords. The Zerg's Broodlord upgrades are not phenomenal, unlike its ground upgrades now. So, like, the Stalkers do deal a lot of damage to them, but the Broodlords, they fan out. They're just so high in number. negativeZero having the gas mining disrupted at that one base that it's really got and really hurts. And now the supply is just really crumbling.
Yeah, definitely. And focus on probes there now as they try and escape.
Yeah, that's a war crime right there.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
Apparently it must be over as we do get that fast forward. negativeZero did reestablish that 5th base, but yeah, it's 100 versus 200 supply.
Yeah, this stuff just kind of deceptively staying alive, but it's Eris almost making the right decision of just ignore the army and just kill the buildings. Like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it is putting a clock on negativeZero. The Protoss really fought this out for so long. Incredibly well done by negativeZero. Random sentry harassment too. You gotta love it. And like, if we do look at the gold bases and most of Eris's bases, like, it's quite heavily mined. So like, there is a world in which negativeZero was able to turn this around. But holy smokes, we are being spoiled today with this best of 5.
Yeah, this is definitely a huge one. Pretty deep game. Pretty much I think every base in the game was taken at some point here. And yeah, now just playing cleanup. And we're going to be at a 1-1. Even the cleanup, just so many buildings, takes a while.
Yeah, it does take a little bit. negativeZero still trying to micro some immortals.
Yeah, living up to their name. They're just not going to die. And Eris just doesn't care. like things are just ignoring that.
Yeah, no, this was such a great match though between the two of them. You can't really ask for a better bot versus bot PvZ. And honestly, like, Eris really has had some improvements done. There is like, it's important to remember that this was started off the back of a Ling Muta build, and then the Zerg just was able to macro and win out in the end.
Indeed, and negativeZero saying in chat there, this was a slow motion version of defeat, which is pretty accurate.
Yeah,
for that.
It's like a cartoon episode where there's like the whole episode is a fight.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Just charging up, and yeah, that's basically what we saw. And I mean, that's the one thing that stands out in like these AI games is once they start to engage, they're just engaging for 25 minutes, like straight, and there's just everything is happening everywhere. Things are, and like you said, like there's even still trying to build a nexus right in front of a whole army, and like, you know, accurately canceling things and like whatever. So yeah, the micro potential for all this stuff is kind of crazy. And just when you see those fights where it's just completely across the map, and no human could really control it, but they are.
Yeah, that's one of the comments I get on my videos. Sometimes it's like, wow, this is like a movie, because it's just the fighting is so unique for these bots. Yeah, human games, it's one big fight and it's over. Bot matches, it's just a slow battle to the last. So
yeah, very true there. And just everything individual. It really takes out a lot of the way that the natural AI in the game works too, of like targeting choices and things like that, you know, very often one of the strengths of things like broodlords and whatever is that things make the wrong decision and attack broodlings and react in really weird ways. But you can, when you're controlling everything individually, you can plan around that and make it not do that sort of thing, make behaviors not work the way that they would normally work. Which really changes the dynamic from what you'd get in a human game.
Yeah, this was just such a good game number 2. I'm excited that we could have a full 5-game series between these two. There's so much to break down there as far as the games are concerned. Really though, like one thing that stood out for me there was the fact that, as you said, like there's all the individual micro going on, not just like the base game targeting. We saw negativeZero go for big blinks onto the broodlords, but then Eris countered them with the fungals, with the blinding clouds, just at the perfect moment. So incredible spellcaster usage by Eris there.
Yeah, definitely making really good use of that sort of thing, and the combo of those two things in particular, really ideal.
Yeah. Imagine you're playing a ladder game and you go to try. You're like, all right, this is it. I'm gonna blink under the broodlords, and then your opponent hits the perfect spells. It really is incredible how well they are. Like, you'd think it's one of those things like programming's not easy, but these bot authors just seem to have their targeting be so good with the fungals, with the blinding clouds. It's not like they're missing most of the time and we occasionally get a good one. No, they're hitting most of the time and we occasionally get a bad one. So it's,
yeah, exactly. Like there's no such thing as accuracy because it's just doing exactly what it's supposed to do. So it's whether that decision making was right, but if the decision's right, it's perfect every time.
Yeah.
That's it, which you often get it, particularly on things that are quick. You're going to get a really good result. Things like disruptors, although we saw a lot of good hits on this, that's where you get some variability because, of course, it takes time and there's counterplay to it.
Yeah.
So you have to make a decision on, well, what are they going to do and what's the right range and how close, whatever. But for something like a fungal, easy. So I think we are ready for game number 3, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and load into that third match. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are watching this live or after the broadcast, click that like button, leave a comment if you haven't already, and check out the links to get more involved with the bots down below.
negativeZero.
This next match here.
Eris.
So Eris seemed to call there at the start a 14 lane flood. So it may be doing a similar sort of thing.
Yeah, that is.
It's probably a better map to do it on. So this is a better configuration that maybe you're more likely to either get through the wall or do some damage from outside the wall. Because that's usually the play, is kind of like if someone's using zealots to block the wall, then you disengage and attack the wall itself. Like that's kind of the play, make them move out to get you instead of sitting there suiciding on the, two zealots. But this one, maybe you're going to have more and better surface area. But we'll see.
Yeah, I'm thinking this is probably the same flood as we got in the previous game.
I think so, yeah.
Just off the back of that, like normal timed hatchery, normal time spawning pool, but then just lings.
Yeah.
Now, it's really interesting because at the start of that game, like, it looked like it didn't go well for Eris. Like, the ling flood was not what won Eris that game. It was arguably the mutas, I'd say, that just tied -0 up long enough so that then Eris was able to push on in and safely tech to the Broodlords without being pressured by -0. So we'll see. I think -0's response and scouting of it was pretty perfect last game. So we get that battery up. We got a zealot on the way.
Yeah, exactly. It was a really good response. Like no damage done to anything. Kind of held it off well. I think again, if we get the Muta follow up to this, I don't know that this is a better map for it. There's almost more room in the back.
Yeah,
but you could also then get things trapped there really easily.
I agree. Like, I think the distance between like the third and the main is, I think it's like probably slightly less ground to cover than the previous map too for defense from -0. So we'll see. As Eris is moving out with the lings, the one adept sees it again. The adept may actually be able to shade on by and even get some counter damage done. We'll see if it perishes or not. I think it might have gone down there. I'm not too sure, but for now we do have one zealot actually too far out.
Yeah, good start, but the second one's still in place. The adepts, actually one adept gets in front, so it's taking shots now too, but it's fine.
Yeah. -0 doesn't lose to ling floods. It wouldn't be the top bot if it didn't handle these kind of cheeses effectively. And now we're having triple adept production with a stalker on the way behind this for the Protoss. There is potential for a counterattack. We didn't get too much of it last game, but who knows? -0 may just have a different idea in mind this game, or it might just play it out like it did previously. We do have a lair on the way for Eris. Eris, meanwhile, is still producing lots of lings here.
Yeah, it didn't turn this off right away, and I don't know. I mean, it's good to have some for this attempted adept push out, because that never really got going last game, but it has potential to. If you don't have the units out to deal with this, and -0 decides to let these shades complete and just go harass mode, then that could really be a problem.
Yeah, -0 still just on one base, by the way. That is a huge delay on the Protoss's Nexus. And so it's presumably got to go for an attack at some point here. Like, it is making so much stuff. Maybe it's just not been able to scout, or maybe what it has seen has led it to believe there's still aggression coming its way. Or is it just going to counterattack and try and kill Eris?
Yeah, I mean,
on the way.
Yeah, I mean, this would be a good time while this transition is kind of underway. If just a whole bunch of adepts show up,
yeah,
there's nothing here.
I think -0 does need to move on out. There's like a couple of lings for Eris poking at the door, so negativeZero is maybe a little afraid to move out, but it's got Warp Gate done now. It's on one base. The Protoss sometimes responds by delaying its nexus to... It responds by delaying its nexus in the face of cheese. However, this has gone too far. It needs to... Like, it's almost too late to start a nexus now, I think. So it needs to attack.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you've committed too much into this, and I think it is a good opportunity anyway.
Yeah.
Whether you're aware of that or not, it's yeah, you kind of want to go. And one thing too, again with a muta switch, if you can make someone's first mutas defend, then you've won. Like you won. That's not what they're made for.
No, negativeZero is moving out now, just to poke at some lings though, and it did eventually go for a nexus, just an incredibly delayed one. So the Protoss's response to this was a little bit heavy-handed, and now it's going to have to play from a very uncomfortable position. It's not like there's Blink, it's not like there's a Stargate, there's not even a done natural nexus for negativeZero. Eris is in a really great spot.
Yeah, it's just kind of, again, through passivity, ended up having this work. And I don't even know why exactly negativeZero won't move out, because it keeps fainting as if it's going to, and then it doesn't feel like anything has stopped it from doing so.
It must just have been vision of something that it saw, like it maybe saw Eris's amount of lings and said, oh, that's still a threat to me, so I better keep taking more units.
Yeah.
And it was just heavy-handed in that response. It goes to show that even the best bots struggle with identifying cheeses as optimally as possible. As a human player, it's easy to look at this and say, hey, oh, you should have just responded to the cheese and realized that Eris is transitioning to mutas, but it's not that straightforward necessarily, because you're programming for a vast amount of situations, and just in this case it hasn't worked out well for negativeZero. Its adepts are basically being forfeit, as some of them are shading around the map. It needs to keep the stalkers alive. It does at least have that natural nexus up. It's 37 drones to 29 probes. We do get a Stargate and a Twilight on the way.
Yeah, and it'll be how much does this do? I mean, one major difference here is there's only 2 bases right now, whereas in the last time there were 3. So if this is doing economic damage, it does even more so because there's less to go on. That third is coming down now, but yeah, just started.
Yeah, negativeZero might not even be able to hold on to that third base in the face of Eris's lings. Like, all the adepts that would have been useful for that, defending that, were killed, and the stalkers are just doing that horribly slow chasing of mutas, which is just not a good feeling. Look at that. The stalkers are out of position for a second. The mutas immediately just bounce around. These bots, they do not get tired. They will try and squeeze the maximum amount of efficiency out of every single unit until that unit is dead. So this harassment's going to continue on.
Yeah.
Look at that. They just fan around the stalkers. Like, yeah, you'll never get me. And there they go into the main base. negativeZero on a measly 37 probes. Eris has had a license to macros up to 65 drones. The Protoss, at a bare minimum, needs to keep this third base alive. A few stalkers are trying to fight that, but even now, like, more probes are dying at the natural base. negativeZero does have a Phoenix on the way, so there is an end-ish in sight to the mutas, which is just so painful here. As
yeah, I feel like the mutas have hit the I don't really care point of, like, there's a few stalkers here, but I'm just doing this. The depowering of that shield battery is huge.
Yeah.
And yeah, now may just straight up take out the third.
Yeah, and with the third dead, negativeZero is dead. This is honestly a bit surprising. It's not often we see negativeZero die in this manner. Like, its responses are usually pretty on point, but in this case, it just produced way too many units. It delayed the Nexus way too much, and if it attacked, it might have won the game, but Eris was almost in, like, that Goldilocks zone, right? Like, I make just enough units to make my opponent react just too much, and then I just have this nice transition.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, never ceding map control, never letting it get to any point that it can really defend or anything. And once you do hit that sort of I'm just gonna kill probes in your face and I don't really care part, then that's usually it.
Like if there's mutas on your side of the map and you haven't even started Blink or a Phoenix yet, it's just there's no coming back from it, because like Eris's muta micro, we don't usually get to see it shine all that often because like mutas aren't that good in bot games. Like when your opponent has lots of stuff to respond to them, but when your opponent is underprepared to deal with them, clearly they have some success. The Zerkas creep on negativeZero's door, and Lings are trying to break through once again, although I think they're not attacking the Zealot again.
Yeah, they're not. They're just sitting there, but
they're just trying to push on through.
Yeah.
Yeah, incredibly well done by Team Eris. They have they did a great job picking the build, and I wonder if that was like a known weakness in negativeZero, that Eris has seen games like that previously.
Feels like it must be if he went for it twice.
Yeah, because like I think it tried to do that build in a previous AI arena tournament, and it just didn't work. But this is exactly the kind of reaction I guess you're going for as Team Eris.
Yeah, and I think it's exactly what you're saying. It's reaction bait. It's not this was attempting to win. I think it's like this is the exact number to make, that I keep them out on the map, and you do this, and you never move out, and then I do this.
Yeah, like I'd be really interested to know behind the scenes, like what is it that negativeZero saw, or what is it that it needed to see to allow it to expand or to just realize the threat was over, because that didn't happen. GG though.
Yeah, indeed. So even with this being a short one, it's not that short. 13 minutes is still a while. It just took a long time for this to fully collapse. But yeah, there we go. So Eris will be at 2-1 once this gets cleaned up, but it shall. And just look at the map control behind this too. So even if at some point that was held, there's just so much behind it.
Yeah. Yeah, not quite the result I expected with Eris taking a 2-1 lead, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Good kind of comeback, I guess, after the initial game. And I guess really just not letting the Protoss fully get to the type of deployment it wants in the late game. And I guess that's a lot of the thinking here. In the last game we saw where it didn't fully work, but it put him on his back foot, negativeZero never quite got there, but you saw the staying power of it. This time just kind of cutting it off before anything can really develop. And and there we go. So next map, not sure what it's going to be. We still get game 3 up there now, but will it go with the same thing? I think Persephone, okay. I don't know. Usually I would say, again, at the wall, whether there's a ramp, blah, 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 matters. I don't think that's the point of this. So I don't, like the point isn't to actually get in.
Yeah, the material damage the Lings got done was non-existent, right?
Yeah.
Like it was just purely like a perfect prompt for negativeZero to almost just break itself. Which is very impressive, and there's always wiggle room like that to try and break bots. Like you find out what makes them tick, and then you can exploit it. But doing that on a programming scale isn't usually easy. Yeah. Because it's just not. But yeah, very well done by Team Eris. We'll see if negativeZero can bring it back. It will be interesting to see if Eris goes for that build once again, or whether it's like the authors are like, it's a best of 5, throw that in there twice, and then do some other things. Like that's one of the things you can, I guess, in theory, do when you're submitting a bot for a tournament. You can add in conditions, right? Like, hey, if I won these 2 games, then run this one, or if I lost, try this type thing. So.
Yeah, for sure. And again, you can make stuff that's map dependent and say, okay, there's a lot of space behind the bases there. There's not over here, or it's an easier path so they can defend easier, so don't do it. whatever. Yeah, so and we have seen people definitely make very map specific calls on things too, but yeah. And of course, a lot of things. I mean, I get the sense that was called right away. You said it right in chat that's what it was. But a lot of bots, of course, are, and I think negativeZero is more this way. It's basing things on what it sees.
Yeah.
It's not making a firm decision right away and then doing it. It's deciding based on what happens. But then I guess to your point, that's what Eris is relying on. Is that if I do this, I know what your reaction's going to be. Then you're going to do this and this and this.
Yeah, it is interesting to see though, because like in the first game we saw that Ling Flood build, negativeZero reacted fine for the most part. Like it, but just in the second game or in the third game, something just broke.
Yeah, it didn't have the economy going in the same way. So like the third base was later, or at least felt later. Yeah, it was just different, and made more units. Like made more units, and did it do anything? Yeah, just a slightly different reaction that was didn't work out.
So it's almost a little bit exciting to see negativeZero on the back foot for this one, as we know that it is that beast that tends to win out in more macro focused games. But yeah.
Yeah, so negativeZero will try for the comeback here now. Eris is trying to close it out. Will be interesting if it just closes it out with the same build again.
Yeah.
You know.
It's really difficult to say because we've seen that build go, like Eris won both the games, but it went dramatically different.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't because of this in the first one, or the second one, I guess. But we are ready for game number 4. Let's hop in now.
-0. Eris.
Okay, so same hatchery into pool. It looks, or no, that's a slightly different.
Yeah,
right?
it does look a little different. Yeah, we have. Yeah, let's see what did he say in chat? I didn't actually notice.
It didn't say in chat, but
yeah.
it depends which perspective the game's got from it,
true.
whether we get the chat tags. So.
Yeah, and I mean, there is the pool, so we'll see if there's more coming after that.
I bet negativeZero wants to know that too.
Yeah. Yeah,
we do get a Zealot from the Protoss prior to the Nexus Cybercore Gateway. So no Nexus yet. And I'm wondering if that's just what negativeZero does based on the timing of the pool. But that's like a fairly standard pool Eris has gone for, I think. Maybe it's just like the drone counter, the fact that there's gas already mining. I wonder if there is a world. I honestly can't recall if negativeZero ever just goes for like gateway into Nexus, or if it's always gateway, Cybercore, Nexus. That's something I'll have to pay more attention to. We do get a battery. We have got negativeZero seemingly reading the fact that it is going to be Lings from Eris once again, but it's all on where the Protoss decides to make that cut. I wonder if it's because it lost that Zealot initially.
Yeah, certainly quite possible.
Like
little things, yeah.
That could be the fork in the road that potentially changed negativeZero's future in that game. So we'll have to pay attention to that. Like, if it doesn't lose the Adept and then it goes for the Nexus, or if it doesn't lose the Zealot and it goes for the Nexus at a reasonable time, maybe that's why it did that. But here we go. Lings for Eris moving across the map. Same situation. We have an Adept that's going to potentially spot this coming. It is known, and this timing on the Adept actually looks better. Last time it was taking a lot of damage, so this time it completes the shade, or is able to stay alive anyway. Meanwhile, then there's the Zealot getting into the wall. The Zealot does move too far out once again, so it actually gets surrounded, but the battery is healing it, so the Zealot stays alive in this one.
Yeah, I'm curious if that does work for it. If that's the reason that it would trigger something different.
Yeah, negativeZero still producing lots of units here, though. It's got the Adepts, the Stalkers on the way, Warp Gate, and another battery going up. But Eris can potentially just macro out of this. We are getting that very quick lair, so it will be the same Muta follow-up.
I don't feel like... So if the third base taken is the one in front, I feel that's easier to defend. I don't know if I'm wrong about that, but it's hard to bounce between the three now that they're not in a line. So, but does he take the one to the side? I don't know. But
yeah, are we even going to see a natural from negativeZero, though? That's the question.
Yeah, exactly. He's not even there. So yeah, I'm jumping ahead. So yeah, it may just be that he decides, okay, it's go time. But there's a forge.
Yeah, there's a forge. There's sentries on the way. And, like, this is fine for negativeZero if its opponent is like, hey, oh, you're building up a big gateway army. Let me react by building a bunch of roaches or something. But instead, Eris is just squeezing out some drones and going to have a spire, presumably. So it will be able to get a nice lead with that once more. Still no Nexus from negativeZero.
Yeah, this is a bit bizarre.
Like, maybe we'll get an attack this time, but it doesn't seem like it. So Eris is looking good.
Yeah, I mean, certainly if this is just a straight up break in something, then that's that, because this doesn't seem like a big deviation from the rest of what he was doing.
No, the hallucinated Phoenix of negativeZero as well is just spotting queens. It's not spotting that it's a spire. It's trying to stay alive like it's a real Phoenix, but it doesn't need to do that. It just needs to sort of fly over everything. And so the spire remains unscouted from what I can see. negativeZero remains on one base, building up an army, but not going for an attack whatsoever. And yeah, just getting a poor read on the situation. I wonder if Eris hit its lings, and that's why negativeZero never got confirmation with the hallucinated Phoenix that there's only this many lings or whatever. We do get the Nexus, but starting a Nexus when your opponent is starting a Spire is not great.
Not ideal. Yeah. Yeah, certainly feels late, and I wonder, something must have broken with that. This isn't intentional. I think he maybe just spent the money.
Yeah, it could just be that.
It.
It could just be that this is negativeZero. Maybe this almost never gets exploited on the ladder. That it is very passive with its Nexus.
Yeah.
And that, in a lot of games, say if Eris was building up just like Roaches and Hydras or Macro, and it's all these gateway units are useful, but they're not, because it is going into the one thing that really punishes them. This is a good trade for negativeZero, picking up a lot of the Zerglings.
Yeah.
But still, there's Mutas on the way.
Yeah, we're so... Yeah, exactly. We're so on the back foot. And with so few workers in general, losing any is going to be a real big problem.
Yeah. negativeZero is seemingly trying to get a third Nexus up, but now it has to respond. And there's the Stalkers, so maybe the angle's a little bit better here on Persephone. There's 2 batteries already going up in the main base. So, maybe this is going a little bit better?
Weird. Even if it does, it's down to how much does this compensate? Because if it's going better, but your economy is this much further behind, what's that in equivalent to? I lost stuff. Yeah.
The Adepts at this point are also being quite reckless too. I'm not sure why they're all shading forward like this against so many Zerglings.
Yeah.
So negativeZero it's not just having a poor economy, it's throwing away some units needlessly. So it is important that it holds on to some of those adepts for later on to buffer that kind of thing. Eris is being active with those lings once again. No third base yet from the Protoss. And there's Mutas being a pain once more.
Yeah, it's their job. That's how they roll. Lings here chasing down a few of the stray adepts.
That's painful. Like they're just being way too reckless here, and I don't really know why.
Yeah, we're gonna get this collapse done too.
Yeah, I imagine if all those adepts were alive holding up this base, probably would be fine. Stalkers and adepts and sentries are trying to save it, but Eris is spitting out so many more Zerglings here that it is indeed a cancel on the base. The Stalkers are being pulled two different directions. The probes are being saved by the battery for quite a while, but then negativeZero's own SimCity kind of working against it a little bit here. It might even lose the power on the Stargate. No, there is another pylon there. But
that's always the Protoss world, is your own SimCity is eventually your own worst enemy.
Yeah.
You want the clustering until you need to move.
Yeah, there is the one Phoenix out now, so there is a bit of an end in sight for these Mutas. But still now the third base attempt of negativeZero is probably going to be shut down. Things haven't been terrible for the Protoss for the past minute or two because Eris has been delaying its own economy, but now we see the Zergs getting up that fourth base. It's going to be at 60 drones in a moment, which means in the next few minutes the supply lead is going to be just colossal.
Indeed. Indeed it will, and Colossus may not be able to fix it. Yeah, even the Burrowling there preventing everything too.
Yeah.
This is just a strangulation at this point. Even if you can't go in for the kill, there's just not a path forward.
Yeah, negativeZero has been played a little bit here by Eris. This is interesting because it makes me want to go back and look at the times in which negativeZero has faced this build before.
Yeah,
because I don't recall the reaction being like this previously.
Yeah, especially in this last game, like that, the late Nexus just feels like an aberration. He's trying to take that one.
Who knows? Maybe that one won't be spotted by Eris.
Yeah, I think you're right though that it's down to some very minor thing that triggers an extra unit, an extra thing, an extra this or that spends the money, that consumes the, like, what it's doing.
Yeah, this could very well be one of the things in which the bot author like looks at this and is like, oh, I know exactly what happened.
Yeah, I've got this trigger. And
it's 2 lines of code I need to fix to correct this.
Yeah, very much so. So yeah, may take him a little bit to close this out, but yeah, negativeZero is probably not venturing far. That Nexus is still there in the bottom right though.
It is, so
it would be funny.
That's the thing. Even when it's down 100 supply, negativeZero isn't dead. So yeah, it's only down 30 army supply. But I don't think there's going to be any coming back from this one. We're getting Anahan Pulse Crystals, so the Phoenix will actually be able to just destroy the Mutas now. We're getting +2 attack, so negativeZero will have good upgrades, but that third base is wholly undefended. It's just further away to try and save now.
Yep, been seen here now, and these guys will die. A bunch of them transferring probably doesn't help.
It's a rough commute for sure.
I always find that funny with bots that they give away their own hidden things because things just lead you there.
Okay, negativeZero probably going to lose that fourth as it attempts to take a third. It's got a Colossi, but it's just too far down in supply. There's the Corruptors to counter the Colossi, to counter the Phoenix. Eris building Lurkers and able to take an upset 3-1 victory.
Yeah. Yep, for sure. And yeah, like just played it really, really well, directly countering or forcing behavior, basically, that I think it knew was predictable.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think you're exactly right.
I wonder how long Team Eris has had this in their back pocket, or what game they looked at to realize that this was a problem, because this isn't something I've seen on ladder games between Eris and negativeZero. Like, it almost makes me wonder, like, maybe they saw, like, negativeZero have this reaction, maybe against, like, a worse bot or something.
Yeah.
Like, any other rush bot,
Yeah.
and they're like, I can capitalize.
I can trigger this, and then, yeah. Again, lurkers here for the healthy cleanup. They're really just such an anchor to things. And I talk about that with the other races, that there's often a couple units that just serve as a forward point.
Yeah.
Whether it's battleships, Thors, Colossus, obviously, stuff like that. And Zerg largely doesn't have that, but lurkers are really good at that.
They are, and that's actually a thing that Eris didn't have previously, or didn't use maybe as often, I don't think, was lurkers. And now it's getting into those.
Neck and neck until you hear another neck. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah.
Wow, absolutely. What? We got to stop the presses, everybody. Stop the presses. We cannot have an analysis desk until Ketrock puts on his hat. No hat, no analysis. Sorry. Blame Ketrock. Spam Ketrock hat in the chat, because without the hat, there is no analysis.
I was actually watching the stream too, so I was a little bit behind. So I'm like, oh shoot, we're probably on now, aren't we?
We had what a game. Absolutely what a game. Like you said, this was like, even though it was the penultimate match, it practically felt like a finals, like we were watching a finals. Why don't we do a little of your broad assessment? We had 3-1 for Eris, taking out negativeZero. Ketrock, what did you glean from your overall analysis of the series?
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll both be pretty happy with that. Mindme got to see that his bot is still, you know, the slightly dominant one when they play straight up honorable matches, we'll say. And then Eris brought out some stuff that takes negativeZero out of his, like, you know, his counter tables, you know, and he found some weaknesses in the bot there.
There's a couple of things I wanted to bring out, and this is actually before let's color the entire analysis. But there's something I need to know. negativeZero, Mindme maker of negativeZero, brought up in the chat that he left data on, so data was left on when I guess it's supposed to not be left on. Why is it like? How does that affect a bot? Like, what is like having your data on when it's not supposed to be on, and how does that appear in this match?
I don't know. It depends what he uses the data for, I guess. I assume he's talking about data from previous matches. So, like,
yeah,
yeah.
It's supposed to not be on, and it was left on. So he did. Like, you know, partly through game one, he had actually, after game one, he had stated that it was left on. So I'm assuming it uses the data from the games it's playing to make decisions, and may have contributed to how some of the weird things we saw.
Yeah, maybe some conclusions based on their ladder history, or maybe some conclusions based on their previous games within this matchup. Yeah, it all depends what he means by that.
Why would an author not want to have data? Is like when they come, even us running ProBots, we have gotten requests to remove data or to have data not involved. Wouldn't you want to have as much data as possible?
I mean, you can't always expect your opponent to play exactly the way you expect him to play. So data is kind of like blind countering someone. It's like, oh, this is printf. He just always cannon rushes. So I'm just going to blindly counter a cannon rush. And if they don't bring the cannon rush, then you're looking pretty dumb because you're blind countering something that may not be there. But I mean, it all depends how you use the data. If you're not using it for blind countering, then it should be fine. Like, more data, the better, I guess.
And I guess that could also mean that if you're using ladder data and they switch up in ProBots, your data could be incorrect.
Yeah, I mean, my bot used probably the worst build it could have ever used against Zozo, because Zozo was playing macro on the ladder and then cheese the hell out of me in ProBots. Yeah. So
yeah. So if your opponent switches out if your opponent switches out what they do when they in ProBots, your bot actually might think it's playing the latter version of that bot and make poor decisions based off of what it gets.
Hmm.
So that makes a ton of sense.
Very impressive meter harass we saw in those games, though. Game 2 through game 4. The way they're able to just bounce between bases and get a lot of damage done without actually losing any mutas is really strong. Probably something for Mindme to look into for his bot. He either needs to get Phoenix out earlier or he needs to start blinking with those stalkers, because most of those mutas are too good to just be like walking around with stalkers trying to chase them down.
And I don't know. I feel like I haven't seen mutas in ProBots in quite some time. Now, obviously, I can be corrected, but I feel like mutas has not been a regular staple, and that might be because we haven't seen Eris from a long time. Or is this new tech from Eris? Is this Eris pulling on something?
He's definitely done it before in the past. I don't think we've seen it this successful before, so maybe something to do with the matchup was good for him, or maybe he's made improvements to the Muta Micro. I'm not quite sure. His economy also wasn't great during those times, so he may just be dedicating much harder to getting out more mutas and getting them out earlier. This could be true as well.
Which is unusual because Eris is very known to be very greedy. It can be a very greedy bot when it plays. So
yeah, but it's smart. I mean, you don't want to half-ass a tactic, right? If you want to go for something, like really, really go for it. And if you need to cut economy to make it work, then that's the way you got to go. Because getting out 4 mutas 3 minutes later is not going to be as helpful as getting out 8 mutas right now.
What did you make of the changelings in game 3? Used at negativeZero's choke point.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're getting in the way of the Zerglings. I don't know, but I mean, he wasn't getting through that choke point either way. I mean, you got 1 or 2 Zerglings attacking, and you got a Zealot with like 3 shield batteries in range to repair it. You're not getting through that thing. So, like Indusor said, if you could put some focus on just attacking the gateway, for instance, instead of trying to have every single Zergling try to kill a Zealot.
I'm wondering I don't know if this is like obviously in the case where you have stalkers in that thing, but like, is there an option? Is there some cheese there where you could use changelings to kind of lock your opponent in their base, right? Is there a Zerg opportunity there? Because I saw it and I was like, oh, that could be kind of interesting to, just throw changelings into that choke point to prevent your opponent from leaving or from getting in. And
yeah, I mean, that would probably be pretty strong against humans for humans versus bots, but it's kind of like a one-line piece of code to just always, like, every time you see a changeling, kill it. So a lot of changelings in the bot meta are just instantly killed as soon as they're seen. So that may not work quite as well. But
for my bot,
maybe there's not many army units near these choke points. So yeah, I don't know.
And the last thing, Broodlords, I felt like did a lot of work. I feel like we saw a lot of Broodlord work and love come from Eris.
Yeah, actually less work than I expected, though. The fact that negativeZero was always kiting backwards meant those broodlings never really got the full wraparound. Sometimes we saw a fungal combined with broodlords, and that looked really strong. But yeah, the broodlords just looked weaker than they do with human players. Like, human players, they get their, you get an immortal surrounded by broodlings, and then it just instantly dies. And we didn't see too much of that. But
and in the API, can you control broodlings at all? Is there like?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Really?
Yeah, because humans can control broodlings. They actually made a change to the broodlord to make broodlings not last as long, because there was a meta where if you got to a super end late game where the whole map was mined out, what these Korean pros were doing was they were firing broodlords at their own units and then running the broodlords across the screen to go attack. So it allowed the broodlords to attack from like a screen and a half away to get some damage done. Yeah. I actually coded that into a bot just to see what it would look like with like optimal strategy. It was pretty cool. And then yeah, they got rid of that, but it's pretty neat. Okay, one small thing I saw for Mindme as well is I think he's lacking the knowledge that lurkers have this extra range. So like I've never seen negativeZero like walk in, like hover in like the edge of siege tank range and take blasts, but he was doing a lot of hovering at the edge of lurker range and taking a lot of damage. So that's something we saw.
I believe, if I'm not a Zerg player, so maybe someone correct me, but there is an upgrade to extend their range, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So what? And we had this on a PostBots. For those who don't know, we have like an after show. So Mindme says his way of how he sees the lurkers is through this calculating the spine direction, and so he may not. Maybe he may only calculate for a certain amount and maybe not include the extension from an upgrade. I don't know if Eris had the upgrade that particular round.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
at that point, he was probably seeing the actual lurkers because he had observers
Oh,
and
did he have an observer? I
and he
may have
had
missed that.
the whatever the oracle ability is to detect
Revelation.
as well. Yeah, revelation. But yeah, if you don't see the lurker, you can kind of calculate where it is by all the spines because each spine shows up as a separate effect within the
Correct.
API. So you can kind of trace the line of the effect, use some geometry, and figure out where the source is coming from.
Yeah,
So,
he has
yeah.
said that's what he had used before. Was he'd
Yeah.
used the geometry of each effect. So I didn't know if that included knowing whether the full range after the upgrade or not. So
Yeah, but it was nice to see the Broodlords get to a large number, though. Eris, at least in the latter games, was able to like really use that to like lock down areas. In game one, he tried the same effect, but against equally as strong negativeZero, they weren't as powerful. So I guess Broodlords are kind of like a win more button almost. But yeah, when he did have the lead, they really locked down positions nicely.
okay, absolutely. So we're gonna bring back the whole cast before we go for break. Just before we get out for the last part of the finals, I want to get a little bit about what everyone has been thinking. Round table, everybody, favorite game, not match, but game of the semifinals. Ender Sword, lead us off.
I think the second game of this one, where we just had like a 27-minute long fight, basically. I think that was good. It was hard to tell up until like a couple key moments, like which way it was going to go. So I think that one was great.
Laughing Games, your favorite?
Now that I'm done stuffing my face,
Tell me it was with Christmas food.
no, it was A&W. Yeah, but no, honestly, like the long game, just because it didn't have the quirk of the overreaction as evidently as in the past, as in game number 3 and 4. So, yeah, I think it's just phenomenal seeing negativeZero and Eris just play their long game where one of them slowly gets an edge. Like there's so much back and forth to it. I had no idea who was going to win that entire longer match.
And Ketrock, your favorite game for
Yeah, I'm not going to break the trend, man. Game 2 is really good. I mean, Eris got that nice lead early on with the Muta harass, and then negativeZero just did like everything perfect from that point forward. And it's like, was that early lead enough to maintain? negativeZero is like always on the verge of maybe getting big enough to overwhelm, but never quite getting there. And Eris is not someone to like give up a lead very easily.
Okay. Well, you've heard it there. Those are everyone's favorite. And I'd like to hear your guys' favorite in the chat. And if you're watching later on the VOD, I want to hear your favorite in the comments. I want to know, which game did you love the most? And get ready. Of course, if you're here watching, you'll have a be able to vote of which bot you want to win the grand finals. That's what is next. The final match of this season, of this year. We will have Eris versus Zozo. But before that, before you run off, I need you to make sure you like, subscribe, all those YouTuber, what do we call CTAs? Call to actions. I'm calling you to action. Take the action of liking and subscribe. And if you love, you can also hit the join button there. And then, of course, get started. Even if you don't know Python, well, any coding language at all, but if you don't know Python in particular, easiest to get into, we got a little template. You get started. It's made it down easy. Put a pot of coffee on. By the time it gets cold, you have already rushed the AI, in-game AI. So easy that Laughing Games did it, right?
I did do it, yeah.
Right. What more endorsement do you need for that? All right, fantastic. We'll see you guys on the other 5 minutes. We'll be back. Go get yourself a snack, and we'll see you on the other side. All right, everybody, welcome. We are back for the last part of tonight's show, the grand finals, Zozo versus Eris. My goodness, it's a long time coming. I mean, Zozo is back here again. I mean, Did you guys ever imagine a time where Zozo would be like literally the top bot holding up the spot, like defending his position?
There's something about Protoss rushing bots that does make them that. But
Metrobot 2.0.
yeah, but now he's kind of deviated from that in last game. So yeah, I don't know.
Laughing games? Thought?
Yeah, just I think it's like a part of me wants to like look at like Zozo and be like, oh, it's gimmicky, or oh, it's just a rushing bot or whatever, but it's like the bot author clearly puts in a lot of thought and a lot of work picking out the strategies, fine-tuning them. And so it's just it's just an incredible execution the way they usually go about this. I will say though, I think for this match it's going to be Eris's match to lose. The bot author knows Zozo. They know that it's going to be coming. And so the ball's in their court to respond to the Zozo.
I'll get your thought on this in a second, Cat Rock, but I feel like I'm going to get a little anime nerdy, but it's like a Goku and Vegeta thing right now, where Eris has been training in the hyperbolic time chamber and been putting all the work on it. I don't know if Zozo has been doing as much prep for Eris. I don't want to diminish it. I don't know, but it feels like Zozo is just kind of chilling his way through. So, I don't know if, other than switching to a macro game, I don't know if we've seen a big material difference. Cat Rock, your feelings on Zozo overall? The performance, which is mainstay now. You're also muted. I feel like there's like
all
a
right.
lack
So
of, you're muted. You're hatless. You're everything that is wrong with the world.
yeah. Well, during our technical difficulties at the start, Endersword and I were talking about various like sports betting on different fights and stuff, and I think this is a fight I would definitely not bet on because I don't know what's going to happen. Eris is clearly stronger. Zozo's probably going to beat him anyways. I don't know what to make of it. It could be a big cheese from Zozo. It could be a fake cheese into macro. He could just try to straight out macro Eris. I don't know. Maybe Eris will bring the cheese as well.
Well, we'll find out. We'll do that all in our analysis. But before we do that, those of you who are out there, you know what to do. If you're coming back from break or you're coming back on the skip to that part in the VOD, you make sure you like, subscribe, do all those good things, but also get yourself started on your own bot. You can hear the clickety clacks of that background keyboard. That's what your keyboard will sound like when you're making your bot and putting it on the ladder. That is just what it sounds like. That's the sound of progress being made, even while you're in stream. But absolutely. Why don't we let's take a look at our brackets, and then we'll Cat Rock and I will break down what's where we're at. Click, 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 click. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully Cat Rock's voice is here on this part of the scene. I think he's been away from the past, but let's we'll test. Cat Rock, can the world hear you? Let's test.
I don't know.
Everybody.
Can they hear me?
Okay. Well, whether or not they can,
I can't answer that question. So,
well, hopefully they can hear you. We'll pretend that they can, and if they can't, they'll tell us in the chat in a quick order time. But I'll do it. So we had Zozo take out. Oh my God, my brain just froze. Xena in 3-0 fashion. But oh my gosh, there's no score for it. But it was 1 -0 and 3 for Eris. Whoop. 3 for Eris.
there we go.
Yeah, there it is. Taking out -0. And now we're here with Eris. Well, it doesn't say anybody now, but now it says Eris versus Zozo.
Okay.
So
yeah,
you
so
didn't want to
last
put a bet on
season's
it before,
champion
but
versus he beat -0 last season.
Yep.
If you beat Eris this season, I mean,
I was
you'd be
about
the Kingslayer right there.
I was about to comment on that. Yeah, like it's a big that'll be, it's like once is a fluke beating, well, not really a fluke, but once is, it's hard to replicate, and beating Eris would just be the cherry on top, because it's like, oh, I'm not just beating -0 again or something. It's literally taking on the 2 best.
Yeah, I mean, Zozo mostly got here out of his cheese builds, and cheesy bots usually, they peak somewhere middle of the ladder. They usually aren't quite good enough to qualify it for ProBots, or if they do qualify, they'll be at the bottom. But Zozo's cheese just has layers to it. I mean, first of all, like the really good cheese, like he'll cut workers when he needs to, he'll get the things out fast, and then he'll counter the counters. So like someone's like, oh, I just need to wall off my ramp to stop zealots. He'll shove a probe early on your ramp and like just and throw a pylon in the middle of where you'd wall off and screw it up so you can't wall off your ramp. And you know, he counters the counters, and which makes his cheese like so much stronger. And macrobots, they don't put a lot of effort into, like, you know, you can counter all the variations of one specific cheese, or you can do everything else with your bot, and usually everything else takes priority over, you know, one specific cheese. And
I don't know though. I think with the previous ProBots season, I think they might have put in the work this time to actually counter Zozo.
Yeah, I think there was a huge effort on Team Eris's part to counter Zozo in specific. What does Zozo need to do to take out Eris? I think it's consensus on this panel that Eris is fundamentally stronger, but Zozo is the last season champion, and has obviously rattled the team to action. So what does Zozo need to do in order to secure this victory?
I think it's still got to be the cheese route, but then you've got to come up with like a variation or gimmick that they just haven't countered, because it's the type of thing you try and hard counter. And if you can just dodge to one side or another, then that's the way to go. I think trying to, despite we saw that against Xena of going the macro route and stuff, Zozo being like, at the last minute, I'm going to make a macro bot that beats Eris, doesn't even make any sense. Yeah. So you've got to pivot somewhere on what your early game strategy is going to be.
I would like to see Zozo continue to do what he does best and be like a step ahead in the mind games. Maybe like force Eris to cancel the third and throw down spines, but it's a fake cheese, and then like 4 minutes later come at him with like a 2-base all in, you know, where Eris is trying to drone up again, you know, something just to try to be a step ahead, anticipate what Eris is doing to counter his known cheeses, and then just be like one step ahead of that and win that way.
Yeah, we almost need to see what Eris did to -0 with that Ling Flood. Find the weak point where Eris overreacts.
Yeah, exactly. Which can be, it's certainly easier to say than do, but that's exactly it. Yeah, if it's either lean into the cheese or find something that causes a reaction that you then timing attack, I guess, instead of a cheese. But yeah,
and that is the disadvantage for Zozo, is he's the one who has to do something.
Yeah,
you can't just like, we'll both do our things and then I win. It's like, no, that will always go to Eris. You gotta do something different every time, or something better.
Yeah, I would like to see something crazy from Eris, like a early spawning pool. Like, I don't think I've ever seen Eris go for like a pool first or something, but against a cheesy bot like Zozo, like that would potentially just be like an insta win, depending on the cheese Zozo goes for. So,
or I thought it was something. What if Eris just cheeses Zozo back? Maybe he actually learned the way of the cheese, and we have a kung fu panda situation on here, and he comes back and actually cheeses Zozo.
And that is the thing, like defending cheese as a Zerg usually just means building a lot of units early on. So if you just build a lot of units, you can either defend the cheese or cheese your opponent back. I mean, that's how both kind of works. Either really fast Ravagers or just a giant Ling Flood that should deal with a lot of different things and give you the offensive potential as well.
All right, absolutely. So last thing before we go off to just the casters, let's do predictions. What do we think score predictions? Let's start off with Endersword.
I think it'll be whatever the first game is, but I'd probably say Eris. If Eris has put in work to try and counter it, I think it's
score. Give me a score.
Score. It's going to be 4-0 either way.
Wow. Okay.
But I would say 4-0 Eris.
Okay. Laughing Games.
I think it's going to be 4-3 for Eris.
What?
I think there's going to be enough back and forth, like mind games going on here, that each of them will win a few games. But I think Eris will have done I think they've done their homework.
All right, Catrock, you're the last one. Who do you believe in?
Well, first of all, I got to say Endersword's making a rookie mistake. because I did the same thing last season,
Yeah.
and the series immediately started 1-1. So
Yeah.
it immediately failed. Yeah, I'll go. Oh, let's see. What's my prediction? I'm gonna go 4-0 Eris. I'm gonna believe that Eris has found the answer.
Okay.
Okay. So it's just joining me in the rookie mistake.
4-1 Eris. 4-1 Eris.
4-1. Okay. Yeah.
I disconnected those two thoughts. I didn't- On the spot, I was trying to figure out what I actually thought.
It's like rookie mistake. I'll do it too.
Well, I was the one who made the rookie mistake, so originally.
I too like a good rookie mistake. I'll join you, good sir. All right, absolutely. So with that, we will have our casters take us through and let us know. And take it away, guys, to the next part of it, to the grand finals, Zozo versus Eris.
Okay.
Yeah. Alrighty. So, I mean, we kind of did a full preview there, obviously, anyway. But that's really what it comes down to is I think Zozo, the ball's in his court. Eris is going to do what he's going to do. And we'll see what this is. Is it a new... I think the most surprising thing to me probably would be if Zozo doesn't cheat. Like if we just get a build in base and... he expands and whatever. Like that would probably be the most surprising thing to me.
We might get like one
Yeah.
of those maybe, but I think it's going to be primarily cheese.
Yeah.
Because there was a time back on the ladder where Zozo did actually bring Eris down with its macro build a few times.
Yeah.
But Eris has sort of since solved that, I want to say.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, it's just the court. Like you can surprise people with certain stuff, and I think that's what Zozo's gonna rely on. It's kind of like coming up with something novel, surprise, but then have that really good mechanics that it does to execute.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, once you surprise someone in their own court, then you're probably not going to win in the long term in that venue. Yeah.
Yeah, so seeing all the info about Zozo again, but
We
know who Zozo
we've done
is at this point.
Yeah. So that's how it is. But it's and there often is like that next step. Like I mean, even Zozo's like the staple now was the Zealot Rush, the Zealot Flower, the Proxy Zealots. But for a full season or more, it was Worker Rush, and then it just transitioned to that.
Yeah.
So is there something else that it transitions to that is better, that is just same sort of thing, compact, well-executed thing, but it's different? I think there's still opportunity for people to transition to like just a Protoss 4-gate, just like just something that's again hits with some oomph, but it is a bit more of, I think the space is something that's more of a quick timing than it is a pure cheese.
Yeah.
And see if that works.
There's so many ways that Zozo could take this. One thing that I am thinking of here is when it was against Dominion Dog, it did do just its old-fashioned Worker Rush.
Yeah.
And it just prolonged it long enough that it literally just broke Dominion Dog. So
Yeah.
who knows? Maybe Zozo is going to have an extra layer on it, like worker fake outs, that kind of thing. I think we are going to have a pretty diverse best of 7 here, just because there's no way that both of these guys are like, yeah, I'm going to do the same thing 7 times in a row and flip that coin. No, there's a lot of mind games going on here. I think there's probably some pride for Team Eris on the line. They're like, okay, I think it was last season they lost in like the round of 8 or the round of 4 to Zozo.
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot of pride to fix that, whereas Zozo is just showed us that how good they are at picking builds and strategies for tournaments. So
Yeah, it's deflationary on like if you've got something to the scope of Eris of like my bot can use lurkers and infestors and broodlords and it does this and it takes 8 bases. Oh, what did you lose to? Oh, like 4 zealots. Like,
because you program in that behavior. You want it to get to that late game to show off all your hard work and stuff. And yeah, it is funny if you watch the ladder and it's like negativeZero or Eris, they lost to a bot they've never lost to. Like the authors, they check their pages. They're like, what on earth is going on here? I must fix this. There cannot be any There cannot be any red on my match page.
Yeah, exactly. It's absolutely unacceptable. Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, yeah, again, not much more to say. We'll know almost like a minute in
Yeah.
the direction that this is going, and then see. We're either going to see something completely novel from Zozo, we're going to see something where it's macroing, or we're going to see the tried and true, proxy flower or something.
Yeah. I think it's going to be a little bit of everything, but
Yeah, again, it could have a bunch of backup plans of like if you lose one, you're not going to just continue with it over and over.
yeah.
One thing that I'm sure the authors wish that there was a way to get better data on is like not just binary, did I win or lose, but like, was I close? Did this go well? That's hard to evaluate, but
yeah,
it would be helpful.
Yeah, you can as an author like record like certain things about the
Stats,
previous game
yeah.
in your data and stuff. So that very well could be a layer they added. But anyway, let's get into game number 1. Let's do it.
Zozo. Eris.
What's the cheesiest thing a cheeser can do?
Macro,
Yeah. Well, apparently we're not getting.
but also just cheese more. Yeah,
I didn't see the probe move out initially.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, we are gonna have a macro game.
yeah.
No.
I saw one leave and then realized that's the second one. Yeah. So there we are. And so this is we're gonna just start out with the flower, and this makes a lot of sense to me. This is what you've done most of the time. This is how you've gotten there. There's a lot of things you can tweak with execution of it too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. So notices.
Zealot Rush. Eris is on it, and this is the hard work they've put in to fine tune a response to this kind of shenanigans. It's still not going to be easy because your pool is late. The gateways are there so quickly. The speed mining benefits the Protoss in this situation more than the Zerg.
Yeah.
Zerg's bottlenecked by larva. They're bottlenecked on their minerals. And whereas the Protoss, they can make use of these 4 gates as soon as they're done for continuous production, and it is just a ridiculous amount of stuff that Eris will have to deal with. I think we're going to see spines here probably as soon as this pool's done. Queen, Roach Warren,
Okay.
Spine.
I think Roach Warren is just, it feels too late and it's too slow.
No
at killing the
lings either.
zones. Yeah, this is rough.
And the
Like,
spine's in just
way
a
too
totally
far,
vulnerable
yeah.
position. Okay, drones are going to be pulled to try and save this, but they're going to be working a lot. So far, the buffer is good. Injured drones being pulled back. Who knows? Maybe Team Eris has done
Knows
just the
something,
perfect
yeah.
amount of homework as the drones are skirmishing. They're all so red, but the spine will get up soon. The queen is about to pop out as well. Oh my gosh, if they just
It's really well done.
solve this. Yeah, look at
Yeah.
the drone sharing the damage. And now that spine deals so much damage to zealots. If drones keep getting pulled or the queen takes some swipes, I think Eris is looking to be in a good spot. The first roach is on the way, but it's not out of the woods just yet. Can we see that main base there? There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is the thing. So a group up here of like 6 to 8 zealots, though, is still absolutely deadly, and it's going to take you a while to get the roaches. The burrow is the key to this. But we've seen that fail before, where burrowed roaches are great. They never die. Doesn't matter. The zealots don't care.
Okay,
They
drones
just
being
let you
pulled
live.
again
Yeah.
just to soak some damage. I love this from Eris. Look at that. Keeping the spine alive, keeping the queen alive. And yeah, now there's enough roaches to potentially just end this.
Yeah, that was a lot of death. The way that attack went wasn't on the spine, it was on the queen.
Yeah,
And, it needed
on
to
the
be the other
drones,
way.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so this does look like a pretty hard hold. 5 coming in now. He's outnumbered. He can always drone pull again.
Yeah, and Burrow's done too.
Yeah.
So
So yeah,
Yeah.
now we've got infinite roach.
Incredible. Like, this is a clear example of hard work and a lot of thought put into this. Initially, it looked like it's like, oh man, like the Roach Warren's going to be too late, but no, they have it mapped out. They're like, there can only be 2 zealots by this time, so pull the drones, buy a little bit of time, and then the roaches can carry you to the end. Now, these roaches actually do kind of abandon their post and just head out to defend this natural base. That does allow the zealots a free ride into the main base, basically. The Spine and Queens will buy time, but this is not ideal.
No, he needed to commit to that.
Yeah.
But came back from this. But if he committed to that, at least gets the Spine down.
Like, there's still a lot of zealots here, but the roaches, they should never die. In fact, they've got burrow. They will not never die.
Yeah, no, just retreating. I think if he committed, he'd go. And then there's these 2 lings there just doing whatever that he's never going to catch. Yeah, the whole point of this, and the reason why roaches is often a problem as a defense, is because the zealots can just ignore them.
Yeah.
They don't kill them fast enough. You just go into the mineral line, disrupt everything, and you're fine.
Yeah.
But if he's pulling back here because of this roach backstab, it's he's just gonna commit.
This was phenomenally well done by Team Eris. They've got this one in the bag, basically. Zealots are running around unsure of what to do. The drones kind of went on an expedition that I think they were trying to fight, but then their burrow mechanic maybe was a little too strong, or they were just trying to get to that other base, maybe. That's actually probably it, but a slow cleanup here as the roaches will dispatch the zealots. Eris
Zozo has gone into secondary mode. It's expanding. It stopped building out of this.
It
But,
has,
but
it's too late, I think.
yeah, it doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe there is a world in which Team Eris does not actually, like, counterattack, and that maybe Zozo can go for, like, a Stargate or something crazy like that. It does have 2 stalkers on the way from these gateways, but they are... they might actually finish up a stalker or 2.
Yeah, I mean, definitely could. It doesn't look like they're going right away. But now we've actually got resumed production right here.
Eris versus Mass Stalker. Not quite. Yeah, maybe not as clean as it could be, but all in all, it still looks very good for the Blue Zerg. 3 bases are up. There's a layer on the way. The one Zealot causing some problems. Yeah, there we go. Slow cleanup.
Yeah, certainly not committed to this cleanup yet.
No.
Like at all.
The Queen and the Zergling.
Yeah.
They got it. We got a 4th hatchery on the way for Eris already. It's at 60 drones. Like, the important thing to keep in mind when watching this is that Zozo could have committed to this to any extent or followed it up, so Eris is just playing it nice and safe.
Indeed, maybe a little too. I mean, there is something to be said for the more bad units you make out of here,
It's
the better.
true, yeah.
But I don't know. Because yeah, as long as those exist, he doesn't know he needs to rebuild anything.
Yeah, like, I am curious if we'll ever get a Stargate. We're getting a 3rd up for Zozo now.
Yeah, it almost feels like Eris has gone into like, okay, I defended the cheese, just go to normal and ignore that anything happened. Maybe exactly it, that it's just treating this all now as independent things.
We do get a Stargate on the way up for a Zozo. the gateways are still alive.
Yeah.
But yeah, Zozo's not going to have much production when these actually do go down. So if they go down.
Yeah, I mean, I think we still may get Eris just going to max supply before attacking.
I think so too, and honestly, it's at 83 drones, so it's maybe only a minute away from that.
Yeah.
And Zozo's gonna need to do a miracle hold. It does have a battery and a cannon building. The Stargate's about to finish up, but yeah, it's gonna be 200 Zerg with Hydras against a few Stalkers.
Yeah, definitely give him time to do whatever he wants to do. We're going to get mutas now, apparently.
So now, the next layer to this potentially is if Eris scouts these gateways and Zozo just immediately transitions, like only makes a couple of zealots,
Yeah,
can it exploit that potentially in a follow-up?
yeah. Yeah, basically just abandon.
Yeah, because like Eris's reaction was very hard.
Yeah.
Roach Warren canceled a hatchery burrow.
Yeah, yeah. He did. I will say, though, he also, like, still expanded after.
Yeah.
I think the Roach Burrow is still also usable.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, so it's like, yeah.
Like it wasn't a ridiculous reaction or anything like that, but there's maybe a little room for Zozo to try and exploit that because it is a best of 7. It's got to play out.
Yeah, you'd have to do something, like, if you somehow transition to something that fed directly into that, like, I transition into Mass Phoenix, or something that, like, the roaches are completely dead weight.
Yeah.
This is all garbage, like, that sort of thing.
Okay, so Zozo pulling its probes against Hydras, which is not a good feeling, as Eris will take game number 1 in this best of 7.
So trying to get the Tempest out. Certainly ambitious with the attempted transition. But it was given like 10 minutes to do it, so might as well.
Definitely so. Another part of me does wonder, like, what if Zozo during this cheese does get up a cyber core and just go into stalkers earlier too? Because Eris was on relatively low tech. Who knows? Maybe that later hatchery could have been canceled or something. Because clearly Eris wasn't just cleaning up the production. Who knows? Maybe the next game Zozo will hide its gateways a little better, because if that wasn't scouted, maybe it just wins.
You could possibly, given that you stop a tech up too, throw the gateways in its face, sneakily go into DT.
Yeah, that would be
Something like that
crazy.
would be really interesting. And then just like it's on the defensive, it's thinking it's won. It doesn't take down your forward position and you win. Could be good. But yeah, so now, yeah, does Zozo try it again? Do we get a transition out of this? We get something totally different. Whatever. And even down to, let's say you did it again. I'm not convinced that if you run that back, it doesn't potentially go another way. Because you were on the verge of having a spine go down a couple times.
Yeah.
If Zozo had just committed to an attack a couple times, I still
It's
think
true,
you're in
yeah.
severe trouble. So I think the only thing that saved him was the roaches going to a third base. I don't even know if that was intentional, should they have been at the natural, but because of the distance, that's the base. Like that could have easily gone another way. Also, again, the distance of the proxy is a big factor in it. Do you have something, if you proxy further away off to the side, then nothing goes and attacks that, there's no retreat. So I think that, like, there's one point in that there was a queen, a spine, and 7 zealots. And
Yeah.
the zealots retreated.
Yeah.
And they didn't have to.
That's the thing that makes this series so fun. There's so
Yeah.
many different ways it can be taken, and the authors so far have done a great job on both sides. Just you got to make decisions, and I'm curious to see what Zozo does next. Like, ball's very much in Zozo's court now.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I think I want to see a retry. I want to see a
Okay.
retry farther away.
I support if it's gonna retry, it definitely should
Yeah.
be farther away, like
Yeah.
almost like halfway across the map, just
Yeah.
so that Eris will not scout it.
Yeah, exactly. Because the scout's huge, and then the fact that it's in the line of fire was huge. Yes, you're a little harder, and even then, the getting to the base a little longer. I don't know how impactful that is. I think it's more about grouping up, and when you choose to go, you go.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's yeah, like grouping up, building up more zealots, that kind of thing. There's windows to exploit. Like, for example, how long it takes Eris to get an overlord across the map to
Yeah.
see that there's no natural or that kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. But once again, we'll find out. And then does Eris vary anything? And it's so pivotal to positioning and stuff too. Even stuff like, oh, you put a spine. Well, where specifically did you put the spine?
Yeah.
Where are you in relation to the ramp? Where's the queen in relation to that spine? Like things like that. Yeah, go wrong.
I think homework was definitely done by
Yes.
Team Eris to
Yes,
solve that, though. Like,
feels like it.
it would be dead in the previous series.
Yeah.
Yeah, but all right. Game number 2.
Zozo. Eris.
So Zozo is unapologetic when it comes to its cheese.
Very much so.
You can't build a
yeah, you
pylon
can't.
there, guy.
Can put it there. We'll try here.
Okay, this is a different one. This is to bait out an early reaction. 3 pylons to force a mass drone pull. Another probe comes on in, so there's going to be a gateway going up sometime here. Although whether there's actually space for a gate, I do
Yeah, I
not
was
know.
thinking that behind the bottom one, maybe, but
Maybe.
you can low ground it. But
A third probe
yeah,
shows up.
they're gonna
Okay,
low-
there it
they're gonna
is.
Low ground it.
Another gateway going up.
Sure.
Eris cancels the hatchery that was close to finishing. I don't know if that's the right call. The pool is so delayed
Yeah.
because of the initial drone pull that Eris could be in a bit of trouble here.
The one silver lining, if you look at the formation, we can't get a 4th gate.
Yeah.
So we either need another pylon that will enable that, or we're not quite on the same strength.
Yeah. This is going to be scary timing. The pool's going to finish up just after the first gateway. So, like, Eris, I think it's got to build, like, a couple spines here? Or will it just be like that Roach Warren and single spine like it did
Yeah.
previously? Roach Warren. No spine.
No spine yet.
Yeah, that's really concerning, the lack of a spine.
Yeah.
Drones are pulled.
The same initial defense, but they're not buying time for anything this time, or not the spine anyway.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's-
that may be it. right
oh
there.
my gosh, that is so terrible for Zozo.
Yeah, that may be decisive right there. I think that, in addition to then the placement not allowing a 4th gate.
Yeah,
'cause
the
there's
spine
now.
is so late too for Eris. Like that, I don't know what caused the spine to be delayed so much, but it might just be Eris' saving grace. If the other zealot
Well,
pops
yeah,
out, and it
yeah.
does,
Yeah.
That is -2 zealots for Zozo. That is a massive blunder, not having that rallied in the correct direction. The drones are doing work for the one spine to get up. And now we've got roaches about to pop on out. This looked like it was going to go incredibly well for Zozo, but just that mistake really costs it.
Yeah. And now this spine can it even attack pylon? Yeah. So we're not going to get this delayed thing. The third one going over there. Yeah, it's just absolutely brutal. So yeah, that missing one gateway and losing those 3. Yeah, insane. Like this could easily be 5 zealots in the other direction.
Yeah. Zozo is just dead, basically.
Yeah.
Eris might not counter it right away, so hopefully we do get like a Cyber Core and a Nexus, and Zozo's actually had the money for that for a while now because it didn't have that extra gateway.
I don't think it's abandoning yet because of these zealots that are chilling.
Yeah.
That it doesn't think it may evaluate. I've got 3 zealots in his base still. I'm still good.
Yeah, but floating 1,000 minerals is never a good situation for a bot. This is where there absolutely should be a Nexus starting now. We're gonna get a fast forward, actually.
Yeah. Especially if he's just kind of broken. There is a Nexus, but yeah.
Just a bit of a womp womp.
Yeah, hopefully get an earlier poke, but it is amazing how unconcerned Eris is about cleaning any of this up.
Yeah.
Like, it's just the last priority.
Yeah, it's a decision you have to make as bot authors, right? Like, because committing to kill buildings is definitely like a big decision. So a lot of bot authors shy away from it. Like, if there's a failed proxy, like the proxy will just never get cleaned up.
Yeah.
Because most bots operate on either attacking units or the enemy base, not necessarily just a building out on the map. So Zozo's going for a 3rd Nexus. So,
Shut down maybe, but yeah, well, probably trying to go to Tempest again eventually. But in Eris's court on when to attack, but inevitable.
yeah, it's actually quite unfortunate that there is no start on the 3rd base. As if Zozo has any hope of playing this out, it needs that strong economy. But one Ling is just blocking that, which is just a little bit of a sign that Zozo does eventually get it up. But that is a sign that Zozo is more an early game focused bot than dealing with all the nuances of macro bot.
And he's going to go. We may get a trigger to attack here just by kind of skirmishing.
Yeah, Eris with its Lings out on the map.
But yeah, won't do it. We'll just pull back and probably again go for the max out.
Yeah, the Nexus taking some heat. Zozo should be able to save it.
And yeah, this might be something that Eris wants to take a look at of like, if you're going to shut down a cheese this hard, don't just sit there and max out. Like, yeah, you're going to win anyway, but why? like follow through. At least make an attack. You know you're ahead. Go with what you've got and see if you can just shut it down full.
Yeah, it definitely is an option. Eris just, like, even the fact that the authors have come up with an answer to this cheese without just like blind countering pool, like early pool against Zozo seems like an obvious choice, but the authors are like, nope, we are a macro Zerg, we macro, we hit 200 supply and then we fight.
Yeah, we only attack when we have Hydras, which is it's fine. But yeah, like, I mean, this ends up being, even though it's not close here or anything, it's just way more stuff than you ever want to deal with.
Yeah, because like Zozo's economy could have in theory been better if it had got up that 3rd Nexus quicker.
exactly.
Even its natural next is quicker. There's wiggle room here.
Yeah.
More and more stalkers being made by Zozo. No warp gate. No blink, though. But I guess there's a prism, so that can kind of blink. And we do see that Tempest doing what they can. However, there's more than enough Hydras, I think, to deal with them. Prism working overtime, juggling these stalkers. Zozo retreating to a non-existent fourth base. And that is that.
Yeah, we'll do the cleanup, chasing him down off creep. Never ideal, but it works. And I mean, hey, there's a cannon there. Might as well be a base. More prism may keep him occupied for a while. So now, yet again, are we into? Does like if Zozo was aware that of what happened there, then it would do that again.
Yeah. I don't know.
But it probably doesn't. No, so it's a matter of did you just is the commitment we're going to do this all 4 times?
It would. I wouldn't put it past the author.
Yeah.
Like that was a different cheese. That was one of
Yeah.
the 2 cheeses it has.
Yeah.
Well, one of the many cheeses it has, but
It's, I have 2 cheeses: proxy zealots and proxy zealots slightly to the right. Basically.
yeah. I mean, because even if they're not stuck in that gateway, presumably Zozo gets more done. If it gets up the 4th gateway, there's always more wiggle room. So
Yeah, exactly. It was a little surprise, almost from even the first pylon, given that you're fighting a Zerg. You know where
Yeah.
their base is. You know where the creep is. It's
Yeah, like,
weird
it's
that
just
that
a
wasn't
radius thing.
scripted. Yeah. So, whatever.
it's one of those things you build it with redundancy. Like it immediately was like, oh, I better build it elsewhere.
Yeah.
But it's like, that pylon could have been up half a second sooner, sort of thing. And
Yeah, little things like that. And it almost seems like you have to map that because even with 3 gateways up, there's definitely maps where you would get none of them. Like there's no room to put it anywhere. So getting 3 was actually really beneficial. But you'd think you'd want to map out, okay, where do I put it to get 4 or whatever you're doing.
yeah, it makes me wonder how Zozo does like decide on those positions. Like, is it just like a trial and error type thing or what? Because like clearly they're, as you said, they're not predefined positions because they tried to build a pylon on creep. So.
Yeah, exactly. So whatever. Speaking of pylons, the next map is pylon. You might as well proxy a pylon.
The map may as well be named Proxy Gateway.
I feel that because that's the map's name, it would be. I wonder if they could do this, make an innate trait on a map itself that the entire map counts as a pylon, so that Protoss right from the beginning can build anywhere they want.
That would be
I think that'd be
nightmare
helpful.
fuel.
Yeah.
That could be a thing for balance in the future, maybe because like they could have like passive warp fields or something for Protoss to build gateways.
That would be cool. Yeah, proxy spots
On maps.
or something like that. Yeah, exactly. That would be kind of neat. It would be neat if it was something almost like the tower, the Zelnaga tower, where if you put a probe there, then it's active.
Yeah.
And if you
that'd
lose
be
it,
neat.
then the power dies. Something like that would be cool. But there's a lot of things that are like fundamental to the game that changed so early too that we almost don't remember. But like pylon range used to be much larger,
Yeah.
and like things like that come
Didn't
into
cannons used to be able to like move or something too? Or am I crazy?
something. I think in like beta there was something like that you could do something. I mean a lot of
Or what was it? They could be built. I know they could be like pylon power fields went up up ground.
Oh yeah.
So-
That was definitely a thing for a while. That
Yeah.
you could pylon the low ground and still build it. Yeah. That was a big thing in early Wings of Liberty.
Okay, well, we're ready for the next game.
Let go.
Zozo. Eris.
All right, there's a probe out on the map. But there's a gateway back at home.
Interesting. Interesting. Just a real scout.
Zozo must be glitching. It can't possibly be macroing.
Can't be doing this. I'll make this call ahead of time. I feel like regardless of what Zozo does, Eris will win every game in about 13 minutes.
Yeah.
Simply because that's the max out timing. Like, that's it.
I think that's a fairly accurate statement. Yeah, now the next question is like, what does Zozo do here? Is it just going to be the same Stalker Tempest thing that doesn't work? Or, honestly, like, for what Zozo gets out of the Tempest, like, I feel like it might just be better off not going for them. Like, they haven't been doing much, it seems. Whereas, like, its Stalkers on the kite back with the Prism have been pretty good. Yeah.
So yeah, if he's doing something, like, it's got to be a pretty harsh timing, like, if he wants to do something. And it's got to go for the kill, like, right away.
It could be something totally new, like a different blink timing or something, but I just don't think the author will have spent the time to come up with like a late game macro timing when they could have just gone for a different gateway rush type thing. So it's got this one macro build that's not super flushed out. Like, I hate to sound like a broken record, but it still doesn't get warp gate.
Yeah.
And that's just lost efficiency, I believe. So
yeah, for sure. That's just a weird decision. And yeah, Stalker coming across. We'll see what it can see. I don't know, maybe if we can shoot down like an Overlord or something.
Yeah, or deny
Be
scouting,
helpful.
anything like that.
Yeah, I just always feel that. So there's the fleet beacon. Then what do you try and do out of it? Like, I think you've got to go maybe 2 Tempest maximum before you're way too long.
Yeah. But yeah, Zozo I think just takes its time to build up here.
Yeah.
And that doesn't work against Eris, because the more time you give Eris, the worse it gets. Who knows? Maybe we'll get something crazy like a mothership.
Possible.
I'd actually welcome like a mothership Stalker time, and we are getting a Phoenix. I guess just to hunt down Overlords.
Might as well. You've always got that little time, although you started it late, you've got that little time for the fleet beacon to finish anyway. So might as well get something. Most people go grab the Oracle.
Looks like we're getting a third Nexus from Zozo, I think. Or at least an attempt. It had 400 minerals and they disappeared. Okay, there's that Nexus. We are getting a move out. I do like this from Zozo. It's a relatively low supply move out, but look at this. It forces Eris to make 11 roaches. This is a significant delay on the economy of the Zerg. And then Zozo goes home. I love this. I don't know if this is something that the author has sort of predetermined against Eris, but those 4 stalkers, they just walked out, and now they've just gone home. This is a big delay on Eris's economy, and this is that thing. You can exploit bots, even with your own bots. Now, Eris is planning on getting aggressive with these units it's produced, but there is going to be a Tempest, and there's quite a few stalkers here for Zozo. It does need to save the 3rd base, though, but I think it's got the tools to do so.
Yeah, shield battery's going to come in big here. Good initial surrounds, but then Bling's kind of lost focus.
Yeah, the probes go back to mining. The battery does get recharged, so Zozo does have that functionality. Still no observer present, though, so the roaches won't actually die here unless they do burrow a little late, which some of them do. But a lot of them are able to live a second life, go underground, regain HP, and this is going to delay the lost mining time of Zozo. But all in all, not a terrible position for the Protoss. It's still ahead on workers, and there's the Observer on the way.
Yeah, that'll help clean up. May pick up the shield battery eventually, but
as soon as this Observer pops out, it's going to be comedy, because all those roaches are going to unburrow once they're revealed.
If they had the movement already, then this would be more interesting, but yeah, they're there. But Ling Flood, perfectly timed actually. that almost worked very much against them to detect them.
Okay, probes pulled into battle. Zozo is building more, though, so it can afford to lose a few, as Eris is just on 47 drones still and committing to this attack, but yeah, I don't think it's going to be able to break the Protoss here. It's definitely denying mining time, but not breaking Zozo.
Yeah, battery dead is not great. There's more Ling Flood in. I just don't know that it's going to stop if Eris doesn't want it to.
Yeah, the probes, though, do a good job buffering for the stalkers once again, just allowing them to survive a little bit longer. And then, of course, there's still the Tempest in the sky dealing slow but steady damage. Zozo is down to 36 probes, though, so it did lose a fair few, I think, at the 3rd base.
Well, that's still,
Yeah, they were pulling against roaches, it looks like, with no units to support them.
Could pick that off while everything's distracted. These will come in to try and help, but the shield battery's down, the cannon's down.
Yeah, Zozo is trying to save that 3rd base. It desperately needs it. It is unfortunate that the Protoss never was able to get up a new Tempest or anything like that, as it definitely would have just been a potential end to this rush.
Yeah, and there's the next wave already. I think that's it. The moment you clean it up, the next wave is there, as long as Eris wants it.
Yeah, the battery does get rebuilt for Zozo. That's going to help a few stalkers stay alive. There's quite a few to the north sectioned off. The Protoss does have even a cannon building in the natural base. It's now just got 2 bases to defend, though, against a 5-base Zerg spamming units.
Is this enough now to hold without really damage? Might be. I mean, good positioning and control, obviously, on the stalkers. And then, yeah, the Tempest is basically acting like an old-school mothership core.
Yeah, the tickle. This is a pretty nice concave for the Protoss, so, like, it is getting incredible efficiency. The supplies are quite close right now, as Eris has yet to transition out of this rush.
When he does, he'll have 6 bases, but so the moment he decides to do so,
maybe the plan is just to rush until Zozo mines out on 2 bases.
Literally possible. Yeah, it's possible to do that.
We're getting an Immortal produced now by the Protoss, so that army is getting a little more well-rounded. Not sure how much that'll help against a ton of things, but there's the transition from Eris. 13 drones fired up all at once. The pressure is now on Zozo to get something done. And look at the creep. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I mean, this could, even if you don't think that's going to win, if you kind of view what your opponent's doing and say, like, it looks like you're trying to do a timing, I'm just going to attack you until your timing window was like 10 minutes.
Okay, so Zozo moving out a little bit, but creep is everywhere. I don't even think it can build a third base. Eris builds 26 drones.
Yeah.
What in the world?
As well.
What?
He's got time. He knows exactly where everything is on this map. This is coming, but one, he could lose 3 of these bases.
There is a world in which Zozo can win this, though. It's got
Yeah.
20 more army supply compared to its opponent. Leads the queen, so that's a good pick-off. But a counterattack, that's the big threat to Zozo. Like, but we did see previously that Zozo doesn't retreat to defend. It will just attack. Eris is losing drones, and it's actually rebuilding some of those, so that is good value for Zozo. Eris isn't just building units like it needs to be right now. The roaches are coming on in. They are able to pick off a few of the stalkers, though, so not bad trades for the Zerg. The one observer in the back worth its weight in gold, revealing these roaches.
Yeah, I think infestors and hydras will be a big part to this. Obviously, this neural parasite is coming up a little bit.
Yeah, the snowball, though,
it's a while.
is looking a little real here.
And all the tech is right here if he wants it. He's going to bypass it, but that could have been dangerous.
Where are you going, Zozo? Okay, it does group up and goes to push on in. Those buildings are in trouble, and Eris, just not able to get up enough supply to pool its units. It's only at 30 army supply. It's building corruptors to counter the Tempest. That is not what it needs right now. It's building 4 infestors. That's not really what it needs, I don't think.
Yeah, losing this tech here could be game-changing.
Oh, and it's about to lose the Evos before the upgrades are done.
Yeah, that's a huge part of the future. Was all in that.
Yeah, Eris builds 12 drones, which is not what it needs to be doing right now. Corruptors diving on the Tempest over all the stalkers. They just get butchered.
Yeah, this has taken a very sharp turn.
Yeah, pretty much everything that Zozo needed to happen happened. Fungal's going down on stalkers, but
Well, nothing to finish them. So
yeah, they're stalkers. They're not marines or something. Huh.
Yeah, and I think that's the breakthrough. That's just kind of crazy, but it's yeah, like the tech all in that location just prevented so much from happening.
Yeah, there was no counterattack by Eris either.
Yeah.
Like, it had some Zerglings, but it didn't commit them across the map, I don't think. I don't know if that's just that Zozo had the production it needed to deal with this or what. All in all, though, really, really well done by Zozo. Defending in StarCraft 2 bot games is super strong. Like, it traded incredibly well against Eris, and then Eris was too greedy.
Yeah. Yeah, the 26 drones.
Yeah.
And that even that would have been fine had he not tried to defend like the 6th base.
Yeah.
If he just let that fall, waited for a wave of hydras, and then gone with that, it would have been totally fine.
Yeah, well, it fired up more drones too, even after losing one of the bases. It's like, you've got 82, how many do you need? Which goes to show that Eris gets away with a lot in some games. Like, it gets away with being discreet 99% of its games, but it was punished there.
Yeah, and then the building placement really was a thing there. You can't just put all your eggs in one basket that's in the middle of nowhere.
GG. How about that?
There you go. So we will not at least get a 4-0 in either direction. But now is Zozo on this mode. And it's going to go into macro or whatever builds.
Yeah, that's a little topsy-turvy these now.
Yeah. Indeed. So yeah, I think I don't know if we're ready for, there we go. Yeah, what would change on different maps? So I think, again, the shape of a natural is going to make a big difference in how attacks like that work. Like the proximity of your ramp, where it's located, where the mineral line is, whatever. Even whether you got 2 gases on one side or not makes a big difference.
Yeah.
Things like that, and just the initial engagement. If you get in and kind of like boop down a shield battery, then that's totally different. Yeah. And so on. So, because I don't think that was a bad, like the initial response by Eris, even though it's efficient for Zozo to hold that, it's such a contain.
Yeah.
And then you don't really care. Your economy's huge. But then you couldn't do what Eris did, which is essentially my economy's so big that I'm just going to pump more and more economy and not worry about this thing barrel. Like the only move you have is to counterattack me now. So I need to focus on surviving that attack.
Eris was way too greedy.
Yeah.
I don't know if it has conditions there that have to be met for it to be like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, I'm fine to build 26 drones, but
Yeah.
whatever those conditions were, they are way too
Yeah,
lax.
lax.
Loose. It needs to make sure it's
Yeah.
more secure before
Exactly.
being that greedy.
Yeah, and I even think it could have gotten away with the 26. It's when it added the other like 13.
Yeah,
that, like,
after losing a
yeah.
hatchery, it's like,
Yeah.
I just lost a hatchery. I better build
Yeah.
some more drones.
Yeah.
Yeah, well done by Zozo.
Indeed. So going on to Persephone before our maps then loop back on each other. Yeah. So, I mean, again, ball's in Zozo's court to dictate what type of game we're going to get. And then Eris is going to respond to that. I don't know. I mean, hard to argue with the success of that. So, I mean, you would say Zozo should probably try and do the same thing. But then does Eris do the same thing in response?
Yeah.
Or what?
Like that was an interesting dynamic between the two of them.
Yeah. Because one thing that comes out of that too, if Eris had done nothing, then what Zozo was trying to do was not any sort of 2-base timing. It was going to build a third. Yeah, I mean, it did build a third. So that's what it was, not doing some gimmicky thing.
No.
So if Eris had just not done a thing at all, then go late.
I agree. Like if Eris had just macroed instead of attacking with 48 drones or however many, like it probably would have just won. Like its build up is quicker than Zozo. I don't think Zozo would have attacked till it had more Tempest or Stalkers.
Yeah.
And by that time Eris could have been maxed, and so
So
kind of shot itself in the foot a little bit.
indeed. So into game 4. Here we go.
Zozo.
Oh.
Okay. Fair enough.
Eris.
Okay, now we've seen the cat, so we can talk about how Eris is ling flooding.
Yeah. Yeah. So now it's the chat there. We're going to get a link flood, but we're going to get Zozo's proxy again.
Yeah.
So is that good?
Does Eris drone scout when it's going for this cheese?
Yeah.
That's the question.
Yeah.
Because if it scouts this, I think it probably handles it just fine. But is it being greedy and trying to have as many minerals as possible to spam these lings?
Yeah. And then does the rest of it work? Like a lot of the defense was drone control and like good pullback things. If it doesn't like kick that off, does it do the same things?
Yeah, no drone scout from Eris.
Yeah.
That is huge. It's planning on being the cheeser, but Zozo's going to beat it to the punch. I think the hatchery is going to finish here, but yeah, no nice cancel, no Roach Warren, that kind of thing for Eris. It's in uncharted territory here, and I think that probably benefits the bot going for the simple Zealot Rush.
Get these starting to be chronoed up.
Oh, it's not even seen yet.
Yeah.
Does this Overlord pivot or what? We are getting the lings being produced already, so like
Yeah, it's
even though it's not scouted, it
timing's
is
okay.
making what it needs to. Says it's versus a Zealot Rush, so it is aware now. How do the Lings handle this? Okay, they're going to fight and endlessly micro against the Zealots here, and they do have the numbers, it looks like, for now.
They should, and it'll get worse. So it is switching to a roach thing, but it should be able to clean up the first few. Queen helping.
Eris's Ling micro and survivability is just so high that they take a swipe or two and then they retreat. But this is actually really good because Zozo's Zealots are being leashed by them. We do get a spine on the low ground, which is an interesting development. That's quite a call by the authors to say, hey, I've got this hatchery up, I need to save it.
Yeah, Queen will probably die retreating here,
Yeah, the Roachborn is done, but we have yet to have any roaches start, and that's because there's no money here for Eris, as all the drones are busy fighting or running around. And no roaches still from Eris. It's building a drone.
Yeah, it doesn't know to cancel like the burrow.
Yeah, the lack of money from the lack of money from actually completing a hatchery is delaying roach production. It's making a single roach, but there's, I think, 12 zealots worth of supply out on the map.
Yeah, and I think we get into, I mean, obviously this has shown it, but it's, you get into the, I have the things that can kill and hold this or whatever, but they don't do it faster than you build more.
No, and the
And
drones are
that's the
just
thing.
being butchered. A bit unfortunate here from Eris, but not drone scouting versus Zozo is just a greedy play. I think the spine on the low ground was a mistake.
Yeah.
If it had started that in the main, then maybe it at least holds the main. But
Yeah, that probably gets up. So there we have it. We're up to 2-2. We may end up with a 4-3. Yeah. This one feels a little odd that Zozo would switch back to this after the success. Again, it may be map dependent.
it might
that
be.
it wants to do things. Yeah.
It could be both map dependent and like result dependent.
Yeah.
Yeah, very sad for Eris because if they had just played a normal game, they'd probably hold this.
Yeah. So there we go. 2-2. And so we're back to the top of the lineup at Incorporeal. And this one again, like the first Zealot Rush on Incorporeal, it was more that he again retreated because there were the roaches hitting the buildings from behind.
Yeah.
And I think if he committed to it, not for certain, but I think probably would have broken through.
Yeah, it's
The queen is a big part of it. Like the queen going down
yeah.
is huge to replace, and you lose the larva. And that's what you need to keep going because the zealot flood doesn't stop.
Well, yeah, it makes you wonder too, should Eris have just kept pumping Lings?
Yeah. Yeah, instead of switching to roach, because that took so much money.
Yeah.
And the Lings seem to be doing pretty good.
Yeah, like it had the numbers
Yeah.
at first and then it paused the Ling production. So maybe that's something the authors need to look at. Like, hey, if I'm committing to this cheese build,
Yeah.
just use Lings to defend. Don't try and do the roach thing.
Yeah. And it puts a timestamp too on Zealot Rush 156 is basically what it said there. In
Yeah.
the first two games, it was 108 and 109.
Yeah.
I think you got to say, if I figure this out anytime later than 120, I don't have time.
Yeah. That's a very fair assessment. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be loading into game number 5, but if you guys haven't already, click the like button, leave a comment down below or say hi in the chat. And yeah, also do check out the membership program with the join button, as that is a great way to support Versus AI and ProBots.
Indeed-a-roo. Yeah. So it's once again I feel very much in Zozo's court. I think the main error from Eris is almost trying to pull the ball into his own court.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
no, you don't Ling Flood. You don't do like why
Yeah,
are you
it
doing
lost
that?
the 2 games. It got aggressive, right?
Yeah,
The
yeah.
Ling Flood and then the Roach aggression.
Yeah.
Just defend and
just let it
macro
do it.
and
Yeah, it's not just return the serve. It's not your ball. Yeah, I think that's the key. But whatever. I mean, it is funny. Like after seeing the first couple, where like the response to it is so masterful, to then disrupt that. Like just accept that you've got this, and don't get cute beyond that.
It is unfortunate though, because like if that had just lined up with, if that was the build Eris chose in the previous match,
Yeah, then
like
that's
it
a
goes
crush.
against Zozo's macro, and I bet the Ling Flood kills Zozo. Like Zozo doesn't have a masterful wall like -0 when it macros.
Yeah.
So it's just unfortunate. Yeah, because like instead of it being like it literally would be up 3-0 if it had done that in the 3rd game instead of the 4th game, where now it's 2-2.
Indeed. So let's hit game number 5 and see where we're going.
Let's do it.
Zozo. Eris.
Okay, and Zozo says,
We're doing it.
do it
We're
again.
doing it. Eris doesn't. I got to look now to see if other bots do this. Eris, a lot of bots say what they're doing or say stuff in chat. Eris says stuff in ally chat.
Yeah, most bots I think do it in ally chat.
Yeah. Because
Yeah.
I know that for a while it was just kind of almost a gentleman's agreement of you don't read or don't try and parse what I'm saying, and like a lot of them do just say it out loud. But yeah, I noticed like it's an ally.
It could just be too, like, because like if someone really did parse it, you could literally just print wrong things to mess with them.
Yeah.
Parsing it's impossible realistically, because like all they'd have to do is just change the tags or something, and you'd be done for. But we do have Eris scouting this. It's time to see if that Roach hatchery cancel can defend against these zealots this time.
Yeah, so he knew it early as possible this time, so like 108. Yeah, it's down to the drone control positioning maybe.
There's the queen, and Spine and Roach Warren. It's just little things too that Eris does right. Like the drone was moving into position to build the spine before it queued it up.
Yeah.
That's a sign of a bot that's very good, because it means the spine gets started as quickly as possible. Drones are now being pulled, absorbing swipes from those zealots. Makes you wonder whether the zealot should maybe just be trying to right-click on the spine or something. But the drones do deal a fair bit of damage. It looks like the first...
They got a couple too.
They did, yeah. But then the zealots are actually dying here. Eris is still on 17 drones. The spine is done. And so it looks like it's in a good spot. More drones will need to be pulled to buffer for the spine, but they're doing their job well. You try to do that when you're being zealot rushed on the ladder.
It's just about the right number of total health too. Like when you look back at that drone line, like there were so many red. They regen pretty quick, but like that was almost the exact number you needed. If there's one more zealot or like 3 less drones, it's not enough.
Yeah. I think this is a exact response from the author of them dealing with their practice bot, really. Like there has been a lot of work put into this response, and it's very respectful, like what they've done here.
So did end up losing maybe 3 more drones in that, but for 5 zealots, that's fine. We're gonna have the burrow done, and roaches are out.
Yeah. Zozo is in some trouble here now. There's just, unless there's like a major blip from Eris, I don't really see it losing this game.
Yeah.
And even we see that drone trying to run out and build a hatchery too. But like, things just to really fawn over Eris for is like that drone was weaving. It was running for its life, sneaking past the zealots, but the pathing on it is just really good. The vast majority of bots, I think that drone just gets killed by the zealots. Like the worker pathing is really nice.
Indeed. Does mow these down. And it'll be more when does this shut off, then it goes back to normal. Goes to expand, and then we'll have Eris go to max out again.
Yeah, I think we're going to be waiting for that once more. There's just no way the zealots can win this. Zealots are a unit that it doesn't matter if you have 50,000 APM, there's only so much you can do with it.
They're also, even in this like period, they're not grouping up.
No.
I mean, it doesn't matter at this point anyway, but earlier on it could. Where they need to go together.
Yeah, like on the retreat there,
Yeah.
like they could have been grouping.
Yeah,
Yeah. they're done though. As Eris can respond to this cheese effectively, I honestly would have preferred this game if Zozo had gone for the in base in Eris's face proxy.
yeah, it would be better in this one. Yeah.
Just because, like, I mean, it's impossible to know in hindsight, but it seems like a little bit more chaotic. There's that third on the way for Eris.
Building a base on the other side now. And yeah, just really no urgency to clean this up or anything. Only
No.
responds when they get aggressive. Get the impetus to take up the buildings. Barely cares, but that single lane is devoted to it. There is probably something to be said for leaving it up, because it is taking, like, if you're not going to counterattack anyway, this is just consuming resources essentially that could be going into whatever Zozo's doing at home.
Yeah, it's true. I honestly think it's just one of those things. By this point, Eris has pretty much got it in the bag. Yeah, it's looking really promising for the Zerg here. Zozo, in theory, has... I mean, it in theory could play this out, but it's on half the workers. I think this is the time as the Protoss, which you need like double Stargate Void Ray or something, and hope your opponent doesn't make anti-air. Or like you said previously, maybe like DTs, but...
Yeah, something like that. You've got to make a hard move into something. Yeah, you don't catch up from something by being normal.
No.
But yeah, stock is being made and lost up front here as opposed to gathered at home is probably just better.
Okay, so... Slow cleanup here.
Yeah.
Probably fine if we fast forward
Yeah,
at this
yeah,
point.
probably for this one, yes.
I mean, Zozo is getting aggressive with like 5 stalkers here.
Yeah.
But there's Burrow and no observer, so.
There's the Stargate coming down and home. I don't know. Eris is just such a I respond to the threat that is exactly there.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna make too much of that overreact, basically.
No.
But then
no,
we've
most
seen where that can underreact too.
Yeah. Yeah, most of the time. Zerg getting aggressive now. Eris attacking before 200 supply. Feeling bold, and that's that.
And again, it's this type of thing that I do think is neat from Eris, of like, I don't care that you have units if they're not a problem to me right now.
Yeah.
Like, if you get too close, I'll send a Ling after you. But I'm doing this other stuff.
Yeah. It doesn't get really toyed with or like leashed very much, so.
Hitting it 3-2 for Eris. This, I guess, is why we do the best of 7.
Yeah.
As this sort of variety can happen despite things being robots.
Yeah, that really is the beauty of ProBots, is that we get different, like the authors put in the different strategies.
Yeah.
That's something that you don't get just from casting ladder games like I do. Because the bots tend to play the same
Yeah, it's not
strategy
like a
over and
series.
over on the ladder. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so there we go. So Eris's court to close this out now, but I think it's down to like, yeah, what does Zozo pick? What's it? Yeah, what do we do?
Who blinks first?
Yeah.
Does his team Eris, like, how confident were they feeling? Like, they're like, oh man, we're not going to beat Zozo. Try the Ling Flood again thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope we at least don't get that. I hope in some ways it's at least an Eris response to a Zozo prompt.
Yeah.
Basically.
I
Just
think
don't go on your own.
I think Eris wins those games. So
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Scouting, you're good, basically.
yeah, from Zozo, I imagine we'll get the gateways in the Eris main.
Yeah.
Like, I think we've only seen that build once.
Yeah.
I guess
And
yeah.
it was this map, right? Yeah. So yeah, because we've looped around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll see. Just maybe minus the stuck zealot, hopefully.
Yes. Yeah, that would be nice. Yeah, I mean it would be a different outcome there. Without that, I think so. But especially with the other weird decision, Eris didn't try and make a spine in that one. And I don't know why, but it didn't.
I guess if the bot authors knew the order of these maps ahead of time and the fact that we're looping around, I guess it's probably very easy for them to say, hey, I lost on this map, don't do the same build again.
Yeah.
So maybe we won't get that
Possibly.
again.
Although Zozo just did.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
True.
Yeah. So at least he wasn't doing that, but yeah, you never know. Never know what we're gonna see. And again, actually, I'm kind of curious. It would be neat to see the exact same thing because I want to know if the building placement's the exact
I was just
Yeah.
gonna comment on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be cool to see if it's random or
Yeah.
or just like a systematic thing for Zozo.
Yeah. But we'll find out in a brief period of time, and we'll know. I mean, it's always down. Almost by the time you load into a game, Zozo's either sent a ProBot or he hasn't. So
Yeah,
you know what's going on.
instantly.
Yeah.
I do want to. I would like to see Zozo invest more into the fake out thing.
Yeah.
Like, what if it just proxied one gate? Does Eris
Yeah.
cancel its hatchery?
Yeah.
Like,
Probably.
there's definitely opportunity. Like, proxy one gate, Eris cancels the hatchery, but then on your side of the map, you rush into a void ray type thing. Like,
Yeah.
there's a lot of opportunity.
Indeed. Well, let's hop in and see what could be the last game of the night, but Zozo would not like it to be.
Zozo. Eris.
And there is something coming across.
Okay.
Outside.
I don't know how I feel about this. Like, Eris clearly has a response to it. Maybe it doesn't scout it this time since it's down a ramp.
Yeah, possible to do. Did your mic cut out again?
Yes, it did,
Yeah,
but I
yeah,
fixed it.
that's up. Gateway, a flyer coming down. Will this be? I mean, it will take longer to scout to begin with. There we go. Okay, 3 seconds. Not too bad.
Like, yeah, it's little things too. Like, I guess Zozo doesn't really need the minerals, but sending the second probe to this,
Yeah.
like, it does cost more resources.
Yeah, I wonder if that's maybe more of a redundancy if somebody's there and harassing your probe.
I guess
It's
so.
probably that. Yeah. And pool done now. Queen. Spine.
There it is. I mean,
Yeah.
I guess Zozo. Oh, double
Oh.
spine.
Yeah. Okay.
I wonder what prompted that as a
Just
change.
It just does.
It must be the time that it was
Yeah.
scouted.
Yeah, maybe.
They were
Yeah,
probably.
it decides it's slightly later, so I need to do this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's actually just an incredible adjustment by Team Eris, because I trust if they're double spining, then they need it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think they'd do this if they didn't need it, and it makes sense because these drones are starting to wear thin a little bit.
Yeah.
But there you go, 2 spines.
And it might then make sense even for the last time. If you did it on my face, it means that I scouted it at, 50 seconds, so I didn't build any spine.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably the case. There's lots of little things you can tool with. Zozo is pulling up quite a few zealots
Yeah.
here, though. This
Yeah.
is different.
2 spines probably triggers a different reaction for him too.
Yeah,
Like,
there's
I
so
can't
many
cover
layers to
5.
this, but
Yeah.
here we go. We're going to see if Zozo can hang on in this series, or whether Eris is going to be the champion as the Zealots are going up the ramp here. There's drones being pulled, but this is a lot of Zealots here. Oh, Zozo.
The moment they flinch, it's over.
Yeah. You cannot flinch. Your Zealot rushing, you got to commit. Zozo, though, is afraid, and now the roach count, I think, is going to be out of control.
Yeah.
The
think-
the flip flopping of the zealots is
Yeah.
really not ideal.
No, not really. Yeah, it does feel like you need to just turn that off.
Yeah,
And say if I'm going, I'm going.
yeah, they need to go in with
Yeah.
reckless abandon.
Yeah.
Um,
I think too, to even say, it's one thing to retreat from like lings or something, but to almost say, if I'm in firing range of a spine or a queen, I can't
Yeah.
retreat.
No.
Like there is no option where I walk away.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment. There is definitely more that could be done from Zozo here. Like, for example, if it had committed in there, maybe it does kill the spines. Who knows? Maybe the author needs to pull probes with this zealot rush or something,
Yeah.
or just try and section off a couple of the zealots to really interrupt the mining at the natural when it does do these sort of bigger commits. Yeah, this I look forward to next season when
Yeah.
Zozo comes back with even more gateways and even more zealots to try and cheese out Eris.
Indeed. And yeah, again, as fun as it is, this may be fast forward time.
I
Yet again.
I agree on that one. I know it's probably the final game, but I
Yeah.
don't see a world in which Eris loses this.
Yeah. Just get the steady bounce. I like that the Ling is doing the same thing in the back.
Yeah.
It's responding. It tries to attack every time the zealots move. And
Action and reaction right
Then,
there.
yeah. Yeah.
It's kind of funny that the Ling's backing off
Yeah.
because it. Or is that just like the attack delay?
It may be that. It may be that it's juking every attack, but
Yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
if that's actually like a thing. 'Cause I don't know what their attack delay is or
yeah.
whether it's actually missing damage there. It doesn't really look like it, but maybe it is.
Yeah.
Enemy expand outside nat 606.
It's funny. Now the Ling goes off to go check that out. And the sneaky drone
Oh,
transfer.
the drones
Oh, that's
burrow.
funny. Yeah.
Ah,
Now all of a sudden,
this
is
is
a
actually
problem.
bad for Eris.
Yeah. That's very bad.
This is a great example of how good behavior can have
Yeah.
bad consequences. That one drone makes it. He's not a coward.
Yeah.
Probably
There you go. There you go.
getting told to make a building or something. This is a decent chunk of the economy. Are they refusing to fast forward because Eris actually loses this?
That's quite possible. Maybe. Maybe. If it somehow just like stun locked. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of drones that aren't doing
Yeah.
anything. Okay, now the roaches move down. Eris is like, right, I can kill zealots with roaches. I forgot. Zozo's also going into an immortal this game. It is not going into Tempest. And it's got 4 bases going up.
That is probably better.
And one of, yeah, Eris is getting up to gold. Okay, now we get a fast
We just needed to see that excitement.
one. Alright, so looks like things are going pretty well for Eris. Zozo just doesn't have any production since losing those gateways. It does have a Tempest on the way, so it's got Immortal, like a Immortal and soon a Tempest. Second Stargate. And a Mothership on the way.
It's a thing to do. Yeah. We'll approach the Eris capsule soon. It's
Yeah,
already skirmishing around.
30 seconds and it'll be there.
Yeah, but certainly the economy got up a lot better this time for Zozo off 4 bases.
Yeah, I do like the 4th base.
Yeah.
Like, if you're going to do a greedy follow-up, do
Yeah,
a greedy
like,
follow-up.
Really do it. Yeah.
And it might get to the mothership and the Tempest here. Yeah, Tempest killing Lings, I don't know. Okay, Eris is going for the big final attack towards that 3rd base, as Zozo just cannot stop it. You cannot fail a gateway rush and then macro out of it against Eris. Or at least in the manner Zozo did. I personally think if you do something like this and it fails, you need to follow up with a quick Stargate, because Zerg can't counter a Stargate off a low eco. So. And Zozo is trying to hold on at its 3rd base. Got the mothership and the Tempest. And it's quite a few Tempests, so... Zozo lives for now.
Yeah, does hold off. Loses the 1 base, but still 3 functional.
Yeah, and it does have a lot of Tempest here.
Yeah.
It's not Eris's first rodeo, though, so it is just firing up a ton of Corruptors.
Yeah, doing its normal thing of research everything, getting the neural too.
Okay, Zozo going to be on the defense. Like, the defensive position isn't terrible. The supply isn't terrible. Are we going to have any spells from the mothership, though? It doesn't look like it, which is a lost opportunity. But great retreat here by Zozo as it holds on. Are we going to have some sort of win by Eris here? Supply-wise, it's reasonably close. And the Tempest count is ridiculously high.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, it's a lot of it's these still side attacks of that army can't move or you lose everything over here.
Yeah, it's true. But Zozo's supply is climbing here.
Yeah. And we've seen Eris kind of in this situation not like just stop the counterattacks or, throw part of an army at this and then end up behind, but Spore Forest, okay.
Okay, mining being disrupted at this base as Zozo is counterattacking at the base that's not very far from his base.
Yeah.
But as we've seen before, Zozo does actually just attack in the face of aggression.
Yeah.
And that's not the right move in this situation because Eris has way more buildings to lose, so Zozo pretty much needs to win this game and hope that for some reason Eris goes on home.
Yeah. And that is a pretty decent number of Corruptors. But it's a pretty decent number of Tempest.
Yeah, like it is a lot of Tempest here. Eris is in a fair bit of trouble. There's actually a few Stalkers back at home for Zozo defending this. If they can stall long enough, there is a world in which the Protoss can win this, because Eris is building drones again.
Yeah, you gotta build drones.
Oh my god.
He's got less than 83.
No, you're not allowed to do this, Eris. But my prediction of 4-3 could be getting saved here, as Eris is going to dive in with all these Corruptors over a bunch of Stalkers and the Mothership. The lack of spell from the Mothership is a lost opportunity here, though. So all the Corruptors are going to die, or all the Tempest, pardon me, are going to die to the Corruptors. So it's just a few crappy Stalkers on the ground here. And so Eris really builds the suspense, but I think it's got this one now.
Yeah, we're probably good with only 11 workers left.
Let me tell you, it had me going with those drones there.
Yeah.
And then it remembered that Tempest are garbage and Corruptors destroy them. So
Indeed. And there's the cleanup. And Eris is our final champion of 2025.
And I was muted. My goodness, we're back. We're back. And Ketrock, I'm telling you, this is our last analysis of 2025 of the grand finals. What did you think of what we just saw? I actually was on my edge of my seat that last game. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, I think the cast just forgot what happened in what was it, game 3 or whatever, where the game looked completely over. And it's like
That's why we didn't fast forward, because I made the call and I was like, oh, it's done. We're done. Let's go. And we fast forwarded right into what turned into a Zozo win. So you can't discount you just can't discount the I'm gonna say passivity. Eris can be a little passive when it thinks it's winning. I don't know. I've said it before. It's greedy. It's a greedy bot, super greedy, and that has consequences. So
yeah, and this time we did see the Tempest production not stop too, and you never know how opponents are going to react to Tempest. Obviously, Eris did a fine job, where he just mostly ignored them or completely overran them with corruptors. But if you're always just sitting outside of Tempest range, that's where you end up losing the game sometimes. And yeah,
So in game 2, we saw the Zealot getting stuck. And so question in terms of when we saw how Zozo programmed the flower, do you think is it calculating? It doesn't seem to be hard coded. So is it just trying to calculate distance from enemy base?
yeah, that one is a little bit weird because he was doing it just on the high ground. Like
Yeah.
the flower outside, it was like the standard flower that's called a flower because it looks like a flower and there's no gaps in there. But yeah, when he tried to build it like right in the opponent's face, obviously that's a little more risky, but it does allow your zealots to, start attacking 10 seconds earlier. So yeah, I don't
So
know.
is that
Terrain
the
stuff's
calculation
difficult.
though? Like, do you think it doesn't look like it's a hard code. Is it a hard code, or is it more dynamic from your perspective?
I had
How
a
that
guess, probably hard coded for the map. Yeah, like literally hard code positions, I would assume. Maybe the pylons are just like get anywhere close sort of idea, but I bet the gateway positions are hard coded.
okay.
Yeah, because it's hard to calculate stuff like that, especially when terrain is involved.
Yeah, I didn't because you did actually see only 3 gateways, and one of them, the fourth one, was no they were kind of half on, half off.
Yeah.
So I didn't know if that was hard coded, or if we were seeing something like try to be dynamic on how he does it. Because if it was hard coded, I would have thought that he did also look like he tried different locations. So there may be some coding in there.
Okay.
If you can't find the location,
No,
check
no, you might be right then. Maybe you tried to build the flower right in the middle of somewhere where you can't build it, and then he was trying backup locations of
backup
like,
locations.
I can't place here, and then we try moving a notch forward or a notch back, and just ending up with that, and that's how he didn't get a 4th gateway either. Who knows?
Last thing, the no warp gate. I can't think if there's a strategic advantage to that. I've never seen that before. So I don't know if you have any insight, or if it's just like Zozo being Zozo.
As a Terran player, when I play Protoss, I don't make warp gate because then I get to be bad at macro and just queue up workers or queue up production from it. You can't do that with warp gate. No, I suspect he's more focused on his Stargate play or his immortals, and saving that 50-50 minerals can be a big deal, I guess.
One of the things I
Or
want
he
to
just
get your
hasn't gotten
insight
to coding it. Yeah.
Yeah, the insight is Eris passivity. Do you think it's always going to a backup of going to 200 to max supply, or is there a battle sim involved?
It's probably not to 200 per se, but it is probably, let me just do my normal macro build. Like, if I'm so far ahead that I can't lose, then I'll just win slower. Like, but if I try to win right away and I'm not in a spot to win right away, then I can end up throwing the game. So it's always safer and easier, programmatically, just to always just go back to your default state. Obviously, we did see some issues where it was behind an army and deciding to build drones, which isn't great. I know when you lose drones, you want to build drones, but at the same time, you gotta recognize when
Yeah, that
it's not
drone
the
thing.
right time.
that drone thing definitely see. I think we would have to ask Team Eris because I can't discern the logic. One of the things that I wanted you to get your definitely want to get your insight on, because I think this is like a bot author quintessential problem that we haven't really seen a lot before, is that what were we seeing when we saw the Zozo zealots bouncing? Was that a maybe him being aggressive, but at the same time listening to his battle sim trying to retreat back? Like,
Well, that's just one of those things you only notice when it's terrible. So, when he went into attack originally and the spine finishes and he lost his zealot and then he pulls back to his gateway, it's like, okay, that makes a lot of sense that you just pulling back. But then later on, it's like, no, you have to commit. Like, why are you pulling back at this point in time? It's hard to get that correct. But one thing
Yeah,
you
just-
could definitely do is, like right now, he gives all his zealots the same command: either retreat back to the gateways or attack. But I think that should be overridden where any zealots that aren't on the front line should always head towards the ones in the front. So even when the zealots in the front are retreating, the ones in the back should still be trying to join the group, and that way he'll group up a lot better. That's probably a couple lines of code, and I think it would make those follow-up attacks way stronger.
and how is that done? Is that done through like squads, or is that done?
Just like if your zealot isn't one of the front zealots, join the front zealots. Basically, that should be like the first thing, and then the retreat code should be only if that doesn't happen.
Okay.
So you imagine like when all the zealots are retreating, the ones in the front should be retreating, but the ones that are just came out of the gateway should still be going forward to join the ones that are retreating. That way it creates a group structure instead of a line structure, I guess.
And so it keeps it gets it kind of grouped up.
Yeah.
Okay.
You notice like when he's retreating from the spine crawlers, also the ones that are like way back at the gateway, they're retreating too. It's like no, you should be
Oh
joining
yes,
the
they're
group.
all retreating
Yeah.
together as a group.
Ones in the back join the group, ones in the front decide whether retreating or attacking. Yeah.
Okay, wow, that was a great overview of, and those of you future bot authors, hope you're taking notes because that could be you one day. Let's bring back everybody together and let's close out our show. So I don't think anyone's predictions were correct. I think this is
No one said 4-2.
no one said
Yeah,
4-2.
yeah, we had 4-0. We had literally every other score. We had 4-0, 4-1, 4-3.
Yep. So this was not on anyone's radar. But I mean, this was, I guess Zozo did not get the definitive win. It did not beat negativeZero and Eris to claim championship twice. This now, Eris has come back to its, I think maybe Team Eris would believe their rightful spot as a top bot, top pro bot. And let's get a feeling of the overall Endersword.
I mean, I think good. Like those were definitely entertaining at the end there. I think, to Ketrak's point, there's probably a few things, like pretty simple things that I think Eris could then clean up now, or like, add in some evaluation of like, where am I? Should I attack? Am I passive? Am I doing the right thing? Which I don't
seems
think
to be
are
a
difficult.
weird thing not to have
Yeah.
Eris have though. Like I feel it weird for us talking about that about Eris. That
Yeah.
seems like, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it doesn't. It didn't. I think it evolved into it because it did used to attack. Like it came up earlier of like, has it made mutas before? Yeah, it used to exclusively do that. Like it used to make 20 mutas in the mid game or something, and then it backed off that. But I feel it backed into passivity more to be greedier more.
I have a theory. I have a theory, and I'll post this out to you guys because I use the Eris framework, and I wonder if there's a level of he has in the Eris framework there is like, did someone go cheese? It's a flag that you can say like, did someone do rush or whatever. And I wonder if when the flag is on, it becomes more cautious. So I wonder, like, I feel like, and I don't know if you guys can have observed it, if it feels more passive when it's been cheesed, and I don't know if it's, when it feels confident and when it opens the way it wants to, it feels aggressive from what I've seen.
It can, but it does. I think it's a lot of it's that when it opens normal and it does whatever, it just gets to the aggressive point earlier.
Oh,
because the economy is faster. So instead of being 11, 13 minutes, it's 9 minutes, and because usually what it does, it gets to a point that it then dumps roaches. So I've maxed out. I'm going to dump my roaches, but that happens early if you haven't disrupted it. If you've disrupted it, it's 5 minutes later potentially. So I think that's part of it, but because it almost seems to actually do the opposite, which is you've cheesed me. I've held the cheese, but I've almost put that out of my mind. I've now forgotten that you cheesed me, and it starts tagging other things as if that's the thing. But I think the moment it thinks it's done with the cheese, it completely forgets that it was ever in cheese defense mode and just carries on. That's more what it actually seems to be doing. Whereas I think it should recognize that it was cheesed, remember that, and say, oh yeah, someone cheesed me and I beat the shit out of it. They're probably weak right now. So
I think what you're hoping for is a counterattack in that regard.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Or at least more urgency of any kind. Like, it literally doesn't care that there's 6 buildings and an army in front of its face. Just no concern for that whatsoever. And I think that should be part of it, to decide what to do there. Because it doesn't feel like an active decision, but it feels like that's what it's doing. It's ignoring it.
Laughing Games, you've casted a lot of Eris games outside of the ProBots tournament. Do you see a pattern, or is this something that you've also noticed is common?
I think sometimes it gets like stuck into certain modes, but I don't know if that's really what was the big thing there. I think because like in that game, which it threw, like it was at like 48 drones or something, and then it's just attack, and then all of a sudden, holy shit, 26 drones type thing. And then so it's either attacking or it's either droning. And when it wants the drones, it's just going to prioritize them. But yeah, there really should be some sort of calculation to be like, hey, the enemy has this amount of army supply. I should probably try and match that before I build more drones. But there's like a lot of nuance to it too, right? Because like if you lose drones, you got to rebuild them at some point. So it's difficult. But in that case, yeah, it was like it had something like 80 drones already, and it's like I need 12 more, even though I'm being attacked. It's like, no, you don't. So
I find it odd, and because the Eris framework does have a battle sim, a combat sim, and I wonder, like, because for those who don't know at home, combat sim allows you to calculate based on the different armies whether or not you believe you can win. I have a sneaking feeling I don't know if Eris actually takes advantage of the comments, despite having it in the framework, because I feel like there were a lot of times if it calculated that, it would have just gone and attacked, or it has a lot of gates before it uses the combat sim and doesn't use it as a primary method to decide whether to attack.
Yeah, maybe it should use that prior to like deciding whether to build more drones or something like that. Yeah. Like whether the enemy's on your side of the map, which it was. Yeah. That's definitely a time where you want to cut drone production or things like that. So it's a bit unfortunate.
It is a tough decision though, because we've seen Eris lose in the past for the opposite reason, where it falls behind an army, so all it does is keep spamming army, and it never rebuilds its economy, and is trying to spam army against an opponent that has a larger economy. So there is a balance you have to find between that. Sometimes there is no balance. You just lose because you're too far behind. But yeah, he's probably a little bit too far the other way now, and certainly too much transitioning all at once, where he was not only droning hard but also getting infestors and neural parasite and corruptors, and like he went from like building nothing but army to building no army at all and everything else, all the upgrades at the same time, which is how he threw that game that looked unlosable. What was it, game 3, I think? Yeah.
And so for those of you at home, I want you to always remember, bots can throw games too. It is not just an exclusive arena for humans. Bots have learned all there is to know, even including to throw. So there are equal in all things, maybe even superior.
But definitely superior in throwing games. There's never a bot game that's like 100% over, because you never know when you're going to start like having bugs in your code or something, and your bot just stops doing anything.
That throw, I called it. I was like, oh, it's done. I told production, I'm like, okay, this is finished. Let's fast forward. And I was, oh no, never mind. That is not a finished game. So we did become a little bit more cautious going forward, because we weren't sure what we would see going out of it. So yeah, absolutely. But that is 2025 season Sideloaded of ProBots. For those of you out there, that this is the last broadcast of the year, of the season, the whole shebang. I mean, what are you guys looking forward for in 2026? Is there anything, you know? Oh, I should actually always say congratulations to Eris for winning it. Cannot forget it. Can't forget the kudos. Kudos to Eris and Team Eris for taking this season and the grand finals. For those of you, round of applause for all the bots, all the bot authors here who have made fantastic bots for us to watch and commentate on, because without you guys, we would have only humans to watch, and no one wants to do that anymore. That's so passe. The rise of the machines is the new future. I've been watching a lot of like YouTube shorts of robots beating up each other, so I just, you know, getting ideas of where we can go next. So let's do a quick round of like, what are you guys looking forward in 2026 of the new, what you would like to see bots try, what would you like to see authors try to produce in their bots in 2026? Enter Sword.
One, I just want to see more like newer authors on the scene, or at least ones we haven't seen before rising up, and that's why this format's good for like the wild card part at the start. But I think more, I think decision making in combat, I think, is a thing. We're still getting a lot of things where the priority is the problem. Like, what's the key thing that you should focus on right now? And there's still, I think, a lot of gap there where units behaving badly or behaving selfishly or then behaving too much as a group. Like, there's still, I think, a lot of space in there that somebody could perfect and make an army a lot more effective.
Okay, Laughing Games.
I think I kind of agree with what Endersword said. Like, there is a lot of improvement with bots and sort of decision making on some levels, but honestly, like, I don't know what I'm excited for, because that's the beauty of the bot scene. Like, someone's gonna come out of nowhere at some point, make something really cool, and I'm gonna go, holy cow, that's awesome. And that's the really exciting thing, that people are always working on new things that you didn't necessarily think were possible. So I am looking forward to being surprised.
And Ketrock.
I want to see Zozo keep growing. Like right now, he's got like 3 dirty cheese builds and slightly above average macro. I want to see like him get up to like 12 dirty cheese builds and macro that can compete with Eris and negativeZero. Have him be like the dirtiest bot and still have a macro game.
You guys are so grimy. These are like the worst. I'm gonna throw mines out there. I'd like to see some more machine learning, so I can put some actual when we have learning methods in there, we can fill it up there with some things there instead of like, you know, not hard coded. No, I'm watching you, Team Eris. I'm kidding. But look, I believe that I'd like to see some more machine learning stuff. I actually just finished training my bot on being able to detect Zerg rushes, to teach it what is a Zerg rush and what's not. So. I'm expecting you all to catch up, because I can't put my own bot in ProBots.
Oh, I think you
Sure
can.
Sure you can.
I don't think I can. I think that
think
would
you
be
can.
so controversial on another level. Yeah, I don't think I could put my own bot in ProBots.
You don't have
Once
to
again-
worry if you start winning ProBots, but
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean-
you'll be fine.
no one will have any issue with you
once
competing
again, to
against
bring-
Slaughtered.
Yeah, to bring it all back, if Jake Paul can own that that promotion company and go there and look like an idiot, then you can put yours in.
You know what? When we get to that threshold, once I get to top 16 and I get more games on Laughing Games' channel and it wins, yeah, I'll reevaluate that. But yeah, we'll see what if the torches come out for me on Discord or not.
Yeah. Machine
But,
learning is really tough for bots. It's a lot of work to make a little effort. So we've seen like we've seen DeepMind spend billions. We saw
Yeah,
I think the idea of machine learning the entire bot, and this has been my entire thesis. I think if you try to make the entire bot machine learning, I think that's really hard. But you can do, and we've seen other bots, Mad AI, where you just find a very narrow slice of machine learning and like, you know, which strategy to use or predictions of what strategy your opponent's going. That's not impossible. It takes a lot of data. No gonna lie, it does take a lot of data. But it's not impossible. And I found out Mad AI, I think it was you who brought up Cat Rock. Mad AI was like downloadable. So, you know, I downloaded him and he has actually a lot of his stuff is how he did it. So it's out there. It's possible. It just
There was one guy who created, it only played ZVZ and it only played on one specific map. But he had like 30 GPUs from his company he got to use. So he actually trained it to be like, look somewhat like Alpha Star.
Didn't Hearthstone play that? Did he played against that?
Yeah, a few of the pros played it when it came out.
Yeah. It's like the mini Alpha Star. Yes, I know which one you're calling. I have it bookmarked on my GitHub.
Was it Die Star or something?
D-Star.
It's Die Star.
Yeah. DI Star. Yeah.
I thought it was a different one though, wasn't it?
No, that's the one. It only played, and they had a Hearthstone play it specifically, and DI Stars. Yes, and it only plays ZVZ. It's open source, so you could follow its. But yeah, you need GPUs are coming down. It's RAM we have to worry about.
Everything related to AI is getting really expensive. Even Nvidia doesn't want to build video cards anymore. So like that's just we're missing out on all that AI money.
Absolutely. All right, for you though, you can be next time. You actually have plenty of time to get ready for the ProBots, and if you want to get started today, we have the template right now in the description for you now. Someone put exclamation mark template for me in the chat, so that you can get started, get your bot ready, and by the time the next ProBots is up, you could be in the top 16, ready to compete with all these other bots. You can take them out.
Yeah,
Mike Machine, got him.
Check out AIarena.net. There's a link to the Discord there, and you join the Discord, and that's where you can get all the information you need, and a lot of friendly authors there that are willing to help you out. And
I mean, you can't get into ProBot unless you get onto AI.net. So if you're gonna compete, you're gonna have to put it up on the ladder.
Yeah.
And I do want to put this last part out here. Put it on the ladder. I know. I think we've had different opinions. I think myself and Cat Rock, where it's some people want to build in stealth mode. I think you should put out the crappiest bot first and like learn from it as much as possible, and then improve it as you go.
For sure. Yeah.
I think that is the way to go. And I
just
really
change the name later to avoid embarrassment.
I don't know why.
Instead of just say if that's what your concern is, that's gonna look dumb. Submit something and then be like, I don't know what's wrong with that.
I want to say actually that
here's
is
my new bot.
Yeah, I actually find that is actually a lot of things. I actually someone asked someone what they were like, what do they want to get their bot, and it's like, oh, I want to get casted by Laughing Games. I was like, oh, that's really awesome, but I don't want it to look stupid on his channel. I was like, oh, okay, well, all right, we'll work on that. So that's absolutely cool. Okay, so anyone else with anything to wrap it up? Ender Sword, Laugh Games, Cat Rock, any last words?
No, it's been 6 hours, so we're good.
Okay. All right, everybody. Have a good night. We'll see you next season.
Thank you.